No, sono qui, sì, ti sento. Ah, ok. Yes, appena. Sì.
Round 2 of the 2026 WSK Supermasters Series brings us to the ancient city of Naples here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Good morning, everybody. Nice to have your company as you join us for the second event of the year. We are ready to race this morning our pre-finals on a wet circuit, but the sun has come out to dry. We're hoping for 6 dry finals this afternoon. It is the second round of the championship. We kicked off the 2026 season at La Conca 2 weeks ago. Before we race our pre-finals this morning, let's check out who were the winners down in Lecce, Muro Leccese, La Conca for the season opener a fortnight ago. It was a fantastic start at the most beautiful circuit in the world, La Conca Muro Leccese, and we come here to what is, well, it is slightly, in fact, it is very covered and clouded in the background. That is an active volcano. That is Mount Vesuvius. And in the foreground is the famous Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as SARNO. This is Ian Silvestrin with you for round 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Delighted to be joined once again by Zach Sweeney. Zach, welcome back. Your second time here at SARNO.
Yeah, indeed so. It's been a few months. It was slightly better weather last time I was here. It was just at the end of summer, so it was still fairly warm. The temperature's not really been the problem this week. It's been the rain, the clouds have definitely descended upon us, and we've got some onboard footage now as we have the first pre-final making their way out onto the circuit. Of course, Mini Group 3 Pre-final A, and then we'll be moving through the day. Of course, Mini Under 10, OKJ, OK Junior, OK and KZ2 before we start our 6 finals this afternoon. Of course, Leo Kralev, the one fielding the onboard camera, this morning, and looking forward to it. Let's go for the grid.
Alfie Mayer starts on pole position alongside Eunice Tam, Devon Tiz, David Sitoff. His second pole position in WSK a few days ago. Andreas Papagiorgio, Shelvas, Frigerio, Philip Stets, Padovani and Daniel Ferguson starting out of grid 10. Alvaro Medeiros, Nahel Algahaudi, Kralev, who carries our onboard camera out of 13. Ebergani, Chen Tutsuna, Mateo Garcia, Alexander Machak, Jan Wozniak, and it's Gomez and Warakit Superchok. The Dutch pole, David Acton, William Morta, Damir Halalovic. Ariello, the Italian champion, Ruben Segou for Jamie Green Racing, Antonino Lenzo, of course. In a Lenzo kart on debut in WSK, Ishan Svarup, who's had a tough weekend. The Indian alongside Gabriele Tucci, out of grid 28. Well, we've had a torrential downpour during the morning warm-up, but as quickly as it's come down as we go on board with the Bulgarian Leo Kralev, the track rapidly will dry here this morning. The sun has come out to shine. It's 12 degrees Celsius, and we are expecting a dry circuit for the finals this afternoon. But at the moment, you can see it is far from that. This is On Board with Leo Kralev live from SARNO, round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series. Mini Group 3 Pre-final A. Alfie in the Tony kart on pole position. Eunice Tam alongside. Up to the line on a wet circuit for the first time at SARNO. We race. On the outside, Eunice Tam tries to find a faster line, but it's Alfie, the Englishman, who leads the first pre-final of the morning on a saturated SARNO circuit.
Yeah, indeed so. A good initial start, and impressive by each of these young drivers to make it through the opening couple of corners fairly cleanly. Of course, the grip is there. We've got a spinner already towards the front end of the field. They're facing the wrong way, and of course, that is suboptimal. Side by side of the battle for second position, though, you can see as they approach their way towards turn number 7, leading on to that long back straight. A nice little switch back there, and they change for second. Meanwhile, the 546 of Alfie Mayer beginning to get away and stretch his legs up in front, of course, closely followed by the two behind that have been doing some battle. Now into the heaviest braking zone on the circuit, guessing the conditions inside or outside, and well, oftentimes both are pretty equal.
It was Alvaro Medeiros, the Brazilian, who went around on the first lap. It is his Tony kart teammate Alfie Mayer on scene in position 1. He's made a great start. As we look at the energy card of Philip Stets going on through, will be a contender sideways from Devon. As they come to complete the first of 8 laps, it is Alfie, the Englishman, in the Tony kart in position 1. Back on board with the Bulgarian team driver, Leo Kralev. Ferguson is turned around just in front of him. You saw that live. Daniel Ferguson, Valencia World Finals winner last year, has been turned around right in front of our camera car. Leo Kralev, he's come across the line in position 19. Kralev has made a good start. He's in P11 behind Filippo Frigerio.
Only 8 laps, of course, for the pre-finals for the Mini, so they do get, done quite quickly, of course. Slightly slower now we're in these wet conditions. Alfie Mayer, though, continuing to control the pace up in front, closely followed, of course, by Eunice Tam in that orange-black MP Academy Gamoto machine. Behind that, Andreas Papagiorgio making a fantastic start. The Cypriot getting up a couple of places in the CRG, now into turn of bay. This is where we're going to see a lot of our overtaking sort of happening. You can see the drivers opting for a nice wide outside line, searching for that grid. Back on board with Leo Kralev, of course, who's got a front row seat to some fantastic battling there. That was Ebergenyi getting round wide by Machak in the battle for P11.
back on board with Leo Kralev. Chantutsuna behind, as is Guido Ebegeni. You're looking at the back of Padovani in the 5-4-1 card, who holds down the final position inside the top 10. Just ahead of him is the Czech Alexander Barchak, who's made a super start to be in P9 from grid 17. Now, from U10 Devon Tis, the German Andreas Papagiorgio is about to come on screen. There is the Cypriot on the back of the German Nail El Gahoudi in P5. Then Stets, Garcia, Frigerio. Yunus closes up on the back of Alfie. Tam, of course, the younger of the Tam brothers, driving for the Sicilian MP Academy team Gamoto. Here's Stets, 5.77 in the energy course. Yunus Tam is looking good, just skates under brakes. This is the old hairpin at the end of the old back straight, the reconfigured SARNO circuit. Back on board with Leo Kralev. Alfie Mare taking a very wide line around this 1 mile circuit, 1,670 metres, climbs over the ripple strip, the vortex powered Tony kart. Tam just behind the Estonian. Devon from Andreas Papagiorgio, back on board with Leo Kralev.
Lap 3 of 8, taking our way closer and closer to that half-distance mark, and Alfie Mare doing a fantastic job just keeping Unistam at bay. In towards turn number 1, of course, and you can start to see where the track is beginning to dry, that cleaner line beginning to form. That's where the driver is going to be looking for that optimal grip. Currently, Alfie Mare from Unistam, Devon Tits, then comes Andreas Papagiorgio, championship leader. Now, El Gahoudi off the back of a victory 2 weeks ago, did the sweep actually through the pre-final and the final, did El Gahoudi. And at the moment running P5 currently. Still some good championship points, but as we go through the season, the championship points award for each round ramps up. So this week at SARNO, the championship points for the final is 60 for a victory. 2 weeks ago, it was only 50. So as we go through the season, the stakes ramp up more and more and more. Alfie Mare still under a bit of pressure from Unistam. Leo Kralev still desperately trying to get onto the back of Tisner and Ebegeni to maybe fight himself through and into the top 10. As we took our way over half distance in this race, lap 4 of 8. There are our 2 leaders. Peppermint livery Tony kart of Alfie Mare, followed by the orange and the black MP Academy Gamoto of Unistam. The Estonian tries to get the move done, just trying to sort of tuck his way to the inside. He's tried that a couple of times to not really much fruition there. As we drive as well, testing the conditions, even though of course the track is wet and there are wet tyres. The track's conditions themselves probably quite different to when they were out in warm-up about an hour or so ago. On to lap number 5 of 8 though, Alfie Mare still chased by Unistam.
Zach, the 60 mini karts, they're the smallest karts racing here this weekend, but as the sun comes out, it's not long. We can almost see a clean line. It's far from dry, but it won't be too long. Our pre-finals coming up, mini under 10, OKNJ and OK Junior. Well, the bets are on as to when when we will put on the slick tyres as Yunus slides on a slippery SARNO circuit. Alfie's still in P1, but the sun, thankfully, is coming out to dry. We're just a week away from the official start of springtime here in the south of Italy. This is Devon back on board with Leo Kralev, who's fallen down to 13th place. Behind him now is the recovering Daniel Ferguson. The end of the old back straight. Alfie Mare finding grip out wide. Kralev trying to chase down Chantutsuna, the Turk. He's just ahead of the Bulgarian. You get the sense that Yunus is just waiting. I speak too soon because the Estonian goes by and takes the Englishman for the lead of Pre-final A for 60 Mini Group 3 here this morning. Fights back, does Alfie Mare. The vortex-powered Tony kart back in position 1. 2 laps remaining, the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series. Here at SARNO, they come across the line. Last time around a 1:23, so there's some 20 seconds off their qualifying times on a dry circuit, or their best times on the dry circuit. We have had changeable weather conditions throughout the past week. In fact, a torrential downpour all day on Wednesday. This was the move that put Tam into the lead ahead of Mao. Intermittent rain throughout yesterday, heavy rain on Friday, ends overnight. We are expecting a dry final this afternoon, but that's far from the case here this morning. The penultimate lap of the race is Devon Zip-lines over the ripple strip for Germany in position 3. Alfie glances back over the shoulder. This is Kralev, and it's still Can Tutsuna ahead of the Bulgarian. No, he's got by. He's just taken Can Tutsuna. Next in line, the Mexican-Serbian in the blur, in the spray. That was Guido Ebergeni. Yunus Tarp, this is where he made the move a moment ago. Back into position 1, ahead of Alfie Mehr. Fabulous fight. Mehr back on top. Alfie Mehr, if he wins this, will start on pole position for the final this afternoon, regardless of what happens in Pre-final B, which is coming up in 1 lap's time, because this is the last of the first of our pre-finals here this morning. It's the Englishman from the Estonian. There's the German, Devin in the background. Andreas Papagiorgio in P4 from the Moroccan, Nail Al-Gahoudi. Zach, we're in for a fabulous fight this afternoon, because this first pre-final here this morning between the two drivers on our screen, Yunus Tarp and Alfie Mehr. It's been a good start to the morning. It looks as though Alfie has got the edge over the Estonian, Yunus Tarp.
Now, to be fair, I think they're quite equal, in all honesty, coming on to this penultimate lap, lap 7 of A. Alfie Mehr, I mean, as soon as he gets overtaken, he's straight on the counter-attack. Because of the changeable conditions, both drivers have their strengths in different parts of the circuit. Yunus Tarp obviously really likes that move coming out the hairpin at turn number 12, really likes to stay tight. Alfie Mehr not quite the wiser to it just yet. Into this hairpin, though, at turn number 8, and you can see slight differences in the lines. Yunus Tarp opting to be slightly closer to the inside of the corner relative to Alfie Mehr, and the two giving each other a fantastic little bit of a scrap. Now into turn number 12, let's see if Alfie Mehr is going to take a slightly tighter line. I think on that occasion he did, just to try and cover off that move and mitigate the advantage that Yunus Tarp has over him. Just about a lap and a third left to go between these two, and the gap that they've got has well, grown exponentially, really, back to Devin Titz as they approach themselves through the final corner now to start what will be the final lap of this race. Alfie Mehr versus Yunus Tarp coming onto the back straight. Let's see who's going to come out on top in the first pre-final of the day. Mini Group 3, Pre-final A. Alfie Mehr, Yunus Tarp, head-to-head, 1 mile to go.
One mile to race here at SARNO. The rest of the field coming by. El Gahoudi, Stets, Frigerio, Padovani, Guido Ebergeni inside the top 10. That is Guido, just ahead of our camera car. Leo Kralev, who took pole position last year at Franciacorta in the WSK Euro Series, has driven well this morning for the team driver. Marchak, and still Daniel Ferguson in position 13 ahead of David Sitov. Down the back straight. Nice clean line from Alfie Mehr, very wide in the Tony Kart, glances back over the shoulder. Devin still in P3, Andreas Mateo Garcia. From El Gahoudi, Stets, Frigerio, Padovani, and Guido Ebergeni. The final few corners, this is where Yunus Tarp went by twice. Mid-race, one final crack to attack the Englishman. But it's Alfie Mehr into the final corner, and surely to take the checkered flag and win the first of our pre-finals here this morning. With this, the Englishman will lock down pole position for the final of round 2 of the WSK Supermasters Series. The first checkered flag of the day on a wet circuit. Alfie Mehr, the Englishman. Alfie Mehr takes the victory. Yunus Tarp with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:23.177. They started in the spray 8 laps ago. By the end of the race, as you'll see in a moment, yes, it was still wet, but the track will dry rapidly here this morning. The sun has come out to shine, as it did as Yunus Tarp made the move the first time to go through to take the lead. And then the second time, a repeat, a play on the same corner. Mehr back to second, but then retook the lead. And the Tony Kart Racing team driver who raced with us in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy last year will start grid 1 for the Tony Kart Racing team at the foot of that. A hidden, obscured, active volcano, Mount Vesuvius, in the background for the final this afternoon. The second round of the WSK Supermaster Series. Mehr from Tarp, from Titz, Papagiorgio, Matteo Garcia, El Gahoudi, Stets, Padovani. Guido was ahead of Leo Ebergeni, ahead of Kralev, who drove well to finish in P10, pole sitter in the Euro Series last year. Machak, good recovery for Ferguson, who was turned around on the end, at the end of the opening lap. Sitov, Chantutsuna, Acton, Wozniak, Medeiros, great recovery. Halilovic, Antonino Lenzo, Abraham Shelves, The Dutch Colombian from Spain, ahead of Rielo, Gomez, Watakid Superjock, Ruben Sagu, Ethan Swarup, and William Mortar, who started from pit lane, comes home in position 26. We lost Filippo Frigerio and Gabriele Tucci. We continue racing here this morning, the second heat of, or the second pre-final of the morning for 60 Mini, the original Group 3 category, Group 3 FIA homologation. Pre-final B for the 60 Mini category. Interesting to note, although it's not making so much of a difference on the wet track, there is a homologated sprocket for the Mini drivers, 1070 teeth. Basically 10 front sprocket, 70 rear sprocket. Last year we were seeing top speeds, the Mini drivers around 117 kilometers an hour. We've taken around about 10 miles an hour off that top speed here, around 103 with the fixed 1070 gearing here. Still very, very quick for the youngest drivers racing here this weekend. 60 Mini, Group 3, Pre-final B in just a moment. Zane Pace and Wun Godshall. You know there's some cliches coming up. Zane was on the pace at La Conca. Win took the win once again. It is the Maltese and Curaçao Dutch drivers on the front row of the grid in just a moment. 311 drivers from 55 nations around the world for the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series. The track will dry rapidly here this morning. An inch and a half of rain in the old speak, around about 35 millimeters. That was yesterday alone. Probably double that, although I didn't check exactly on Wednesday. And we've had a fair downpour this morning, right up until the start of the first pre-final. But Zach, the track is going to dry rapidly here. I suggested to you a few moments ago, by the time we get to OK Junior, which is scheduled for 11 o'clock this morning, we'll be on a dry circuit. I'll put a line through that comment and suggest it'll be somewhere between the first and second OKN Junior pre-finals here this morning. The sun, it's actually got a little bit of bite in it, considering it is winter time, and a bit of a breeze blowing. It won't be long until the track dries, as it did yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, we've got quite a few cuts. Like you say, 350 odd drivers that have made their way out for this weekend, so there's a lot of treaded wet tyres to enjoy, well, to start drying this circuit for us. Nonetheless, we've got the carts back out on circuit to continue that drying process. So running through the grid, it'll be the Maltese driver of Zane Pace, podium 2 weeks ago alongside Win Godshall, the 2025 Final Cup winner alongside on the front row. Dimuno from Mick Klinkers share row number 2, then comes Alfie Garrett and Al McDad from Joe Pufo and Pantoli on row 4. Arthur Ferro and Pervu will share row 5 to round out the top 10. Behind that, it's of course Matzo from Seas Moyes on row number 6, then comes Chang and Teo Steindl on row number 7, Mirachi from Kosei, then comes Van de Kotele and Pedro Cueto starting this one from P18, finished P6 in one of his seats yesterday, so definitely got the pace to move forward. Then comes the Estonian of Kajas and Gay, the 20th driver to line up on the grid. Maki sets Cav off from Capuozzo, Ottaviani, then comes Gilmore, Cacarez and Laufer, the 27th and final driver to start this race for Baby Race Driver Academy. Of course, looking forward to a further 8 laps of racing action. Zane Pace, of course, off the back of the podium 2 weeks ago at La Conca, would definitely be liking to go a couple of steps further than that. Currently, if he's able to win this race, will guarantee himself a front row start for the final a bit later on. I'm sure that's going to be his focus, to fend off Win Godshall alongside him on the front row.
There is Win, the Red Bull Junior. To the right of your screen, it is Zane. To the left, the Tony Kart Racing Team driver. Yes, 2 drivers to look out for. Selim Kosei back in grid 16. He took pole position at La Conca. He is 1 row ahead of Pedro Cueto, the Dutch-Mexican Spanish driver for the Sicilian Tinkamoto, who's a row behind on 18. But it's Zane. Grid 1, 5-4-0 in the Tony Kart. His teammate Alfie Med just took victory in Pre-final A a few moments ago. Ryan Dimuno from Foggia in the south of Italy pushes Zane up to the line. Pre-final B, 60 Mini Group 3 for the second time this morning. We race. Move down the inside from Ryan. He slots into second. Great start by the Italian. but it's Zane Pace from over the river in Malta, the driver from Malta in the middle of the Mediterranean. From the team from the other Sicilian island, or the other Mediterranean island of Sicily, Team MP Gamoto, as we see one of the Lenzo carts being turned around. It is Zane Pace from Ryan DeMuno. Win Godchok is back into P4. We look for Mick Klinkers. Pantoli was involved. It was Konrad Kairas, the Estonian who was turned around, has got going once again, but way down at the bottom of the field. So Zane Pace for the Tony Kart Racing team as one kart in the background goes grass tracking. Rallycross on a wet circuit here this morning. Great start. There's the Soddy kart of Alfie Garrett, 567, who's moved up into position 3, potentially position 2 on the back of Ryan DeMuno. Zane in position 1 at the end of the first lap. Pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3. Godchok back in 4th place. The end of the first lap. There is the Red Bull Junior. There is Mick Klinkers in P6. Make that P5 because he takes the baby race. Taiwanese driver of Felix Chang, Per de Pulfo, Kees Moyes, Julian van der Kottele, the Dutchman with a storming start to get ahead of Theo Steindal. Gatti Almakded, Mirachi, Matteo Gay, Shestakov, Gilmore, Carcera, Selim Kosei down in 18th. The Turkish pole sitter from Lakonka having a miserable weekend in miserable conditions here at Sarno. Head of Ottaviani from north of Sarno, from the eternal city of Rome. Capuozzo, Mazzo, Pantoli, Ferro, Kayas, Pedro Cueto down in 25th. And Medici rounds out the field. Zane Pace glances back over the shoulder. Lap 2, Pre-final B, 60 Mini Group 3. Ryan DeMuno in form for the Sicilian team. Ryan races down the inside, goes position 1, puts his kart in the middle of the circuit, cops a tap from Zane, who runs into the back of the MP Academy kart. There is Garrett in 3rd place in the Soddy kart. We're about to start lap 3. Garrett looking good in the Soddy kart, of which there are 23 Soddy karts entered in total here this weekend. Alfie looks back over the shoulder. Win pulls out of the slipstream. Remember what we just told you about the fixed gearing. 1070. They're on the rev limiter before they even come onto the straight. Move down the inside from Alfie Garrett. He'll go to position 1, but be slow on the exit. Zane shoots back around the outside, but he's gone through to 2nd. Win goes on through. Win from 4th to 3rd. Into 2nd place goes Godchok. Ryan DeMuno back in 3rd. Alfie Garrett in 2nd place for 2 corners. Back in P4, now being hounded by the Dutchman. Mick Klinkers, the blue, red and white energy in P5. It's Zane, who finished 3rd at Lakonka. The Maltese driver in the Tony kart in P1.
Lap 3 of 8 and ticking our way closer to that half-distance mark. And it seems in terms of overtaking, it's that trade-off. Do you go hard on the entry and take the inside line, compromise your exit slightly, or do you try and use the sweeping outside nature? As we've got side-by-side for the race lead. Win Godchok goes down the inside of the 540 of Zane Pace. Nice recovery this lap then from Win Godchok as he carves his way through from 4th, now back into the race lead for the American driver, of course, the 501. The Red Bull Junior off the back of that victory at the 2025 WSK Final Cup, where he did the clean sweep all 3 finals, went the way of Win Godchok. Had a bit of poor luck 2 weeks ago at Lakonka. Now he's fighting back and definitely showcasing his talent. Quick look over the shoulder as we find our way onto that 4 of 8. Flicking towards turn number 1, and you can see the difference in the track from just half an hour ago, where we had, well, a very wet line, and now it's a very slightly less wet line, I suppose, is the only way you can really put that. Beginning to dry, the grip levels are changing lap on lap. Win Godchok now the one with the lead.
Certainly it's a clean line at least. There is not standing water on the actual racing line, Zach. And these are just the mini karts, let alone when we get the OK and KZ2 karts. Remember, KZ2 karts, there are 58 drivers in KZ2 here this weekend. They're putting, well, more than 50 horsepower down on the circuit. They will dry the circuit rapidly. They'll push the standing water off the circuit. You can see there is a clean line. It won't be long until we're on the slick tyres here this morning at Sarno. It's Godchok in P1 from Pace, and now Mick Klinkers van the Netherlands in P3.
Down the inside there, that was from the 49. That's Riley DiMuno. Again, just trying that grip change, you know, inside, outside. Of course, there's still a lot of standing water, typically on the inside of the corner, because the drivers aren't really going there. The treaded wet tyres aren't clearing it off. So the more they use it, the better it's going to get. But it's just a case of who wants to start using it first and maybe start slowing themselves down in order to clear that off the traditional racing line, if you like. Onto lap 5 of 8, though, and you can see still the Red Bull Junior that leads the way. Then comes Mick Klinkers in the red, white, and blue Energy Corsa to the inside of turn number 1. Nicely done to pick his way now into a podium position. Fourth flying Dutchman Mick Klinkers down the inside. Of course, as Riley DiMuno actually is the one launching the counter-attack to the inside of turn number 2. The 576 of Klinkers is the one trying to go the long way round, and to some good success. Just behind that, Alfie Garrett, the 567, trying to find some space in towards turn number 5, does just about edge himself in front. Meanwhile, Zane Pace trying to close in on Wyn Gottschalk, trying to use maybe some references. What is Gottschalk doing around the circle? What is he doing better? How can I catch him? But it seems that despite a slow start, Wyn Gottschalk has been the one to step up and really showcase some very strong pace towards the sharp end of this field. Very minimal mistakes as well. Still a little bit of this race left to go, though. The gap under a second. Can't get too complacent just yet. Wyn still very much has a job to do to take victory.
Speaking of a job to do, Selim Kosei, pole position at La Conca, but still stuck down in 18th position. Good recovery for Pedro Cueto. He was in 25th a few moments ago, but he's up into 15th now behind Ferro and Alessio Ottaviani. The Roman just ahead. Wyn Gottschalk, yes, WSK Final Cup champion, dominating the 3-round series to end 2025. The Red Bull Junior jumps out of the seat, races across the line at 93.5 kilometres an hour, 96.2 kilometres an hour for Mick Klinkers in the Iami-powered Energy Corsa car. So an 83-second lap time for Theo Steindal, the Norwegian, in P7 from grid 14. Klinkers and Alfie Garrett, 2 drivers who raced with us in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy last year in 3 and 5, split by the Italian Ryan DiMuno from Foggia, not too far north of La Conca where we raced 1 fortnight ago, the first round of the Super Masters Series. Of course, it was Zane who took the victory there. Sorry, finished on the podium, Zane Pace. Neil El-Gahoudi with the win from Filippo Frigerio. In the first round of the Super Masters Series, Alfie Mayer watching on from pit lane. It almost certainly seems as the driver on your screen, Wyn Gottschalk, will join the Englishman Alfie Mayer on the front row of the grid for the final round 2 of the Super Masters Series. 5 rounds for 2025 after La Conca 1 fortnight ago. This is SARNO. In 2 weeks, we go to Leopard International Circuit Viterbo, the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. And then the 5th final round at Franciacorta, also in the north of Italy, the Super Master Series, which dates back to 2010 and has some legendary champions on the winners list. We think of the likes of Marco Ardigo, Lando Norris, Andrea Antonelli, Arvid Lindblad, Paolo De Conto, to name just a few who have taken this prestigious title. Antonio Giovinazzi back in 2010 and 2011, Le Mans 24-hour winner and 2-time WSK Super Master Series champion. Antonio. Ian Eichmans in 2024 in the OK category. Wyn Gottschalk, who finished last year with victory in the WSK Final Cup, 501. Kiddick's driver performance team, team manager, team owner, Mr. Alessandro Levrati, watching on from pit lane. His Dutch-American talent in P1 pulling away from second place. This is Mick Klinkers. So the 2 Dutch-speaking drivers, 1 and 2, Wyn Gottschalk officially from the United States of America. In reality from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curacao in P1 and a purple fastest lap. 1:22.709, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. The gap 3 seconds. Back to Klinkers, then Ryan DiMuno, Zane Pace, Theo Steindal, Pervo. Garrett's dropped to 7 ahead of Gazi Al-Makded. Julian van der Kotele and KZ2. The third and fourth Dutch drivers inside the top 10. Cheng Ottaviani from grid 24 is in P12. There's Garrett going through over the ripple strip. Head of Gatti Al-Makdad for Bosch Racing is the Austrian with family origins, going to the Middle East, going back to the ancient nation of Syria. Gatti Al-Makdad for the Ukrainian Bosch Racing team in position 8. Win Gottschalk on your screen will join Alfie Maurer on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. He's about to take victory in the second pre-final. It will be Alfie Maurer on pole position for the Mini Group 3 final, joined by Gottschalk. Smashes over the ripple strip. And again, we can say it is Win who takes the win. Gottschalk takes the checkered flag to win Pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3 clinkers. Ryan Dimuno, Zane Pace, fourth here this morning after finishing third on the podium at Le Conca. Steindal, third of all, Gatti Al-Makdad. Garrett, there's Van der Kotele, KZ2, Felix Cheng, Ottaviani. Head of Ferro, who just takes Matzo on the line. That's Haman Pantuli going by. Bufo Kayas. There's Selim Korsay, the baby race driver, finishing behind Conrad Kayas, who was turned around in the grass on the first lap of the race. The Estonian fighting back commendably to finish in 17th place. The highlights on a wet track again. We'll compare the conditions you see 8 laps ago to the checkered flag in just a few moments' time. The sun coming out to shine as Zane Pace taking the race lead early on. Ryan Dimuno racing through to take the lead briefly. Alfie Garrett, great charge early on, but the Englishman did fade to finish in P8 as Gottschalk drove by all of them and pulled away ultimately to win by just under 3 seconds. Great battle between clinkers and Zane Pace coming down the straight, touching wheels at almost 100 kilometers an hour. But it's Gottschalk who takes the victory. Clinkers for the Team Energy course in second, and Ryan Dimuno in position 3.
Let's run you through the results then after 8 laps of racing. Win Gottschalk, Mick Clinkers, then from Riley Dimuno, Zane Pace, Theo Steindl, Adam Purvu from Gatti Al-Makdad, Alfie Garrett, Van der Kotele and Stays Moyes, the top 10 as you saw just a moment ago. Chang Ottaviani from Arthur Ferro, Matzo and Panzioli, the top 15. You can see all the way down to Laffer, the 27th and final driver, who of course didn't take to the start. Capuzzo was the last one to take the flag, 32 seconds back on the leader. Everyone finishing on the lead lap in the end then after 8 laps of racing, and that's going to set the grid for Mini Group 3. As it stands, Alfie Maurer will start on pole position a bit later on from Win Gottschalk, Zane Pace, Eunice Tam and Devon Titz, the top 5. Now we move on to Mini Group 3 under 10, which of course had a very chaotic pre-final. Those that can remember 2 weeks ago at Le Conca. Very much looking forward to getting this one underway. Of course, starting on pole position will be Denver Boss after what has been a very sensational weekend thus far. Really strong pace, really good consistency. And we'll be lining up alongside Sasha Miras on that front row.
Yes, and we'll go through the grid for you in just a moment. 34 drivers, the youngest drivers racing here this weekend. Mini under 10, the carts coming out onto the circuit. Mini under 10, their pre-final being led by the Dutchman Denver Boss for the Kiddix driver performance team, who will start on pole position. Sasha Miras on the podium at Le Conca starts out of grid 2. Yes, the track is rapidly drying. We're still on the Vega wet tyres for the moment. Zane Burgess, who won at Le Conca. Blake Schuer from California in the United States of America for the Tony Kart Racing team out of grid 4, Torquia. Jaden Francisco, who took pole position on Friday, starting ahead of Oliver Vatans from Tenerife. And team driver Jack Wolf has shown some fight this weekend, starting ahead of Venturino, Bronikowski, Hugo Heinar, Simon, the Kleine Gottschalk, Zev, Max Vadic, JJ Mikalev, Dubjanen, Makitian, Ferro, Aidan Moreira. It's further back on the grid than he'd like to be. 19th ahead of Dragos Giuliano. Johan Berger, the Austrian for Team Baby Race. Isaac El Haouti, Brody Brown from Texas, Miguel Spina, Annunziata, Adam Diacono. Staciones is alongside Giovanni Balzano from here in Sarno. Home circuit for Giovanni. Max Schubert, Enrico Ticcianelli, Gonzalez, Nikita Portev, and the final row of the grid. From the eastern side of Europe, the Romanian and the Moldovan drivers, Matei Totran and Gordi Ganea, that is, Gordi from Moldova. Denver Boss in der erste Position, P1 for the Dutchman. The pre-final for mini under 10, still on a wet track. We race. Denver down into turn 1. Jack Wolf searches for grip on the outside, finds some momentum as we've got one spinning backwards, facing the wrong way. That was a nervous moment for Bronikowski. Turned around down into turn 1 was the pole. Oscar gets going way down at the bottom of the field. And we have one of the baby race drivers going around in the grass as well. He's not the only one. 3 drivers off. We'll get back to those in a moment. As we see Denver, P1. Still chaos further back in the field. And the 5th driver to go grass tracking down the back straight. A chaotic start. Miguel Spina was involved. The Maltese driver starting down the field. But it's Denver Boss. A chaotic start for the mini under 10 drivers. Still at the far hairpin, they're fighting for position off the side of the circuit. There are carts scattered on the grass. There goes Wolf, goes Rallycross, does Jack, gets back on track, but way down at the bottom of the pack. Denver Boss, P1, ahead of the Paralympian Zane Burgess. Races up the inside, the Leconca race winner did not break until he went by the Dutchman. Zane Burgess, like a jet, is flying here this morning. It's the Jamaican-American, the Andretti Jr., who leads them across the line for the first time. Denver Boss, Oliver Vaitans, P3 for the team driver at Leconca, and P3 here this morning, Turquia, Jaden Francisco, who took pole position on Friday, the Canadian. Blake Schuer, the Californian from the United States of America. Zvadic, Gottschalk, Jack Wolf, incredibly, has come across the line in P9, despite going rallycross a few corners ago. And Hugo rounds out the top 10. Zane Burgess goes wide. Denver back in the top spot. Oliver goes through to P2. A chaotic start to the mini under 10 pre-final here this morning.
I don't think chaotic really does it justice, in all honesty, with just how intense it's been. There you can see the 510 Birilat going through. That's Fernando Torchia finding the grip on the inside there through turn number 8. Denver Boss, though, leading the way. Zane Burgess coming into this one, like you say, race winner 2 weeks ago at Leconca, the championship leader ahead of Sasha Miras as well. This is a bit of a move being made. 3 wide nearly on the exit. The 510 of Torchia goes wide off the exit of turn number 12. Just able to rejoin, find some grip on what is going to be some very wet grass on the outside of the circuit. Absolutely not where you want to be, although that's probably not the memo that a lot of these young drivers have been given so far in this race. Lap 2 of 8 about to conclude, and on to the 3rd. Denver Boss now beginning to establish some control in the early phase of this race. There you can see side by side in the background the 542, that sway side by side with the 38 of Oliver Vatians, the Spaniard, now going through and up into what is 4th position in the overall standings. Zane Burgess, after a slight bit of a mistake and a small correction, is very deep there from one of the Bay Rays. That's the 581 of Zvarek going in very hot through turn number 2. In the end, losing a position to Zev Gottschalk as a result of it, swapping positions from 6th. From 6th into 7th for Zvarek. But Denver Boss, followed by Zane Burgess, who, like I say, has recovered from his minor mistake a lap ago quite well. Now trying to settle into a rhythm and get after that Cut Republic in front of him.
Well, we take a breath and check the order. Denver Boss on your screen. The inside rear, Vega Tire just skipping off the circuit as the track still continues to dry. There is almost a dry line down into turn 1. So Zane Burgess, he ran off the road very slightly whilst in the lead at the end of the first lap. He's in P2, Jaden Francisco and Oliver Vatans. Max Vadic, credit to the tie. Remember, he finished 2nd in the Macau International Grand Prix in December last year. Zvadic in P5, ahead of the Californian Blake Schuer. Heinar, Zev Gottschalk, Venturino, Ferro. And despite also going off the road, Turquia just ahead of Simon, Wolf, El Houti, and Aidan Moreira. He's made a good start, the Swiss driver, in P15. on your screen. Zvadic has Max and Jaden Francisco. Stunning time from Jaden Francisco to take pole position on Friday. Zvadic in 5.81, Francisco 5.25 just ahead, and then Oliver Baitans as we lose one down into the first corner off screen. It looks as though Turkia's gone around again for the second time. So Denver Boss in P1 glances back over the shoulder, back to Zane Burgess, the Andretti Junior driver who took a fabulous victory at La Conca. It was Bronikovsky, incidentally, Oscar, who went around down into turn one. Unfortunately, the pole has parked his kart in the grass. Off circuit, Oscar Bronikowski is out. Back to the fight for the front. Denver Boss, a very wide line from pole position for the Kiddix driver performance team. Zane Burgess in the parallel, just skates. You can see there is no standing water on the dry line, on the racing line. The racing line, I should say, at certain parts of the circuit. Still spray coming off the Vega tyres. The temperature up to 14 degrees Celsius. Now down into turn one, there is a clean line. It is getting quicker. A 1:23 fastest lap, 0.449 for Max Varic, the youngest of the three Varic brothers from Thailand. Torquia going through, ahead of Ferro, Simon, Wolf, Moreira. Blake has dropped down to 14th place. Tony Kart team driver ahead of Makitian, Bortov, Budyanin, Dubyanin that is, Isaac El Haouti. Zane goes through. P1 takes the race lead, head down behind the steering wheel of the Paralin, the Pioneer chassis, homologated in 2025. The baby race duo, they almost made contact. That was close. Zvaric and Jaden Francisco, the two baby race teammates. Sandro Lorandi watching on nervously. I'm sure the heart rate went up there as Team Baby Race celebrate 20 years, 2 decades of World Motorsport competition this year. It is, of course, the 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. It's the second round of the Supermaster Series, the championship which dates back to 2010. Zane Burgess, P1, being hounded by Denver Boss. Remember, they're on the rev limit all there with the fixed 1070 gearing here at SARNO. Denver stares back to Jaden Francisco. 2.5 laps remaining. Fastest driver on the circuit, Max Vadic, a 1:23.449, but just been passed by Hugo Heinar and Giovanni Venturino.
Over half distance in this race, Zane Burgess, of course, nice little move. A couple of laps ago through turn number 2 to get the move done and up into the race lead for the Paralin driver. Of course, Denver Boss has been able to stay with him quite well. It's not been an easy affair as to run away. Of course, you'll notice at the bottom of your screen there, Sacha Miras down in P31 for the French driver. Of course, second place in the championship as Denver Boss goes down the inside of turn number 8 to retake the race lead. The outside line there for Zane Burgess did prevail in terms of the exit and is going to allow Burgess to draw back alongside through the twisty section. Of course, a left, then a right, and then all the way round in towards turn number 12. The Kart Republic fights back, though. Armfuls of lock from the 504 of Denver Boss to retake the lead. The switch back, though, in favour of Zane Burgess, who throws it back down the inside. Now back onto the scene comes up Pullman of Friday. Jaden Francisco draws alongside Denver Boss momentarily. Now switches to the inside, finds the space into the penultimate corner and muscles his way past. The Kart Republic trying to go the long way round, has the inside line. Denver Boss keeps second, but Zane Burgess now running away with 2 laps to go.
The gap 0.7 of a second. This is Jaden, the Canadian, who took victory as he goes off the road. Wow, a wild ride for the North American. Just about to say, he took victory, his first ever race in Europe last year to win the Rock Cup International Super Final. His first race on this side of the Atlantic Ocean. Multiple champion in North America, United States Pro Kart Series winner, Florida Winter Tour champion, pole sitter on Friday for Team Baby Race, went rallycross just a moment ago, leans out of the kart. This is Zane Burgess, also from North America, second generation racer as well, following in the footsteps of his father, Kevin Burgess, sometime rally racer over in the Caribbean and Central America. Zane Burgess, the Andretti Junior driver, in the Paralin, working nicely from Denver Boss. For Kiddick's driver performance, Team Baby Race in third place. And what about Hugo, who's gone up into P4 for the Monster K factory team of Yuri Serafini. Zvadic, fastest driver on the circuit. The tie goes by ahead of Zev Gottschalk, Venturino, Oliver Vaitans from Tenerife. Torquia and Ferro now inside the top 10 as he goes past Blake Schuer in the Tony Karts. Last lap of the race. The Zane train, I was going to say, steaming away to victory seemingly. On this, the final tour, it is a long circuit, 1,670 metres. This SARNO circuit, easily the longest circuit on the calendar. And one of the fastest as well. Later on today, we'll see the KZ karts almost touching 100 miles an hour as we see Hugo go off track. Well, this is turning into a World Rally Cross event here. Half on track, half off it. We'll see where Hugo rejoins on the last lap of the race. Down the field, he was driving up into P4. Now Zvadic has gone by. The sun coming out to shine here. The final lap of the mini under 10 pre-final. Denver Boss fighting with Jaden Francisco. They go wheel to wheel. Zane Burgess will race away to victory. Jaden goes to second place, the 525 Baby Race Paralin. It's a Paralin 1-2. The checkered flag waves. It is the Jamaican-American, the Andretti Junior, the Leconca race winner. As Jaden goes off the road on the final corner. Again goes grass tracking. Burgess takes the victory. Denver second. Jaden gets back on track to cross the line in third place. What a wild race here this morning. Burgess takes the victory. Provisionally will start grid 3. So despite a DNF for Sasha Midas, we have to check this. It may well be either Sasha or Denver Boss who start on pole position for the final later this afternoon. Zane Burgess will be right at the front of the grid. If not on the first row, certainly inside second row. This is the race winner. Zane Burgess looking to go 2 from 2 weeks in a row after winning the first round of the Supermaster Series at Leconca. We take a look at the highlights. Denver Boss from pole position. It was Sasha Midas around the outside, but ultimately the French driver would not finish and has to rely on points to line up somewhere near the front for the final this afternoon. Multiple karts going grass tracking, including the ultimate race winner, Zane Burgess. Torquia off-road, he wasn't the only one. Burgess fighting with Denver Boss. They make very slight contact down into turn 2. Zane from Denver, the two Baby Race teammates. This was close. They did make contact, in fact. Jaden Francisco holding on to come home in position 3 from Max Zvadic from Thailand, from grid 14. As they fought for second place, it came down to the last corner through the chicane, in fact. Zane Burgess taking the victory. Watch this. Through the final corner, Jaden Francisco in the grass to come across the line third. Denver in second, but it's Zane Burgess who takes another victory here this morning. The Jamaican-American from the Dutchman, the Canadian in third. Burgess, Boss, and Jaden Francisco. Zvadic, Hugo, also going on off track, but recovers for P5. Venturino, Gottschalk, Torquia, Vaitans. Ferro in P10 from Blake Schuer, the American. Makitian, Nikita Bortov, Jack Wolf recovers for 14th. Head of El Houti, Dubinin, Staciones, JJ Mikhailov, pole position at Leconca. But down in 18th place, Simone, Giuliano, Diacono. The two Romanians ahead of Tizianelli, do Brasil. Spinner, Schubert, Brody Brown, Torderon, and Ada Moreira. The final finisher in 27th position. Still the active volcano Mount Vesuvius in the background, obscured by cloud cover here this morning. The track is drying, I won't say rapidly. Perhaps the correct adjective is encouragingly. We are hoping, we are praying for a dry circuit this afternoon. Pre-final A for OKJ in just a moment. Original kart and national junior. Nick Dangerous, certainly the driver to beat in form. After taking that Leconca race victory, took pole position on Friday. Petticoat will start on pole position alongside Antonio Chepa at the start of Pre-final A, just a few moments away. But firstly, let's check out some of the highlights of what has taken place this week in OKJ here at SARNO.
Well, we continue on here at SARNO for the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. Next up, it's the first pre-final for OKN Junior, myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Salvation alongside me in the commentary box. You can see in the bottom right, that graphic there. Here at SARNO, the weather, it's cloudy, it's 14 degrees. It's not too bad. The track, however, is wet still, just about, but it is drying. The sun has gone into hiding a little bit. It is still quite overcast around the circuit, as you can see. Well, you can't see anything of Mount Vesuvius there. So the track will continue to dry over the course of the next 11 laps. Nicola Petticoat, our championship leader, alongside Anthony Chepa on the front row of the grid. And Colton Schniegenberg and Carrere on row number 2. Then comes Verde and Noviello that share row 3. Mirabella and Feglioni on row 4. Terciano and Verba, the front 5 and 2, round out the top 10 on this grid. Behind that, it's Matthias Braggio from Maximilian on row 6. Then comes Dascoli, Chitiela. Then comes Signer and Lindemann from Atikamer on row P17 on row 9. Then comes Siachela alongside that. Then the Panamanian alongside Skudanov on row number 10. And a very lonely 11th row of the grid for Carmine Capo de Ferro on P21. 11 laps of racing ahead of us for OKN Junior. Nicola Petticoat, of course, has been the one to beat, has won so far every single race this season on track. He got a penalty a couple of days ago, of course, with contact with another driver. Doesn't take anything away from the fact that he is absolutely rapid in this junior machinery.
I think we can be a little bit more obvious because the penalty has been applied. He absolutely slammed Elton Head, falls off the circuit. Let's not make it a secret. But yes, Nicola Petticoat has been the driver to beat. It is Nick Dangerous on pole, Antonio Chepa in the Lenzo kart. Out of grid 2, watching for Colton inside second row of the grid. And as ever, particularly with the mixed qualifying conditions, we look further back in the pack. Artika Miera, who's been in great form the start of 2026. She starts back on the 17th row of the grid. Also looking for Yazid Hafeji, the Panamanian, the student of the American School College in Panama, racing in Central America. First WSK race for Yazid Hafeji, starting for MP Academy Team Gamoto, 746, a row behind Artika Mir. And also watch for Mark Green, Marco Verde, inside third row of the grid, the team driver. Nick Dangerous on pole, OKJ Pre-final A. On a wet circuit, we race. Great getaway from Antonio Chepa. He'll find grip on the outside. The pole sweeps on through. We've got one facing the wrong way down into turn one as Martins Prajol to the right of your screen. The pole sitter from La Conca has gone around. Sensational start. Antonio Chepa in the LKE powered Lenzo kart goes position one.
Side by side as a Chepa, you can see forces the move there, and the Novolux, the blue and the yellow, finds the space, does the pole. Nicely done from the 717, now taking the lead of the race. A very chaotic opening, well, half of a lap here for OKJ. And they approach turn number 8, of course, heaviest braking zone on the circuit. One of them firing the move down the inside, one of them doing even more so. That's the 746, or I believe, or 736 potentially. Pietek Maximilian that absolutely launched one down the inside, going in towards turn number 8, trying to find that grip. Of course, much faster are the OKNJs than the minis we've just had out on circuit. Antonio Chepa loses the lead just as quickly as he managed to grab it. It's the ME Racing of Giolo Carrere now heads the field as we approach the end of the opening lap.
Giolo Carrere has been in brilliant form this weekend, took the fight right up to the pole sitter Pedicle. The EKS chassis, Zach, I've been saying it all weekend, the past year in fact, it is beautifully presented. The EKS, the Condor chassis, homologated in 2025. The two offerings, the two homologated chassis from EKS, the Condor and the Dragon chassis, looks superb, and it's quick as well because Giolo Carrere has raced through to take the lead. It was a super start from Antonio Chepa. The pole in second from Pedicle. Mark Green. What about Marco Verde, the team driver? Just as we say that, though, loses 2 positions to Feligione and Mirabella. Mark Green, 7-2-1. Marco Verde, da qui a Napoli. The local driver ahead of the Texan, Colton Snickenberg, who skates under brakes. Turciano, Diascoli, Max Piatek. Atika Mia, she's got up into 11th place from 17th on the grid. The field fighting for traction. You can see there is no standing water on the clean line. Into the final corner, Giolo Carrere, GC 727 in P1, works aggressively behind the wheel. The ME Racing, the AKS chassis, the EKS company, founded 41 years ago. 4 decades of world kart racing manufacturing, and they're in P1 with Giolo Carrere, who goes fastest with a 75.595. Chepa, Pedicle. Fighting here this morning is the La Conca race winner, Nick Dangerous, on the back of Chepa. Il Bergamaschino in P3. The top Italian, his name, si chiama Giolo Carrere.
Taking our way through lap 3 of 11 as it stands. And, well, Carrere doing a fantastic job at the sharp end of the field, just to manage the pace more than anything. There you can see the 701 of, well, that's Nicola Pedicle, who's worked his way up now into second place ahead of Antonio Chepa in the blue and the yellow, the Novolux machine. We just dropped into third position. The 718 going side by side a bit further back in the pack as well. So nice moves being made towards turn number 8. A good overtaking opportunity, and especially as the track continues to dry and we get that 2 line start to form inside or outside, as we've been seeing over the course of the last couple of laps. Nicola Pedicle, not the best of starts at all for our championship leader, but he's able to pick himself back up into second position. Now the question remains, of course, can he go and catch? Well, Carrere, of course, still plenty of laps still to go in this race, still plenty of learning opportunities. Just seems that Carrere has got the measure in terms of that pace. Last time through, about 4 tenths in favour of the 727 that heads the sharp end of the field. Still very, very close, though. Chepa Figlioni in the battle for 3 and 4. Also Verde, Schniegenberg and Mirabella all very close. Terciano involved in that battle as well. So from 4th downwards, definitely got a good battle on our hands. Right now, though, it does just seem that Giolo Carrere is just doing a brilliant job managing the grip, managing the pace, and doing exactly what he needs to in order to, well, effectively dominate this pre-final of OKJ.
Yes, his gap is at 2.5 seconds, the driver on your screen. Nice style. He works the wheel, the inside ridges dancing off a drying circuit. There's Pedicle, Chepa, great drive. Course super pour Augustin Feligione. Mark Green, 7-2-1 for Marco Verde. The team driver ahead of the Texan Colton Snickenberg, who had a moment at the end of the back straight on the previous lap. This is lap 4 of 11, pre-final A for OKJ. Feligione on your screen, the Tony Kart Racing Team driver, powered by the Vortex. The 5 different manufacturers here Engine-wise here this weekend, IAME, Vortex, LKE, Modena, and of course the most numerous racing here. 159 drivers powered by TM this weekend, out of the 311 in total. It is Carrera in P1, powered by the Modena engine though. Only 5 karts out of the total entry powered by the Modena. But in position 1, it's the Modena-powered EKS kart of Duele Carrera. Pedicol has got by Ochepa. IAME power for Pedicol. On your screen just goes over the ripple strip. Ochepa likewise. Sisnickenberg ahead of Mark Green. Marco Verde, Mirabella, Turchiano, Diascoli, Max Piatek, Atika Mia. Jean-Ric Skulinov, the younger of the 2 Skulinov brothers. Jean-Ric joins us following in the footsteps of his older brother, Jedasam Skulinov, who took multiple victories, or has taken multiple victories in WSK over the best part of, well, almost a decade ago. WSK Final Cup champion back in 2017, off memory. Remember that day when the Russians finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Duele Carrera on screen, P1. This is Pedicol, a Le Conca race winner. Now starting to look for the damp part of the circuit. Zach, that tells us, we can see from our viewing point here in the studio, but these drivers are on track. The fact that Nick Pedicol is looking for the damp part of the circuit, regardless of what we can see, and you can see at home on your screen, that tells us the track certainly is drying.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the racing line that they've been on, the standing water's been clearing because of the tread on the Vega wet tyres, of course. So that's been dispersed, and now the track beginning to dry. Now, because such a big proportion of the tyre is tread, not so much of it is rubber. That means it warms up very, very quickly, overheats, basically shreds itself. And you don't want a wet tyre on a dry track. That would, yeah, it absolutely destroys itself. So that's why they're searching for that grip offline. Well, not necessarily grip, but cooling the tyre down just to get some water flowing through it. Yeah, well, of course, now that they're starting to do that, as Ian said, it just means that the track continuing to dry. The sun's starting to creep back through the clouds, as well as you can see the glare on what is left of the standing water on circuit. There, of course, is Carrera, our race leader, onto what is going to be lap 7 of 11. Ticking his way through, and well, you can't even see. Perico hasn't even come through the final corner yet by the time that Carrera has turned into the opening corner. Just in behind that, you've got the Novolux of Anthony Ochepa, Feglioni, Colton Schniegenberg at the top 5. Now, if you're sat in the paddock, are you maybe considering, I should say, if I can get the words out, maybe considering slicks in the near future? How long do we think it's going to be until someone gambles?
I think from memory I told you
so it was going to be one of these two.
Yeah, I might be a little bit too late on that, but certainly it's not far away. The sun is shining, that's important, and the rain has stopped. It's not very risky to say we will have a dry track, thankfully, for the finals this afternoon. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we want. These pre-finals have been testing, as that's very deep there from the 705. Augustin Feglioni getting it almost very wrong going into turn number 8, and again with the track conditions changing, very reminiscent of the 2011 Canadian GP, was it, where Jenson Button did like 6 drive-throughs and came through to win, where the track was on-off for about the entire race, took about 4 hours to complete. Very reminiscent of that. The track conditions constantly changing, the grip conditions constantly changing. At the moment, Carrera is the one to tame them the best.
The longest Grand Prix recorded in modern history, at least, until we go back to the 1950s. I think the Scotsman DC, I think in a podcast interview on the former podcast, Formula for Success, it's the only time he actually conceded, and I'll stand corrected on this, on one of the Ryanair flights to a WSK event, listening to it. It's the only time he conceded that he relieved himself inside the cockpit. I'm sure it was the Scotsman, David Coulthard, who admitted to that, as Jensen, 1997 European Formula Super A champion. Yes, did take victory over a decade ago now.
Yes, a lot of these drivers in the minis probably weren't born in 2011. Probably some of the juniors were, well, to be fair, probably the birthday of some of the juniors, I'd imagine, 2011.
It's 2026. Yeah, you are right.
Oh, I was
you were young then
I was
yourself,
5.
Zach.
But no, it makes me feel old. As we've got a race going on side by side. I think that was Descoli versus Verde going in towards turn number 8, and only a handful of laps left to go. 6.7 seconds is the gap. Nicola Pedico, of course, fair enough, it's his first full season in juniors after, you know, doing the sweep in minis last year. Maybe he's not got as much, you know, experience in these conditions, and fair enough, he's absolutely rapid in the dry, but he's still showcased some really good pace in the wet. I think it just shows volumes as to how well Correa has been able to step up and find the grip in these conditions.
Look at the lead from Carrera. 7 seconds back to Nicola Pedico. Just to confirm, it is the EKS Condor chassis. 727. Duele Carrera, GC P1 into turn 6. 2.5 laps remaining. The Italians 1-2, but in the top spot on your screen, the clear visor races, smashes over the ripple strip. Duele Carrera, the gap 7.09 seconds. Back to the La Conca race winner, the newly announced, unofficially, Mercedes AMG junior driver, Nicola Pedico. Antonio Chepa with that storming start around the outside. He went from the outside of the front row of the grid. This is the pole in P3. Feligione and Colton Snickenberg. The Texan, P5 for Ward Racing. In the parallel, Mirabella, Diascoli, Mark Green, Marco Verde, head of Torchiano, Max Piatek, Skulinov, Atika Mir, Sigino, Sciacca, Sen Lindemann, who's had a quiet weekend, the Dutchman, Citarella and Capo Di Ferro. Noviello is out, as is the Panamanian that we mentioned. Hafeji Yazid has retired, along with Daniel Verber and Matis Brajol going around in the first corner of the first lap of the race. Pedico again looking for the wet part of the circuit off the racing line down into turn 1. There is almost a dry line into turn 1. The sun coming out to shine, the track glistening, the penultimate lap of Pre-final A for OKJ. The temperature 14 degrees Celsius. We are 1 week away from the start of springtime here in the south of Italy as GC drifts. Fabulous car control from the Italian, races down the old back straight into the old hairpin. Last lap next time round. The EKS kart is biting, it is gripping, it is powered by the Modena. The gap almost 9 seconds. Duele Carrera, the top Italian, the race leader, dominating Pre-final A. Nicola Pedico is certainly not having it all his own way here this morning.
Just a lap and a half left to go in the first OKJ Pre-final of the day. Correa has been the one to step up. Still provisionally, it'll be Nicola Pedico that will take pole position for the final a bit later on. But yeah, he's been thwarted on pure pace. That was a huge jump over the curb to start the final lap as well from Correa. As just 1 mile left to go on this tour to pick up a sensational, I think it's 40 championship points for the pre-final, which of course is going to go a long way. Pedico coming into this was 21 points clear of Leo Lattinen, who we'll see out in a few moments' time in Pre-final B. But yeah, still scoring some great points, and of course the overarching consistency of Nicola Pedico absolutely is there. Colton Schniegenberg, you can see now refresh the timing page in front of Anthony Chepa with just half a lap left to go. There is our race leader, Joe Carrera. 727 has done a brilliant job in that EKS kart. Just got, like I say, half a lap left to go in towards turn number 8 for the final time. There's not really much that you can do to throw it away now. Amazing car control. Just managing the brakes, managing the locking, and of course then getting the turn in by the time he gets to the corner. Now through the squiggles, of course, over the curbs, taking a nice tight line through turn number 12. We saw that earlier on in the day. Denver Boss taking it to overtake in the minis. And Correa now absolutely using it as it is firmly the quicker line around the circuit. Now into the penultimate corner, this long right-hander at the back end of the circuit. Still putting armfuls of lock in, so not completely dry there. Not got a world of grip, but he showcased that he's got the talent to go all the way and take victory. Correa, the checker flag will fly, and the 727 is the one that takes victory. Fantastic job from the EMI Racing driver, and you can see there we have to wait. The shot was there for quite some time before we saw Nicola Pedico come across the line. Colton Schniegenberg, a late charge from the American to, well, very nearly have a go at the 701. Anthony Chepa and Feglioni, the top 5 after 11 laps of racing action in OKJ.
Victory by 10 seconds for Duele Carrera, and the fastest lap of the race on his final tour, a 75.327. He was half a second faster than every other driver in the field. Duele Carrera wins Pre-final A. It is at least a third row start for the Italian for the final this afternoon. Pedico finishes in P2, but Il Bergamaschino will lock down pole position for the final this afternoon. Regardless of what does happen in pre-final B in just a moment, Kilton Snickerberg, the Texan, comes home to P3. Chepa after that super start to take the lead from the outside of the front row of the grid. 4 from Feligione, Mirabella, Diascoli, Mark Green, Marco Verde ahead of Torrigiano, and Max Piatek rounds out the 10 ahead of the 2 Russians, Skulinov, Siganov. Atika Mir fights her way to 13th. Chiaka, Sen Lindemann, Citarella, and Carmine Capodiferro is the final finisher. Pedico has got 14 points against his name at the moment. Leo Lattinen will start pole position for pre-final B in just a moment with 21 points. So regardless, this is provisional, of course. Put an asterisk beside this comment. But Pedico almost certainly will start from pole position for the final. Round 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series here this afternoon. 14 degrees, the track wet, but we could probably put the graphic to the bottom right of your screen there. We could probably add the 2 words, but drying. It is. Certainly the rain has passed. The sun is actually coming out to shine. Still cloudy here, but we can almost, I speak too soon as we look out the window from our studio. The active volcano, Mount Vesuvius, towering 1.2 kilometers above this world-famous SARNO circuit, last erupting during World War II in 1944, as if the Italians didn't have enough to worry about in the early part of last century. Zach, you're a history buff.
They were a bit busy in that part of the century. Let's put it that way.
Sorry, I love the English humour there. Yeah, they were a bit busy.
Yeah.
I think that was just after the American liberation, when the Americans landed just up the road.
It was June 6th, 44, was it, D-Day?
I'm not sure when Vesuvius did erupt last, but around about the same time.
Yeah, in that vein. Nonetheless, anyway, yeah, Mount Vesuvius, of course, showcasing the mountain, I guess, these drivers have to climb in their journey to the top, I guess, if you want to be poetic with it. Go from history to Shakespeare.
Yes, Mount Vesuvius towering over SARNO. This is round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series for 2026. Main sponsor, official partner, Define, joining WSK Promotion for 2026. Yes, Vesuvius still obscured in the background. 1944, it last erupted. It did rumble. Did Vesuvius, still active in the late 1970s, making the locals. I won't say it made them nervous. It was just another day. It'll be okay. That's the attitude in this part of the world.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You've not got much control over whether it goes or not. So, yeah, hopefully it's going to be nice and calm for some years to come as well. Yes, moving on though with the day, OKJ Pre-final B coming up. Of course, we saw a fantastic job from Korea just a few moments ago. Can Leo Lattinen potentially sort of replicate that? He came into this weekend 21 points behind Nicolo Pedico in the overarching championship. Of course, they each won their respective pre-final 2 weeks ago, and then they finished 1-2 in the final. Leo Lattinen got it all to prove, and if he can win this pre-final, that at the very least is some point swing in favour of the Finn, who's been driving exceptionally well so far this weekend. All he needs to do is keep it within, I think, the top 2 or 3 to guarantee himself a front row start for the later runs final.
And as we saw in pre-final A, it was Antonio Chepa from the outside from grid 2 who did take the lead, albeit on a wet circuit. But we have seen that in the past as well, to sweep around the outside. It is flat in the dry, turn 1. The green flag flies. The car come out onto the circuit, led by the Finn, Leo Lattinen. 2-time Finnish champion in P1. There's Vesuvius, and this is the grid. Leo on pole. O menino do Sao Paulo, Pedro Faria out of grid 2. Eduardo Colucci in the Giorgio Pantano car. Jeff Verbeke, Alessandro Nani, Radu Basescu Prikop, one of 11 Romanian drivers here this weekend. Ahead of another Romanian, that is Victor Gurun. Kolovas, Patrick Christensen, and the third Romanian, Serban Visiciu in the Lenzo kart, starting out of grid 10. Platonkov Tunenko for Bosch Racing, alongside Neil Nekmush, the Moroccan. Elton Head Force, out of grid 13, the Euro Series champion, turned around twice in his first two heats. Back on 13th alongside Valentino Manasaro, Vasquez, Corsi, DDF, the Roman, Davide Di Filippo, Bruno Fu, Otto Kumpala, and Ilya Kotrobay, the fourth Romanian in the field here this morning. Almost a dry line, almost, as you look to turn 7. Leading on to the old back straight. Yes, watch Elton Head Force was turned around in heat 1, was turned around on lap 1, turn 2 of his second heat, furiously punching the steering wheel. Last year's WSK Euro Series mini champion. A 4th place finish yesterday to at least finish the day well. Elton Head Force, the driver to watch, but starts back on grid 13 for the Modern Kart Racing team. 7:07 for the Swede, alongside Valentino Manasaro, the Argentine. It's Leo from Finland on pole position. Faria do Brasil, the outside front row of the grid. Pre-final B, OKJ. We race. Great start from Faria. Tries to take the lead and has got momentum. Jeff Verbeek in the Forza Racing Kart up into position 3 goes the Belgian. And the Brazilian still holds on to the outside. Jeff Verbeek almost takes the lead from Leo Lahtinen. Fabulous start here by the front 3 drivers. Faria, Jeff Verbeek, Leo Lahtinen. And watch Eduardo Colucci driving for the legendary driver, now manufacturer, Giorgio Pantano. Dam Racing, the TM-powered Pantano karts. 7:14. There's Eduardo in P5. Under pressure from Victor Garoon, the American-Romanian. And then 7:11, Alessandro Nani. We're watching for Elton Head Force. The Swede to come charging through the field. There is the Paralin kart. Elton Head Force for the Modern Kart Racing team. It is the Paralin in P1 for Paralin Finland. It's Leo Lahtinen into the final corner to lead the end of the first of 11 laps. Colucci fighting there with Nani. Radu Bashescu Prikop, the first of the Romanians, has made a great start. Lahtinen, Faria, Jeff Verbeek, Nekmush up in the 4th from Colucci. Gorun, Nani, Christensen, Manasero, Platonkov, Tunenko, Kolovas, Bashescu Prikop, starting grid 13 and still running in P13 at the end of the first lap is last year's Euro Series champion, Elton Head Force. He's not lost anything, but Zach, he's not gained anything either in the first of 11 laps.
Yeah, but don't forget, of course, the track is still drying. It's, you know, ever changing. The evolution is going to be there. So yeah, the important thing is he hasn't lost. The less than optimal thing is that he hasn't really gained either, but plenty of time still left to go in this race in order to change that. The 7:26 goes in a bit too deep, or the 7:28, I should say. Ferrer going a bit deep could well cost them a good couple of places. I think 3 in the end of Nekmush. Jeff Verbeek and Victor Garoon all find their way through. Now through the squiggles as Leo Lahtinen continues to stretch his advantage up in front. Here on the second lap, there you can see the Paralin Finland karts of Leo Lahtinen. Now Nekmush, Verbeek, the top 3 just in behind the 720. The track's still drying, still wet in places, greasy in others. It's constantly changing, and it will, you know, for the next probably hour or so before we really start to start seeing maybe slicks coming out into play. The 734 of Jeff Verbeek, quick look over the shoulder just to assess where Victor Garoon is and whether or not he's safe to maybe go for an attack on Nekmush. In towards turn number 2, you can see the inside beginning to dry a little bit more as well. Still the outside, the one that prevails, as here comes Victor Garoon, draws alongside Jeff Verbeek, finds the way past quite nicely there in that battle for what is a 2nd, 3rd and 4th position. But the outside line through turn number 2, keeping that momentum, getting the exit, but the inside, that entry speed that you can carry slowly is beginning to be a little bit more advantageous as they dart their way through turn number 7, where the exit is all important before that run in towards turn number 8. This hairpin right here, they all get a bit of a hip check as side by side. The 711 runs a little bit wide. That's Alessandro Nani in the battle for 6th, losing a position, but very quickly, I think, gaining it back on the exit with the added speed of a slightly later apex.
Victor running into the back of Neil. Look at the lead from Leo Lahtinen, who puts in a purple sector. The track is drying. It is coming to us here this morning, finally, after a torrential downpour during the warm-up this morning. Victor trying to take the place away. Jeff Verbeek in the Forza Racing kart. On the back of the Tony kart and the Kart Republic, the Paralin in P1. For Paralin Finland, look at the lead from Leo Lahtinen. 3.4 seconds as he goes purple. Platon Kovtunenko goes through. Head of Kolovos, here comes Elton. Head force from grid 13, now up into P8. You know the young Swedish driver absolutely furious after being turned around twice in his first two heats this weekend. Is quick, the young Swedish talent. Just missed the podium at La Conca. He's now behind Yanis Kolovos, the Greek. Platon Kovtunenko having a tough start to his career in OKJ for Porsche Racing after dominating 60 Mini. There's the Ukrainian, now finding speed. Alessandro Nani, 7:11, conveniently just ahead. And then head fours, Manisaro and Pedro Faria from Argentina and Brazil. The two South Americans round out the top 10. Lahtinen, 7:20. Two-time champion of Finland. Weather, we complain about it this weekend, but you can take 20 degrees off the temperature. It is snowing in much of Scandinavia, in Finland, in the north of Europe. Zach, dare I ask the temperature back in your hometown of Norwich?
Let me whip it up and I'll get back to you in a sec.
It's not too cold here at SARNO, but the weather has been certainly changeable. Still cloudy, but the sun is coming out to dry. But you can see as the field go down into turn 2, it is drying rapidly. It is 14 degrees Celsius. We are not expecting rain for the rest of the day. Karts on the inside of the circuit. We've lost the fourth Romanian, Radu Bashishko-Prikop, and the Norwegian, Patrick Christensen. Di Filippo and Kumpala not taking the start.
I can report it's a very toasty 8 degrees Celsius back home.
And we complain about the weather here in SARNO.
The weather in the UK has been atrocious. I'm sure we're just very grateful that it's not raining. It has been dreadful. As the 707, well, that was by no means a dreadful move. The Swede of Elton Headforce gets underneath the Greek of Kolovos and up now into 7th position. A fantastic little bit of a switch back there through turn number 8 is the 34. That's Jeff Verbeek on the inside of Nekmush. Of course, for this pre-final podium, couldn't quite thread the needle and find that gap to seal the move, but was able to at the very least have a look and continue to build that pressure. Leo Lahtinen, though, building a monumental gap over Victor Garoon. The Finn, of course, like we've been saying, cold conditions, probably used to some low grip conditions as well, and definitely knows how to adapt very quick. That kart control coming in absolutely brilliantly as the Finn sets the new fastest lap of the race. So, a 1 minute 14.537, I should say, for the Leo Lahtinen. The 720 now in control. Couple of people, though, through turn number 2, and this is where you can really start to tell that the track is changing, starting to gamble a little bit, testing the inside of turn number 2, which has been quite a big divide between outside and inside in terms of the the moisture down on the circuit. Couple of people now starting to try it, seeing if it's going to work. I think that's a testament to just how quickly this track is beginning to dry.
7 drivers from Finland racing here this weekend. 19 from the United Kingdom here this weekend. The most numerous is the home nation, Italy. 25 drivers from France, but it's the Finn in P1 from the American, Romanian, Victor Garoon, Neil Nekmush, the Moroccan, Jeff Verbeek, the Belgian, Alessandro Nani, the first Italian. We've lost another Italian, incidentally, down into turn 1. Tommaso Corsi has just rolled to a stop as you look at the Belgian. For the English team, Jeff Verbeek for Forza Racing, all over the back of Neil Nekmush. There's the race leader dominating here this morning. Lahtinen, Garoon, Neil Nekmush, Verbeek, Nani, Kovtunenko, Kolovas, head force. Pedro Faria crosses the line. Remember, the Brazilian started Greek 2. Verbeek just been passed. Convenient move by the 711 of Alessandro Nani into turn 5. Victor skips away. There's Kovtunenko, nicely done by PK. Platon for the Porsche Racing team based at the Chaika circuit on the outskirts of Kiev in Ukraine. Racing also in the Ukrainian championships, well, when they can. Verbeek, Kolovos, head force, Faria, Leo Lahtinen, 4.8, in fact 5 seconds clear. Back to Victor in second place. There's Platon Kovtunenko. Bosch Racing moving to Kart Republic chassis in 2026. In fact, last year they even moved to Kart Republic, powered by the Modena. It is the TM-powered Paralin in P1. Neil Mekmouche from Morocco, the Northern African driver. 55 nations represented here in the south of Italy. For round 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series, 311 drivers in total. Lahtinen looking good as we approach the 10-minute mark of this race. 3 laps remaining at the end of this one. Neatly over the ripple strip, going on to the old back straight. We wait for Victor. Clear visor for the Finn. Neatly under brakes. Slows up the Paralin. Still standing water on that part of the circuit. Largely down into turn 1. There is a dry, albeit greasy line into the first corner of this 1-mile circuit, Circuito Internazionale Napoli. The circuit built back in 1994, simply known as SARNO. Lahtinen starts lap 9. There's Victor. Mekmouche, Nani, Kovtunenko, Verbeke, Kolovos, head force. Up into P8. Faria, Valentino Manesaro, Eduardo Colucci. That's the Pantano kart going through. Vasquez, the Colombian, Serban, Vesticio, Ilya Kotrabai, the 2 Romanian Lenzo kart teammates. And Bruno Full, the American who won the season-ending Macau International Grand Prix in December, just a couple of months ago. He's the final finisher, the final runner in 15th place. He rounds out the field after we lose. Corsi, Basescu, Bricop, Christensen, and the 2 non-starters, Di Filippo and Otto Kumpler. So the Finns top and tail the field. There is the Finnish flag in first place and last place. The non-start of Kumpler, and the first place at the moment of Leo Lahtinen, who's about to start the penultimate lap of Pre-final B. If he does go on to win this, it will be Pedico versus Lahtinen on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon.
Our 2 championship leaders, let's not forget as well, with Nicola Pedico and Leo Lahtinen coming into this 21 points adrift. Of course, after things settle out, Pedico would have gained a couple of points after the heats, but Lahtinen is going to gain a net 10 points based on the finishing positions of each of the pre-finals. Of course, Pedico losing out to Carrère and thus losing out on the overall winning points that you can get for that pre-final. It's going to allow the gap in the championship to close. And then if Lahtinen is able to go on and win the final, well, we'll have to wait and see as to what the championship is going to look like. But with 3 rounds left to go over the next few weeks, of course, Viterbo, Lonato and Franciacorta still to come over the next, 6 weeks towards the end of March. It could be a very spicy championship through all of our categories, but particularly in OKJ. As it stands, it will be Pedico, Lahtinen, then Carrère and Achep on the second row. Now, don't count those 2 out either, because they could be very, very involved, especially Carrère. If the track is still, I'd imagine by the time we get to the finals, it will be dry, but maybe a little bit patchy in places or a little bit greasy in places. Carrère can still very easily step up and go all the way to take the win.
Zach, I've already proved myself wrong. I suggested that we'd be on the slick tyre by this, the second pre-final for OKJ, as Leo Lahtinen starts his last lap in position 1, but surely the crossover point. Last time round, a 1:14.526 fastest lap again for Leo Lahtinen. It is not long before we go to the crossover point. OK Junior, the original kart junior category, pre-final A in just a moment. If you're starting at the back of the pack, perhaps it's worth a gamble. We saw a rapidly drying circuit on Friday for the first heat. The front few drivers starting on the wet tyre, they were burnt by lap 5. The track did dry rapidly. We are not far from the crossover point as Leo Lahtinen on his last lap goes down the back straight. The final time in position 1.
The thing is, when you get to this crossover point, slicks on a damp track work a lot worse than wets on a drying track, right? Because slicks, if you go over a wet patch where there's any moisture, just lose all of their grip, all of their temperature, whereas wets kind of, yeah, you'll shred through them, but you still have, you know, predictable grip. And that's sort of the decision these teams and drivers are weighing up. Nonetheless, you cannot take anything away from Leo Lahtinen. Over the course of the last 11 laps, he has been absolutely faultless, has the Finn. 5.6 seconds clear of Victor Gruen, secures himself some good championship points, secures himself a front row start for the final later on, and an OKJ Pre-final B, the checker flag flies, and Leo Lahtinen will take victory for Paralympic Finland. Behind that, Victor Gruen, Alessandro Nani will join him on the pre-final podium from Nekmush and Platon Kovtunenko, the top 5. Pretty decent race, and again, it's just getting us closer and closer to that drying track. The more karts go around the circuit, the more races that we have, we'll see that improvement. Elton Headforce with the fast lap of the race of 14.0 in the end for the Swede. A nice recovery from the 7.07 up into P6.
Fastest lap of the race for Elton Headforce on the final lap of 1:14.062. The Swede does finish in position 6, but it's Leo Lahtinen on your screen takes the victory in Pre-final B. Patrick Christensen's kart at the bottom right of your screen. We take a look at the highlights from Pre-final B. Just a few moments ago, the track considerably more wet than it is, or it was, by the time the checkered flag came out 11 laps later. Drying rapidly in this 15-minute race. Victor around the outside, but then going off the road. Leo Lahtinen from pole position raced away, extending his lead out to more than 5 seconds. Victor Gruen, Neil Nekmush, Alessandro Nani as well. Jeff Verbeek passed by Neil, but then Jeff taking him back. Alessandro Nani, 7.11, drives up the inside of the Forza Racing Team kart, ultimately finishing in P7. P1, it's the Finn who takes the win. Leo Lahtinen, victory in Pre-final B. Patrick Christensen will drive back slowly to pit lane. Leo Lahtinen, P1, and it's grid 2 for the final this afternoon. Victor in second, Nani, Neil Nekmush, Kovtunenko, Headforce, Jeff Verbeek, Kolovos, Faria, and Manacero. The 2 South Americans round out the 10. Colucci, Vasquez, Cotrabay, and Servan Vesiccio. Bruno Fu, the Macau Grand Prix race winner from 2025, the final finisher. Nice to have your company wherever you are joining us live around the world. From the outskirts of the ancient city of Naples, once under the control of the ancient Greeks, now proudly Italian. Of course, most of Napoli celebrating this morning after a last-minute penalty, 3-2 to win in Serie A overnight. A last-minute penalty. Yes, you could hear the fireworks going off. You could see the fireworks going off. You could hear the city of Naples cheering despite the rain last night. A 3-2 last-minute penalty, securing victory for Naples, or Napoli, over Genova and the Italian League First Division last night. This is the grid for OKJ. Daniel Mirolenti and Will Verde will green out of grid 2. Lucas Palacio, Jalalsea, Filipenko, Gorski, Bertolucini, Lazarus, Janel Pujol, and Wei-Fei Xia on the 5th row of the grid. Grid 11, Albert Tam, Oscar Valle, Boache Kosheva, the final cup champion out of 13. Austin Newstead, Achille Ria, Tiberius Muller, Santiago Diaz, Leon Shilitze, the Georgian, and then the tie, Max Vadic alongside Zach Zhu for DPK Racing. BDS alongside Yanni Teopelfran, Francisco Rocha from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Liam Nachawati's had a tough run this weekend, the American alongside Min Jae Kim. Mason back on 27 alongside the Kenyan Bwana Gasese. Gadzelic and Garfiace on the 15th row of the grid. Yubo Wen and the 3rd Australian racing here, Ava Lawrence. And rounding out the field, Laurent Shahinic from Switzerland out of grid 33. DML on pole position for Fusion Motorsport, the fastest qualifier, the Williams Jr. Will Green out of grid 2, the 2nd generation racer. Will for Williams, the 2nd generation driver, took pole position 48 hours ago. Green, 3, 2, 1, starts out of Second row of the grid. Daniel Miron Lorente, DML 301, has elected to start on the outside front row of the grid. We race. DML. Tactical decision pays off nicely, sweeps around the outside. Jarlath Sayer, a super start for the Brit to go P2 in the energy course. Jarlath in second, but it's DML, the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain for Fusion Motorsport, in first place. Jarlath in second. Green back in P5 has just been passed by the first of the Forza Racing carts, Alexander Latsidis, the Bulgarian, with a rocket launch up the line. He's into P4. Great start on a drying track. We are still on the Vega wet tyres. It is Daniel Miron Lorente who leads the way.
It is indeed. The Fusion Motorsport machine has been looking very, very good over the course of the weekend. Those that have been joining us at the circuit or following the results will have seen just how good Miron Lorente has been over the last few days, and right now is establishing control at the sharp end of the field. Of course, they'll break the beam for the first time in just a couple of corners' time. We'll really start to assess as to who is where in the running order. The energy course, though, just in behind that, of course, Jarlath Sayer able to tip Will Green and up now into second position. Breaking the beam for the first. It'll be Daniel Miron Lorente from Sayer. Then comes Leo Gorski from Alexander Latsidis. Will Green losing a few places, so too Lucas Palacio. Oskari Vale, though, just off the back of Leo Latinen's victory in OKJ for Finland. Well, Oskari Vale up 5 positions already in the opening lap, taming these conditions very, very well. I say taming, more so adapting to. They're not treacherous by any means. They're just difficult, awkward, greasy around the circuit. Different lines that you can take as Will Green tried to find a bit of a move on the inside of Latsidis. Down towards turn number 8, again trying to spot where that grip is, inside, outside line, which one actually now is the one that starts to pay off. Traditionally the outside line, of course, in the wet is where you want to be. There's inside line there from the energy courser of Sayer, just trying to tip away through on the inside. I think that answers the question whether inside or outside is better at the moment. The outside, fair enough, you lose a little bit on the entry because of that longer distance, but you are able to get the power down a lot sooner and carry that momentum the long way around. Still, nonetheless, I don't think this is a done deal. Daniel Miron Lorente, fair enough, has been able to get himself into this race lead. Adjusting the air cover there on the pit straight towards turn number 1, still carrying plenty of speed. And Sayer trying to chase him down. You can see some moves being made through turn number 1 and into turn number 2. Just a couple of races ago. If you are now just joining us, go back and watch what it was, I guess, for the mini under 10s, and just a huge difference. The cleaner line on the outside, the absolute ocean that it was on the inside through that long sweeping right-hander at turn 2 not too long ago. Now, much, much different story. You can see plenty more people now opting for the inside line through turn 6, leading into turn number 7. So this is really where adaptability as a driver comes into the limelight. There was Diaz, the 319, finding some space into turn 18. Turn 8, a hairpin. Still Sayer opting for the inside line through turn number 12, even though I don't think it is paying off at the moment. I say that tentatively because, well, things can change in these changeable conditions. Still some spray being kicked up by the wet tyres. And able to close up tremendously in that final sector is Sayer. Also behind that, of course, the battle between Leo Gorski and Alexander Latsidis. The two doing battle as they cross the line. The fight for what is third position, the 327 versus the 333. Now as we head on to lap 4 of 11, the pace ramping up. Just a moment ago we were running 14.0. The fast lap so far set by Will Green, a 12.8 in this race. There's the 333 of Alexander Latsidis trying to go the long way around through turn number 2. Couldn't quite find the space relative to Leo Gorski. And I think maybe with Sayer picking up the pace a little bit, we could still have a fight for the lead. If they begin to battle, we could have 5 or 6 carts fighting towards the front.
Daniel Miron Lorente with the race lead from Sayer Gorski. Alexander Latsidis with that storming start. The Bulgarian bolting up into 4th place. Palacio and Will Green, the 2 Williams F1 Academy junior drivers in 5 and 6. We saw this throughout the heats. Green not getting the best starts as we see one car turned around at the end of the back straight, pushed backwards into the grass. We'll get back to that in just a moment. As you look at the fight for the lead, Jarlath Sayer sends it into the race lead. The Brit takes P1 away from DML for Fusion Motorsport. And the team from Bergamo, the Energy, in the top spot. It was Austin Newstead, incidentally, who was turned around. The Brit parked backwards into the grass. Austin is out. Jala Seya, the Irish Englishman. P1 from Daniel Mitter-Lorente, the Dutch Spaniard. And the British Pole, Leo Gorski, P3. Palacio Lacidus, there's Will Green. Runs into the back of Lacidus, does WG. Fastest on circuit now, Lucas Palacio. The track is now starting to come. We are not far away from the crossover point, a 1:12.557. Last time from Lucas Palacio. P4 for the first of the two Williams drivers. Down the inside goes Lucas, trying to take both Gorski and the early race leader, Daniel Mitter-Lorente. The Energy Course, the kinetic chassis in P1, manufactured in Bergamo in the north of Italy, not too far where we race the fourth and final rounds of the Supermaster Series at Franciacorta and Lonato. Palacio in the Kart Republic. It's the Lando Norris car, 327 just ahead. Gorski, former WSK champion, of course, is Leo for the British team. Ricky Flynn Motorsport, who have put 5 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula One World Championship. Logan Sargent, Lando Norris, Jack Doohan, Zhou Guanyu, and of course, Oscar Piastri, who will be back to fight for McLaren in 1 month from now. The first round of the Formula One World Championship getting underway down under in Melbourne, Australia. 5 Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers on the grid in this year's Formula One season. And of course, the team powered by TM engines, tuned by GFR. They are using the Lando Norris chassis. Gorski in third. The Williams Formula One junior drivers, second and fourth. Green has got by Lacidus. There's WG. Second generation racer. His father, Jamie, also running Jamie Green Racing. Former European Championship race winner himself. 17 times he took victory in the German DTM Touring Car Championship. Former test driver with the McLaren Mercedes Formula One team in the early 2000s. From central North England, Will Green. Helmet colours representing or reminiscent of his father Jamie when he did race, initially for the PCR team, taking a fantastic, memorable victory at Valence in the south of France in the Formula A European Championships 1/4 of a century ago. Sorry, mate, we are getting old. But that was in similar conditions. A rainy day down in Valence. Jamie taking victory for PCR. His son, P4, in the Prema Kart Republic. So Mitter-Lorente has dropped back to P5 after taking the race lead. Head of Vale, Lacidus, Pilipenko, Martin Bertolacini, Schuer, Wache Kosheva just outside the top 10 for Ward Racing. The WSK Final Cup champion, as Jala Seya smashes over the ripple strip back in second place. You can see Lucas has got the lead and puts in a 71.911. We'll check the times. We are certainly close to the crossover point. Smashes over the ripple strip. Gorski in P3. 1:11.5 now for Gorski. 3 laps remaining at the end of this one. Palacio from the United States of America. Jala Seya from the Kings England. And Leo Gorski, the British-based pole, in P3. The first of 2 pre-finals for OKJ. It was Green who took pole position on Friday morning as Jarlath goes down the inside. There's Mitter-Lorente, Vale, Pilipenko, Lacidus, Bertolacini. Lucas in P1, skates under brakes at the end of the old back straight into the hairpin. Zach, we are certainly not far away from the crossover point. 3 laps remaining in this pre-final A, being led by Lucas, the American. It's going to be interesting for pre-final B at the conclusion of this one.
Yeah, it is indeed. Again, the track constantly changing, constantly getting quicker. You're going to find grip in places maybe you wouldn't expect, and suddenly the cart's going to bite in a certain place. You can brake a bit later, get on the power a bit sooner, use a slightly different line, whatever it might well be. But you can see the stark difference in how they're driving and the pace that we're seeing from these drivers compared to even just 20 or 30 minutes ago. On to what will be lap 9 of 11. Lucas Palacio, the one leading from Jalal Sayat. Just in behind that, of course, Leo Gorski, Will Green, Daniel Miro-Laurente. As it stands for OK Junior, with Miro-Laurente losing this race. He needs a position gain. He needs to get through on Will Green to solidify pole position, because otherwise, if Zdenek Babicek can win his respective pre-final in just a few moments' time, will secure that pole position. So it is very close in the battle for pole for the OKJ final. Following the Williams Junior, Lucas Palacio, the 308, of course, who missed out on the Final Cup Championship to Blaže Kroševa by a single point in 2025. That's how close it was after the 3 rounds. The 327 under attack, though, as Jalal Sayat goes for the move back on Leo Gorski. So just as quickly as Leo Gorski was able to find a way through, Jalal Sayat found a way back through in that energy coursing machine. And the Ricky Flynn Motorsport had to concede on that occasion. There you can see, though, the current Republic of Lucas Palacio starting to bridge a bit of a gap. Now the crunch time is as we get to 2 laps by the line. There's the move from Leo Gorski down the inside of turn 15. Nicely done there to get it stopped. That's going to allow Will Green to close back in. But 2 laps left to go in this race. Lucas Palacio beginning to establish that control, building a very nice and pretty comfortable gap relative to what we've seen so far.
The Brits 3 and 4. Sayah from green. Lucas leads. This just a few moments ago. Best passing opportunity on the circuit. Gorski taking Sayah. British pace pole for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Now in 2nd place. Green down the inside of Sayah. Going down the back straight. Sayah closes the door. Green says, go boy, go. Will into the back of Jalal. Desperate to get positions here. He's got the speed. The track is drying rapidly. Leon Chalitze down in 16th has just put in a purple sector. 1 second just in the first sector, faster than the leaders were doing just 2 laps ago. Last lap next time round for Lucas Palacio, who's put in a 70.927. Green on the back of Sayah, can't do it into the final corner. Zach, I'll call it now, although I've been wrong for most of the morning. The following pre-final B for OKJ, will be on slick tyres. This is the last lap of the race as Green goes down the inside. WG in P3.
Yeah, nice little move there, and it's not a far-fetched prediction as Will Green. You can still a decent amount of spray, but that inside line's still not quite there for the 380. On that occasion, and well, the 321, of course, of Will Green was able to find a way back through on Sayah. The 2 Brits doing battle in the battle for what is 3rd position. Meanwhile, Lucas Palacio built a bit of a gap. Leo Gorski built a bit of a gap. Will Green goes through, up in a 3rd. I would say maybe slick to the safer bet. We'll have to find out. Only time will tell. There goes the move to the outside, though, from Daniel Miro-Laurente. The Fusion Motorsport machine gets the up and under, draws alongside the Brit now through the hairpin. That battle yet to be decided. Switch back once again from the Fusion, trying to find a way through on the Energy Corsa out of turn number 12. Able to hang on. The 306, of course, Lucas Palacio, our race leader, soon to be race winner. Lucas Palacio will, well, at the very least, guarantee himself a 2nd row start for the final a bit later on. Guarantees himself a good chunk of championship points. Checker flag flies. Here comes Lucas Palacio. The Williams Junior takes victory in Pre-final A for OKJ. Leo Gorski and Will Green join him on the podium side by side between Jalal Sayat and Daniel Miro-Laurente for 4th and 5th. They were separated by 0.02 of a second, a 1/5 of a 10th between the pair of them. And that's 11 more laps of racing done and dusted. Still 5 more pre-finals to come across OKJ, OK and KZ2. Very busy weekend that it's been, but there you can see our race leader and race winner, 306. Now, is Ian's prediction of slick's going to come to fruition? The inside through turn 2 still seems a little bit damp, a little bit greasy. I'm not entirely sure. Probably going to be starting to think about the conversation. Anyway, let's take a look at the highlights. A good little initial launch from the Fusion Motorsport machine on the outside of the front row. Of course, Daniel Miro-Laurente, as the race would progress. Will Green, of course, was trying to carve his way through the field. Alexander Lazarus would make a fantastic start. Side by side between Jalal Sayat for the race. He was contending right towards the sharp end of the field. And the battle for second would always be there or thereabouts throughout the entirety of the race. Chucked down the inside from Leo Gorski, of course, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine fighting away with the likes of Will Green throughout the entirety of it. Also, Leo Gorski getting very aggressive down the inside of turn 15 throughout the race. Lines were changing and Will Green would start a late ascension towards the top in the 321. Our pole man, of course, of Friday, slowly making his way forward. Making some good moves in the process. There we saw side by side as the 380 of Sayer would desperately try to reclaim what was third position, but in the end the checker flag of course would wave in favour of Lucas Palacio to take victory for Pre-final A of OK Junior. That's going to wrap it up for these guys of course and set their respective positions on the grid, or well at the very least do all they can to get the best grid position they can. Now it all lies in the hands of Pre-final B. Let's run through the results of Lucas Palacio, of course, taking the victory. Leo Gorski, Will Green, the podium. Of course, then comes Jaya Sayer, then our pole driver of Daniel Miron-Lorente in P5. Ascari Vale, Pilipenko, Alexander Latris in the end falling to P8. Rebecca Lakini and G, the top 10 after 11 laps. Our final cup champion of 2025, Blashay Kosheva from Zhu, Peugeot, and Mason Robertson making some good progress up to P15. Then comes Chalitze, Arnie, Ria. Behind that, Rocker, Nachuate and Tam, the top 20. Min Jae Kim finishes in P21. Garciace from Wen, then comes Varek. Gardzilik, Tina Muller, Van Staveren, Palfrene, and Gusese, the 29th driver with 3 DNFs. Ava Lawrence, Austin Newstead, and Shanaj, the 4th DNF, I should say, in the end of that one. 29 finishes from 33 starters for OK Junior Pre-final A. Now, of course, to set the grid, will be Pre-final B in a few moments' time now. Zdenek Babacek, a rapid driver. Of course, he's proved that in the Rotax Max Challenge. He's proved that in these WSK series as well. He needs to win this one to start on pole position for tomorrow. For today, sorry, I should say, for later on. He needs to win this one in order to start pole position. Daniel Miron-Lorente sits on 10 penalty points. Zdenek Babacek on 9. If he finishes second, well, that's going to hand the pole position back to the Flying Dutchman of Miron-Lorente. So, Zdenek Babacek, the pressure on to take the victory.
Zach, joining us up in the studio, Lorenzo Salvi from here at the circuit, campagnakart.it. He's with us from the window of our studio. We are going to look as the karts come out onto the circuit at the exit of pit lane. Perhaps optimistically, I've been saying that we'll be on the slick tyres soon enough, but surely for Pre-final B, because fastest lap of the race on the final lap for Lucas Palacio, now into the 70-second bracket. Not far off, but the sun is shining here at SARNO. We'll take a look out the window of our studio together with Lorenzo Salvi on campagnakart.it. Check out the site, of course. And of course, if you are watching us live around the world on wsk.it or motorsport.tv as well, the official Facebook and Instagram pages of Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as SARNO, and of course, WSK Promotion. This is the second round of the WSK Supermasters Series. Pre-final B for OK Junior. Lucas Palacio taking victory just a moment ago. With that, the American at least will start from the second row of the grid, if not the first, depending on what evolves in just a moment. Before we race Pre-final B, let's take a look at some of the highlights from OKJ on a wild, wet weekend thus far here at SARNO. Zdeněk Babicek will lead the field out onto the circuit for Pre-final B. The track is drying rapidly. Thankfully, finally here at SARNO, there is the active volcano Vesuvius in the background. 14 degrees Celsius, just 10 days away from the start of springtime here in the Northern Hemisphere. This is the grid for Pre-final B. Zdeněk Babicek, the Czech, on pole position alongside Jackie Justo, Julian Frasnelli, Joelle Gypsy Girardello, Remek Samcik, Declan Kumpen, Henri out of 6, Martin Novellini on the podium at La Conca. Out of 7 alongside Sini, Benjamin Westwood. Visit Malta out of 9, and Maxim Bobrashov for RFM out of grid 10. 6th row of the grid sees Alexander Legenki and Oiva Vetanaranta, Roland Knight, Marcus Harder, Rost, Trushol, Superlolo Bros, and Max Felder splits Dos Meninos do Brasil, Felipe Sanchez and Pitsonia, who won at La Conca. Seva, Rocco Simone, Yondas Pudic, Elia Petsuto, Alexandre Poix, Stefan Matzeppen, Bussato, Islami, Oliver Spencer, Nicholas Guth, who had 2 DNFs, the Brazilian, in the heat, starts out of grid 30. Julia Angelard and Sada Deresner on the final row of the grid. Lorenzo Salvi from CampagnaCart.it joining us in the studio. Lorenzo, anybody on slicks? Still on the wet tyres. We are still on the wet tyres. Anybody? C'è qualcuno ha scelto slick or wet? So half of the field, or 1/3 of the field, un terzo più o meno. So approximately 1/3 of the field are on the slick tyres. We're about to find out. The track is drying. We've got a mixed grid. We get another formation lap. That's critical. It looks as though Zdeněk Babicek is on the wet tyres. We're about to find out. The track is drying rapidly. And this extra formation lap, this is going to be at least 2 minutes. More. The track drying rapidly, 11 laps. The race will be around 15 minutes long. Zach, in 15 minutes time, the track is certainly going to be much drier than it is now. Half the field, or more than half the field on wets. Some have elected to gamble on slick tyres.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a bit further back and, you know, you've got less to lose, I think the slick probably is the better option because, you know, if it doesn't work, you're not losing much. If it does work, you could gain quite a lot. Zdeněk Babicek, I would understand not wanting to take much risk being in contention for that pole position. I do think maybe the slicks in the first few laps are going to struggle initially to get that temperature, and of course still a little bit of moisture and standing water in some places around the circuit. But give it a few laps, maybe they'll start to come into their own once they can get that temperature, once some of that sort of last little bit of track moisture starts to clear. Maybe we could see towards the end the slicks coming into their own. The question is, how far off are they going to be in that sort of crossover period, because we firmly are there as we get this race underway.
Zach, just quickly before the start, Lorenzo Salvi from CampagnaCart.it telling us there's only maybe 4 or 5 drivers towards the back of the pack who have elected to start on slicks. Zdeněk on pole on the wet tyre.
Indeed, so let's see how we get this one underway. 11 laps ahead of us. Zdeněk Babicek will get us underway from pole position as we lead in towards turn number 1. Nice little getaway from the majority of the field. Again, the track very different to how they got it underway in warm-up earlier on, but electing to take the inside through turn number 2, and that's a stark contrast to what we've been seeing all day long thus far. Zdeněk Babicek, of course, the Tebs Racing Tony Kart, alongside Giacomo Guisto on that front row, of course. Settled in quite nicely to the opening lap, and it seems that there is a plentiful amount of grip out there on circuit. The track continuing to dry almost exponentially, it seems. Look over the shoulder from the 363 of Zdeněk Babicek. He's got a good couple of cut lengths. He's cleared, doesn't need to defend going into turn number 8, and the absolute almost army of OK Junior karts making their way to turn number 8. There you can see a couple of them running a little bit wide on the exit, potentially Mark Casada, I think, in and amongst the midfield a bit further back. Now what's interesting is who's elected to be on slicks, because the entirety, there's no outliers in terms of pace. Everyone's still exactly where you'd expect them to be at the end of the opening lap. No one's dropping off tremendously. So we'll have to wait and see as to how it sort of racks up over the next couple laps. I do think we are in that very awkward crossover stage where either one could maybe work in certain places. Nonetheless, the first lap in the books. Zdeněk Babicek leads, Girardello leads Frasnelli, Guisto, then comes Samcik, the top 5.
Remek down the inside to take Jackie Justo, as Zdeněk Babicek continues to lead on a drying circuit, going very wide. Remek Samcik down into turn 2. goes off the side of the circuit, gets back on track, but loses at least 4 or 5 positions. Nice kart control from the pole. He was in P5, been storming around the circuit. Kumpen, Mani Novellini, Sini and Benjamin Westwood have taken him. So it's Zdenek Babacek, the Z in Teps Racing, the youngest of the 4 Babichkova siblings, Teresa, Alishka, Petra, and their younger brother Zdenek in P1. The Tony Kart powered by the IAMI, an unusual or uncommon, perhaps combination we should say. Girardello, Frasnelli, Julian in P3. It's the VMS Vortex, the new homologation for 2026. The Vortex manufacturer. And already, look at Zdenek Babacek looking for the wet patches on the inside line to try and keep those tyres alive. As we see, Justo goes off the road, eases off the throttle, brings it back on the track. Good skill there from Jackie Justo. Kumpen, Novellini, Sini, Samchik in P8, Benjamin Westwood, and Roland Knight rounds out the 10, the former WSK Champions Cup mini champion, the Ukrainian Alexander Legenki. Babacek on lap 3 leads down the back straight by 0.6 of a second. It's Girardello and Frasnelli, the 2 Italians. In fact, the 3 because Justo's in P4 ahead of Kumpen, but it's the Czech from pole in P1.
Yeah, Zdenek Babacek, I mean, he is just incredibly quick in basically any machinery that you put him in, right? And he's proving that today. Of course, these testing conditions right now, as it stands, if he wins this pre-final, it'll line him up on pole position for the final later on this afternoon. Ascend to the inside there from Frasnelli. Nicely done, nicely spotted to the inside of the Paralin of Girardello. And the Tony Kart now makes it 1 and 2 for that chassis. On to lap number 4 and a dart to the inside there from Girardello. As the time screen, of course, will refresh. The 3:42 now down into 3rd position. Fastest laps here, there and everywhere. Novellini now into the 109s at 0.4 from the podium finisher of 2 weeks ago, finishing P2 behind Antonio Pizzonia, who seems to be struggling ever so slightly this weekend. And that's the level of competition that we're talking about in WSK. Changeable conditions and the level of competition, how ruthless it is at this level. These are the best racing drivers, not just in Europe, but also potentially in the entire world at this level, at this stage of their career. And from Antonio Pizzonia 2 weeks ago, dominant at La Conca, right now running in what is, well, P17 in the overall standings. It's ruthless out there. You have to be on it, and it really goes to show that the drivers that are able to be consistent, they're all thereabouts every single week, the like of Zdenek Babacek, are going to be the ones that fight towards the sharp end of the championship.
Well, it was a South American victory with Antonio at La Conca last fortnight.
It was indeed, and now, like I say, running down in what was P16. What it does mean, though, Novellini, who's been there or thereabouts, finished, of course, P2 2 weeks ago, was running in 2nd place in the championship coming into this weekend, still running towards the sharp end, albeit maybe not on the podium as it stands. Maybe that consistency is going to be what's rewarded over the coming season. Still got Viterbo, Lenato and Franciacorta to come. And, of course, the rest of today with the trophies and points to be handed out this afternoon. Lap 5 of 11. There you can see the 363s. Zdenek Babacek still being chased down, though. Of course, Julian Frasnelli, the 312, starting to creep in a little bit more. Of course, it's the IAMI power Tony Kart of Zdenek Babacek in front. The Vortex power Tony Kart of Julian Frasnelli chasing him down. And that gap definitely looks a lot smaller than it was a couple of laps ago. Fight for 4th position as a 309 under a lot of pressure there. That, of course, Novellini, the battle for 5th. The French driver, and just able to hang on to turn number 8 on that occasion. But crucially, like I was saying, the fight at the front, the 363 being hunted now by the 312.
Zach, the reason the gap is coming down is because Julian Frasnelli is lighting up the timing screen. Look at the bottom right, a 68.902, and on this lap they're about to complete. As Zdenek Babacek gets the front wheels off the ground. He's gone purple in the 2nd sector as well, a 68.618. So almost the majority of the field. 1 or 2 of the backmarkers, we believe, did elect to gamble on the slick tyres. Incredibly, despite the conditions, 32 drivers took the start as Nicholas Guth looks for some moisture on the inside of the circuit to try and keep those Vega tyres alive. 32 still on track despite the conditions. It's the Czech from the 2 Italians. Mani Novellini, P4 from France. And Kumpen, Henri Kumpen, from the famous Kumpen Racing family in Belgium and a third-generation racer. P5 for the Tony Kart Racing team. Roland Nige goes through from Samchik, Benjamin Westwood, Legenki, Futenrata, Rost, Sanchez, Quesada, Oliver Spencer. The Brit from the Emirates, the Brit from the back of the grid. From 29th, he's into 16th. He's just got by and taken Antonio Pizzonia. As you look at Zdenek, again, smash the ripple strip. There's Frasnelli, it's a Tony Kart race 1 and 2. Yes, Spencer has just got by and taken Pizzonia, who won the first round of the championship at La Conca 1 fortnight ago. The track is greasy. There is no more standing water on the racing line. Into turn 5. Then coming up to turn 6 onto the old back straight. Straight over the ripple strip. Frasnelli is chasing Zdenek Babacek. Tony Kart 1-2, but not a Vortex 1-2. Iami for Zdenek. Clear visor. There's Frasnelli for the factory team. The newly homologated VMS Vortex 125cc OKJ engine. 15,000 RPM on the main straight. In fact, even as they come out of the chicane, they're almost smashing off the rev limiter. We can hear it trackside here at SARNO as we look at Julian down the inside. JF takes Zdenek. Nicely done by Frasnelli. It's the Italian here in the south of Italy who goes P1. Zdenek Babacek and Frasnelli, they both look for the moisture on the inside of the circuit as they race across the line at 114 kilometres an hour. 68.557 for Zdenek Babacek. Frasnelli, in fact, it was. As our timing screen updates here. This pre-final B for OKJ. The finals coming up later this afternoon. The second round for 2026. The Supermaster Series. Novellini goes through. Mani Novellini P2 at La Conca, the Mercedes Junior. Another second-generation racer. Girardello, Cini, Kumpen, Justo, Samchik, Benjamin Westwood, the Forza Racing teammates. Forza Racing, the team of Jamie Croxford. They've put 3 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. Of course, Isaac, George, and in a few weeks' time, Arvid, Lindblad, Russell, and Hadjar, former drivers with Forza Racing. The team established by Jamie Croxford, who himself, world-class international kart racer, finishing in 6th in the World Championships back at Angeville exactly 2 decades ago. Starting from the back of the grid, taking Valtteri Bottas on the last lap. Now a world-class team, Forza Racing. And of course, thanks to Oakley's Eats, the best catering in the paddock. Frasnelli now pulling away from Zdenek Babacek. Mark Quesada is 68.414. So Daniel Miro Lorente, as it stands, provisional pole position. Zdenek Babacek, if he can't retake the lead from Julian Frasnelli, the Czech will start from the outside of the front row of the grid. Second row of the grid, as it stands at the moment, will be the 2 Williams F1 Academy junior drivers, Lucas Palacio, Will Green, Julian Frasnelli. On your screen, looks for the moisture once again across the line. We'll start inside row 3 for the final later this afternoon. Penultimate lap of pre-final B for OKJ here this morning.
Julian Frasnelli in control at the sharp end of the field. And like Ian was saying, it does demote Zdenek Babacek to the outside of the front row for later on's final. I mean, of course, by that time it is, yeah, it's going to be dry. Which means, of course, being on the outside into a flat-out right-hander, where you're on the left-hand side, and then into a very fast right-hander, very long right-hander at turn number 2. Probably not really where you want to be. So Zdenek Babacek needs to be doing everything in his power to try and beat Julian Frasnelli, but I don't really think he can at this stage. Frasnelli is just so quick, has really acclimatized to these conditions very well. He's only got a lap and a half, well, even less than that, just a lap to go in order to hang on to this one. That'll be a very important few championship points, and of course mitigating the penalty points for the heats. And right now, he'll line up 5th place, just in behind the 2 Williams juniors, of course, of Lucas Palacio and Will Green on the inside of the 3rd row of the grid. On to the last lap of the race, though. Julian Frasnelli leads Zdeněk Babacek, Mani Nuvellini, then comes Oliveri Sini in 4th, then comes Kumpen, Giardello, Westwood, Guisto, Samchik and Sanchez, the top 10. Mani Nuvellini saying fastest lap after fastest lap, quickly beaten though by Sanchez in P10. Bit of slipstream, and also the track conditions evolving very rapidly, definitely going in favour of those a bit further back in order to set these rapid lap times, showcasing the track evolution. The question remains, how long until slicks are viable? Half a lap left to run for Julian Frasnelli. Zdeněk Babacek, yeah, it's too far gone for the last few laps. He's lost the lead, didn't really get an opportunity to defend it. Frasnelli just found the space into the 3rd to final corner at turn 15, nipped his way through and found his way into the lead of the race. Now you can see the 3:12 into the final couple of corners. And very bizarrely, very rarely has the pre-final winners of the groups today started on pole position, or will go on to start on pole position for the finals. Nonetheless, checker flag will wave. Julian Frasnelli will take victory and line up P5 for the final later on. Zdeněk Babacek and Mani Nuvellini continues a very consistent streak of form. Fastest lap of the race at the end of that one as well. Mani Nuvellini finishes P3 from Sini Kumpen, the top 5. Run you through the full results in a few moments' time, of course. But it's looking good for Julian Frasnelli. It's looking good for Daniel Miron-Lorente, who will start this one from pole position. Of course, that's going to wrap it up for OK Junior. Next up, of course, will be OK Senior, followed by KZ2s. Then we get the finals underway for round number 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. There is our race leader and our race winner, Julian Frasnelli. And there you can see Mount Vesuvius slowly creeping more and more into the view. Very wide base, of course. Let's take a look at the highlights after 11 laps of racing. A good initial launch from Zdeněk Babacek. He would control the field on the outside of the front row and able to hold firm for a good few laps. He was chased down by Giardello. Meanwhile, there was some battling all the way through the field. This was the move that sealed the race victory, though, for the 3:12 of Frasnelli. Found the space to the inside of Zdeněk Babacek going into turn 15. He would then later do it onto Zdeněk Babacek. Had a practice run a couple of laps before, and then would be unchallenged on his route to victory. The checker flag flies, and well, the Italian would take victory on home soil. We're running through the results after 11 laps of racing. Julian Frasnelli for Tony Kart makes it a Tony Kart 1 and 2 with himself and Zdeněk Babacek. Then comes the 2KR Motorsports of Mani Nuvellini and Sini from Kumpen, the top 5. Then comes Giardello, Westwood, Guisto, Sanchez and Samchik, the top 10. After 11 laps of racing. Behind that, of course, we've got Mark Casada, Legenki, Rost, Oliver Spencer, P14 from Veton Ranto. I think a 5-second penalty for the Finn by the end of that race. Only 15th from Masashi Shizovsky. Behind that, Pizzuto, Pizzonia, only P18 for the Brazilian Truco. Pundis, Bobrishov. There you can see P21 for Ricky Finn Motorsport. Simone Felder, Islami and Derestes, the top 25. And the rest you can see all the way down to Naj, the Hungarian, the lone DNF from 32 karts starting, 31 finishes, all of which on the lead lap by the end of 11. Good couple of pre-finals there for OK Junior. That, of course, sets the grid. Miron-Lorente, Zdeněk Babacek, Lucas Palacio, Will Green and Julian Frasnelli will make up the top 5 going into the final later on. Of course, next up, it'll be OK Seniors for their first pre-final of the day.
And word coming up from the grid. At the moment, only Aston Sharp has elected to stay with the wet tyres, but that information coming about 90 seconds ago. Cristiano Beretta, Andrea Arienti from Monza Informa, not only doing a fantastic job to keep you up to date with everything which is happening media-wise here at the circuit, but also, grazie Cristiano, is also doing a fabulous job on the grid, telling us who has got the slick tyres and the wet tyres. Well, virtually the entire field now on slick tyres. Finally, a little bit later than I predicted, Zach. But the word coming in, Aston Sharp, the only one on the rain tyre, starting 10. But that information coming around about 2 minutes ago. These teams, world class, can change tyres in around about 15, 20 seconds. So whether Aston elects to be the Lone Ranger or also vault on the LeConte tyre, the track, it is... well, it is what it is. I won't describe it anymore. But we will have dry finals this afternoon, hopefully.
Yeah, that's almost guaranteed. I mean, unless I don't think there's any more clouds in the sky. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and get scared on that one. Let's run through the grid. Zach Drummond will start this one on pole position alongside Schaffler. Then comes Lucas Selin, Zach Green, of course, on row 2. Then comes Marnie, Stalmack, Rousseau, Lev Krutogolov, who took victory 2 weeks ago at Le Conquer from Eli Christen, and Aston Sharp. So far, the lone elector on wets. Will confirm that in a second. Will line up in P10. The rest of the field, though, desperately trying to get some temperature into those slick tyres. Right now, I'm not seeing anyone on the wets thus far. Michael McGoy from Marchese, then comes Villapiana and C. Lopez, Zulfikari, Simons, Waltz, Matsola and Ochstein, the top 20 drivers heading their way out onto the field. And behind that, you've got Bosco Arias, the 2025 OK Junior Final Cup champion. Sukanate from Chikaraki, Blanco, Pocoroni, then comes Canal, Simonov, Nikolic and Pap, the 29th and final driver to take to the start of this one on a very lonely 15th row of the grid. Did you catch anyone on wets?
I believe he has gone with the rest of the pack, Aston Sharp, and stayed on the slick tyre. That is the scene. That is an active volcano. That is Mount Vesuvius, which erupted with catastrophic consequences in 79 AD. This is Zach Drummond. No, getting word. Aston Sharp, not brave enough. Or perhaps the track is drying more rapidly down trackside. Everybody now on the slick tyre. It will be an extra formation lap. Pre-final A. No, Aston Sharp on the rain tyre. Well, the Scotsman, we're about to find out. He's about to win this pre-final by half a lap, or pull into pit lane with a disastrous strategy. We're about to find out in a few moments' time. This is pre-final A for OK. Zach Drummond will start from pole position. He finished second at Le Conquer. He's been busy since Le Conquer. Zach, you got back yourself to your hometown at Norwich. A day later, you were on the sim. Who joined you on the sim?
Oh, Zach Drummond. We had a good little battle, actually, me and Zach. It was surprising. I joined him. He sent me a message on the iRacing chat and was like, hello, how's it going? I was like, it did not take you long to get on the sim at all. He was like, no. I landed, I jumped on the sim, doing a lot of sort of Formula 4 racing. It was Alton Park a couple of weeks ago. And he started at the back. And what was really interesting, because we both completely failed in qualifying, we lined up together on the rear row of the grid. And I was being, quite cautious. Zach Drummond, no way. He was flying through Alton Park. Everyone knows, or those that don't know, very tight, very twisty, very technical, especially in cars as quick as F4. Absolutely shining through with Zach Drummond, taking very little chances. Well, taking all of the chances, actually, Zach Drummond. And it was incredible awareness. Awareness he's going to need to win this race.
So it was Zach versus Zach on the sim. Zach,
I ended up winning, I will say. I did actually end up winning. I just want to get that in there.
I was going to say, there's rental cars here at the circuit after the final checkered flag. You've got a flight Monday morning. There's time to challenge Zach Drummond on the rental carts after the finals this afternoon.
I'm better on the sim, let's put it that way. Zach Drummond, he made a couple of mistakes. He didn't end up crashing, but I did end up managing to win that race. Again, just for the record, so I can get that in there, I would get absolutely destroyed in a go-kart. Let's see, though, with the best of the world in terms of the Supermaster Series, the WSK round number 2, pre-final A for OK Seniors gets underway, and Zach Drummond will catapult his way into the race lead, followed by Zach Green, 1 and 2 so far for the namesake, as they make their way in towards turn number 2. 12 laps ahead of us, and all guessing the conditions now on slicks. Very cold, I'm sure, and trying to make the most of the grip that they do have. The two Zachs, though, able to control the pace up in front, already a couple of kart lengths clear of the rest of the pack.
So, Zach, we've got Zach versus Zach going P1 and 2, but the driver we're watching has gambled on the wet tyre. It is Aston Sharp, who started grid 10. The Van Amersfoort Racing driver is up into P4 as Zach goes down the inside to pass Zach. It is Green who goes by the Glaswegian Drummond. Aston Sharp still on the wet tyres. He's up into P4. The Birrell by Van Amersfoort Racing. The sun is coming out to shine. The track is drying rapidly. Zach Green with the purple sector. Aston Sharp in position 4. We'll be praying for another downpour, but that's very unlikely. As Green leads Drummond across the line. Nicholas Schaufler, his first race since 2024 on your screen. Stunning fastest qualifier in his group on Friday. Racing in the 2025 Spanish Formula 4 Championship. Back with DPK Racing, the former WSK champion from Linz in Austria. multiple podiums in the past, back with us in WSK World Motorsport. Back with the DPK racing team from Spain. He's in position 3, took victory in his first race since 2024. He's in 3rd place. It's still Zach from Zach, Green from Drummond. Zach Schaufler is catching the both.
Yeah, they are indeed. Yeah, exactly that. Lap 2 of 12. Still plenty of race still to run. The 273 of Zach Drummond, though, managing it very nicely indeed off the back of a very decent result 2 weeks ago. Now into turn number 15. Lev Krutikoff is the one that leads the championship, but 30 or 28 points clear of Zach Drummond, and this would be a nice helping hand to Zach Drummond's championship charge. Of course, multiple-time British champion, vice-champion is Zach Drummond. He knows what it takes to go all the way and win. Yet to do it so far in a WSK event, but maybe 2026 is the year that changes. Closely following the 253 of Zach Green, who's being chased, like we say, from Nicholas Schaufler, who is taking that gap closer and closer. Zach Drummond maybe not willing, maybe not able to go on the attack fully just yet. Gets a good run off turn number 7 though. Already draws alongside into the braking zone of turn number 8. Gets the squeeze from Zach Green, who goes wide, lifts up that rear inside wheel. Zach Drummond takes the lead of the race. Nicely done on lap number 3.
Drummond back in front. You know how hard it is to fight with a Scotsman. Absolutely determined. But the Austrian Schaufler is catching the both of them. Just incidentally, Aston Sharp, a star for 1 lap. He was up into P4 from grid 10. But he's come across the line last time around, down in 17th place. Green gets the run on Drummond. We're about to start a lap 4, 1/3 race distance, qualifying or pre-final A. Still Drummond from Green, Schaufler, Lucas Zell for Team Victory Lane. Puts in a purple 61.627 from Lev Krutikoff, the Leconca race winner. This is Schaufler, the Austrian star. What a talent the former Red Bull Junior was. And he's certainly still got a bright future ahead of him. Will they regret their mistake in years to come? He's a super talent. Budget limited campaign in Spanish F4 as Krutikoff goes through from Andrea Mani, Aili Christian, Isaac Sia, the Indonesian for Jamie Green Racing, Giamma, Jean-Mateo Rousseau, and then Devin Waltz, the first of the drivers from the United States of America, rounds out the 10. Nicholas Schaufler had a tough season. It was not his fault. Budget limited in the Spanish F4 season last year. Boy, is he a talent though. Back with DPK Racing. He won his first race in this world-class field on Friday since 2024. Lucas Zell, says Lev Krutikoff, back to Mani. Ali Christian, Sia, Giamma, Russo, Waltz, McCoy, and Valerio Villapiana ahead of Bosco Arias, Oxtein, Angelina Torres, and Iskander Zulfikari.
Lap 5 of 12. Zach Drummond in control. Zach Green staying with him. And Nicholas Schaufler creeping ever closer in the DPK racing machine. Now we've got a 3-cut battle for the lead of this race. And again, the track, yes, it's on slicks, but it will still get more rubbered in. It will get warmer, it will get grippier. And you can see trying their best to avoid that massive puddle on the inside going into the chicane. Thankfully, it's not on the racing line. Otherwise, it would be a little bit more problematic. The 273, though, able to judge the grip and manage it quite well as we approach half distance. Was able to get the lead back after losing it to Zach Green. And what was quite an aggressive move. Think back 2 weeks ago to Leconca and the rivalry that we had between Zach Drummond and Filippo Sala, the two getting quite annoyed at each other, not going to chase after James Anagostiatis 2 weeks ago. Zach Drummond knows how capable he is at overtaking, does get quite aggressive at times, and well, that tension boiled over 2 weeks ago with Filippo Sala. Let's see if it's going to boil over with his namesake of Zach Green. The two of them separated by half a second as we tick over the half distance mark on to lap 6 of 12. Nicholas Schaufler, though, is there ready to pounce should he need to. Not too much battling going on between the top two at the front. And also look at Lucas Zell closing in that gap. Should the three in front begin to battle, we could still yet have 4 cars battling for the front end of the field. It's the Fusion Motorsport machine, of course, followed by the Jamie Green Racing Kart Republic of Zach Green. Being very strong as they have done for the best part of the race thus far. Nicholas Schaufler, is it a matter of if he catches, when he catches? Can he get onto the back of the top two without a battle? Zach Drummond seemed to have opened up a little bit of a gap that lap, but still yet to remain. Still, well, just under half of this race left to remain. Still, anything can happen between now and the checker flag.
Schaufler still there in 3rd place. There's Lucas Zell, fastest driver on the circuit again, a 60.020 for the Victory Lane team driver. The team from France, the driver from France. And then Lev Krutikoff, who won ultimately at La Conca. Mani, Chrisan, Isaac Sia, Russell, Waltz, Bosco from grid 21 up into 11th. Viapiana, Michael McCoy, and Asher Rockstein from Florida in the United States of America. Good drive from Angelina Torres, the Dutch girl from Mallorca in the middle of the Mediterranean. The Spaniard, she's in 15 from Chikarachi, Stalmack, Piconi, Zulfikari, El Peruviano Mariano Lopez rounds out the top 10. 29 starters and 29 still in the race, despite the conditions here this morning. A torrential downpour again this morning. Finally, it has passed, we hope. And it's the Glaswegian, can we use the cliche that he's used to these conditions?
Yeah, I mean, it's a dream day really for any Brits or specifically Scotsmen. Speaking 2 weeks ago at La Conca when KZ2 had the downpour, it was a dream scenario for Jensen Graham. Slicks in the wet in KZ2. I was speaking to him and his dad in the airport. They were like, yeah, this is great. Then he had clutch problems and everything fell apart. For Zach Drummond, though, he seems to have no mechanical problems and he's flourishing in terms of his talent. 1-2 for the two Brits as it stands. Zach Drummond from Zach Green. And yeah, he's just finding that grip. And again, slicks on a damp, cold track. He feels right at home.
World-class circuit of Larkhall. Not too far from Zach Drummond's house, where he's done thousands of laps since the beginning of his karting career back in mini days. Now leads the way in OK. The Scotsman, if I'm not mistaken, probably the top-level circuit in Scotland is Larkhall.
Yeah.
Then we go south of the border to England. Of course, we have to mention PFI International Circuit and the newly opened Silverstone International Kart Grand Prix Circuit, located right in the middle or beside turn 5 of the Silverstone Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit recently opening. So the future's looking bright for British kart racing, with the Scotsman leading the Englishman. Drummond and Green 1-2, and the track level, the Stanley, coming up back in your home nation, Zach, of the United Kingdom.
Yes, it's looking good. You had the self-indulgence 2 weeks ago with James Anagnos, the artist, almost taking the win just the day before Aussie Day. That wasn't the case because he got the drop-down penalty. Maybe it could be looking British here in Sarno for round number 2 of the Supermaster Series. Side by side there, as you can see, Schaufler now beginning the attack on the 253 as Zach Green finds a space to the inside. Now here, that opens the door for Lucas Sell into the pit lane almost. Did go Zach Green. He went very wide there off the exit, and that's going to cost him plenty of time. Lucas Sell now able to get himself up into what is second position onto the third to final lap.
Zach, I'll suggest that's going to cost Schaufler as well, because he pushed Green off the road with no grip. Zach Green comes across the line in P5. Schaufler in P3. Luca takes the both of them. Not the cleanest move we've seen here this weekend, as Drummond skips away to lead by 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's a dream scenario for Zach Drummond. All of the pressure now is completely gone. Schaufler, very aggressive the corner before, very aggressive going into turn 15. And I think you're right, just muscled Green a little bit too wide there. Maybe a little bit of contact, I think, rear right to front left, a little bit of argy-bargy. Of course, the stewards will be looking at that and probably, I'd imagine, be making a very good decision as to what goes forward beyond that. Nonetheless, though, for Zach Drummond, he's got 2 more laps at the line left to negotiate in order to take this pre-final victory and edge himself closer to the championship standings. Lev Kutukulov, though, our current championship leader, not doing too bad of a job either in P5. And that will, of course, be P4 by the time the time screen refreshes, and he'll jump up in front of Zach Green. Lucas Sell, though, perfect capitalization from that opportunity, had the backwards momentum, found his way through, got the up and under, and now finds his way nicely into second position. The question remains, though, of whether or not he can keep it. 1.5 laps left to go. Zach Drummond looking strong. I have to say, though, Lucas Sell's lap times coming in very quick, and maybe the gap towards the front end could close. I don't think there's enough time to go and win this race, but maybe to put Zach Drummond under a little bit of pressure and make him think twice about whether or not this win is in the bag.
Devon Waltz dances into the top 10 with a purple lap. 59.409. The driver from Boise, Idaho, in the United States of America, is the fastest on the circuit. Zach Drummond almost inevitably will start on pole position for the final this afternoon. The Fusion Motorsport driver across the line finishes P2 at La Conca in the first round of the Supermaster Series, runs in P1 on the last lap of Pre-final A for OK. The sun shining here. Nicholas Schaufler in P3 goes purple, the track drying rapidly. Purple sector from Lev Kurutugolov. Zach Green still in P5 after that pass, let's say, a few moments ago. Head of Andrea Mani. Drummond looks back behind. Great drive from Lucas Sell. 14 Victory Lane. Keeps it straight under brakes. There's Schaufler. What a fantastic return for the Austrian star. For DPK Racing, Diego Pablo Karting. Angelina now almost into the 58s. She's had a great run. Just dropped a couple of positions in the previous few laps, but she'll finish well inside the top 20. In this 30-cart field, Zach Drummond takes the victory, locks down pole position for the final of round 2, the Supermaster Series this afternoon. Sell second, Schaufler, Kurutugolov, Green, Mani, Christian, Isaac Sia. Great drive from the Indonesian for Jamie Green Racing. Giamar from Central America, the Panamanian, ahead of Devon Walt and Bosco Adios, just outside the top 10 from grid 21. Drummond lifts the visor on the helmet, coasts back to pit lane, having taken victory. As we take a look at the highlights, Aston Sharp from grid 10 elected to stay on the wet tyres. It was a super opening lap as he went from 10th into 4th place behind Schaufler. But then they burnt as the track dried, as we saw Zach versus Zach. Drummond taking green. And then this moment, Schaufler on the greasy part of the circuit. Could not steer on the wet track. Green off the road. Schaufler comes home 3. Green 5, split by Lev Kurutugolov. Lucas Sell taking the both of them. But it's Zach Drummond who takes victory. It's Zach Drummond who lines up on pole position for the final this afternoon, regardless of what happens in Pre-final B. Sell, great drive for Victory Lane into P2. Schaufler, Kurutugolov. Green, Andrea Mani, Aili Christian. Isaac Sia, the Singaporean, I should say, for Jamie Green Racing. Rousseau, Giamar, and Devon Waltz dances home to 10th place. Bosco from grid 21 to 11. Michael McCoy, Via Piana, Chikorachki, Oxteen, Stalmack, Blanco, Paconi, Angelina Torres, Mariano Lopez, Zulfikari, Vanessa Silkenyati, Simeonov, Nikola Nikolic. And a tough weekend for the former two-time WSK champion, Nicolas Marchese. The team driver, the final finisher in Pre-final A here this morning. Pre-final B for OK. Luke Horner, the German, been in stunning form this weekend for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Will start from pole position alongside Jindrik Peschel. He took pole position in qualifying. He won the WSK Final Cup, did the Tony Kart Racing Team driver. That's the front row of the grid for Pre-final B for OK here at SARNO. And we are now officially on a dry track, 14 degrees Celsius here at SARNO Pre-final B. Round 2, the Supermasters Series. Luke Cornder for Ricky Flynn Motorsport on pole position before we race. Let's check out some of the highlights from this week in the OK category here in Naples. There is Vesuvius, there is the track in the foreground, built in 1994. Signor Beppe Sorrentino, anche con la sua famiglia e lo staff qui a Sarno. Come sempre stanno migliorando, stanno facendo bellissimo lavoro. Questa pista mitica ospita il Mondiale 2003, ha vinto il neozelandese Wade Cunningham. So the track built in 1994 by Mr. Beppe Sorrentino and his family, first hosting the World Championships in 2003, won by the Kiwi Wade Cunningham. And most recently, 2022, Matthias Morgato, Enzo Tavanishko, world champions at this circuit. Second round of the Super Masters Series, just outside the Bay of Naples, as Luke Kornda, the German, leads the field onto the circuit. To start from pole position, you can see the track is now dry. It's the German on pole. JP out of 2. Dean the Dutchman out of 3. Endo Arata out of grid 4. Noah Baglin works his way into P5 after a tough qualifying. Benjamin Menach for Ward Racing. Filippo Sale, Il Trentino. And Matthias van der Kerkhoven. Drew Waltz and Emiliano Hernandez, the two North Americans, on the 5th row of the grid. Oscar Galan and Gerard Firand. William Collegia, Nicholas Frigg, Thomas Pradir, James Anagnostiadis, who crossed the line in P1 at La Conca. Evan Purcell, Vladimir Ivanikov, Lillian Scarborough, and Archio and the Welshman, alongside the girl from Georgia, on the 10th row of the grid. Solovov, Nunez, Will Marshall from Cape Town in South Africa, Bussato, Gonzalez, Pietro Barguti, Jan Schwarzer on debut in WSK, Loris, Clarissy, Monte Carlo MC Motorsport, and Fernando Visue Cruz out of grid 29. It's been a tough weekend for Will Marshall, who took pole position in the OKN World Cup some 6 months ago. Hoping for a Musha Lekker race. Will Marshall from Cape Town in South Africa, but back on grid 23. Also Anagnostiadis. P1 took the victory until he drove into pit lane at La Conca. The front spoiler was down, dropped him to 6th. Watch the two Australians, in fact, James Anagnostiadis, William Collegia, Super Masters Series champion 2 years ago. Noah Baglin, reigning junior world champion. Benjamin Menach, alongside for Ward Racing, has been super quick, the Spaniard, this weekend. But it's Luke Kornda. Pole position for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Indrik Peschel, the 204 Tony Kart, powered by the new homologation VMS Vortex engine on grid 2. Luke Kornda has elected to start on the outside front row of the grid. That is pole position. We race. The tactic works brilliantly. Luke Kornda leads. Indrik Peschel is passed by his Japanese teammate Endo Arata, also from the outside of the front row, with grip, and races up into second place. Peschel back to third. Endo Arata second, but it's Luke from Germany who leads for RFM. Clean start for Pre-final B as the field come out of turn 6 up the old back straight for the first time. Super lead already for Luke Kornda, who's been in scintillating form this week. OTK karts 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. And then Benjamin Menach for Ward Racing in the Paralin. A Paralin right behind as well. May well be Collegia, who's made a super start, as we see Endo Arata in 204. Peschel in 204, I should say. It's Arata in 208. But as we complete the first lap, in fact, it's Hugendorn, of course. Dean in the first Paralin kart. The Dutch-speaking drivers, 5 and 6 from the Netherlands and Belgium, respectively. Hugendorn ahead of Matthias van der Kerkhoven. They both got by the reigning junior world champion, Noah Baglin. The Ferrari junior ahead of Emiliano Hernandez. Look at the lead from Luke, 1.2 seconds. Anagnostiadis it is. He's made a storming start to be from grid 16 into 8th place. Luke Kornda, brilliant form this weekend. He's disappearing out of sight. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, the former DKM German junior champion, leads the way in Pre-final B.
224 looking incredibly strong. You can see in the white, blue, the yellow, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine, which has nurtured so many great talents over the course of the year. 5 of them will be lining up on the Formula 1 World Championship grid in a month's time when we take to Melbourne. On lap number 3 of 12, Luke Kornda, the one that leads from Yenrik Peschel, Dean Hugendorn, the Williams Jr. from Arata, Benjamin Menach, then Noah Baglin, James Anagnostiatis up 9 positions for the Aussie, climbing his way through. Hernandez, Furhan, Filippo Sala, the top 10. Will Kalesia up a position, of course, been struggling a little bit. Not overly his fault or of his volition. Just had one of those weekends, unfortunately, but still able to fight back and find himself in contention for a top 10. Same too with Anagnostiatis. To send down the inside, though, nicely done from the 217. That's Benjamin Menach finding the move on the inside of Arata for 4th position. So nice move there from the white, the blue, and the yellow of Menach. Up now in the 4th position and stationary in the middle of the circuit there, the 245. That's Bussato. Was in 16th position. Definitely won't be anymore. What a weird place to stop, unfortunately. Able to get that cleared nice and quickly, though. Big shout out to all of the marshals. Luke Kornda, though, these cold, damp, greasy conditions, low grip on the slicks. Luke Kornda looking quick. So too Dean Hugendorn. New fast lap of the race that last time through. 1:0.040. That was quickly beaten by Yenrik Peschel, though. He's at 59.737 that last time through. Able to close about 1/10 of a second on Luke Kornda. You can see it's the Lando Norris car being chased down by the Tony car. With a gap a little bit big, 1.4 seconds. It's going to take a little bit more than this for Yenrik Peschel to come out on top in this race.
Rafael Bussato's car just on the infield there. It's been moved off the side of the circuit as Luke races by. Yes, great start from James Anagnostiatis from 16th up into 7th. Just ahead of Hernandez, who's made a couple of positions to go by Il Trentino. Filippo Sala credit also. Storming start from Nunez up into 13th. Lillian Scarborough, she's up into 16th. Always with lightning starts, Lillian Scarborough. And the Cape Tonian, Will Marshall, now into 17th place, finding form at the right time of the weekend. He's ahead of the Welshman, Archie Owen, and Oscar Galan rounds out the top 20. Luke leads by 1.3 seconds. Hendrik and Dean the Dutchman. Here's Hugendorn, the Williams Jr. Benjamin Menach for Ward Racing ahead of Baglin, Endo Arata, and Anagnostiatis. Lap 5 of 12, Pre-final B. Zach Drummond watching on from pit lane, unbeatable. The Glaswegian will start from pole position for this afternoon's final, regardless of what evolves in the second half of this Pre-final B for OK. Sala with a 59.432, fastest on circuit, the CL Racing driver from Trento in the very north of Italy, where the snow is almost knee-deep in parts. There is Sala on the back of Hernandez, the Mexican. Firan, Kalesia, Waltz, Nunez, Purcell, Ivanikov, Scarborough, Will Marshall, Schwarzer, Archie Owen, Galan, Pietro Baguti, Pradia, Solovov, Nikola Frigg, and Matias Gonzalez. On debut, Jan Schwarzer in WSK, acquitting himself well, as Will Kalesia, now with a 59.174. The Australian who was punted out of his second heat yesterday, a penalty which dropped him down to 25th in his first heat. A massive crash with the Frenchman Thomas Bredier on Friday, but has just gone purple, has Billy C from Melbourne, Australia. Nunez, the Mexican, he's just gone purple now. Luke Kornda across the line, 131 kilometres an hour. This is Dean Hugendorn. Menach, Baglin, about to be attacked by Endo Arata and James Anagnostiatis. Third in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy a couple of seasons ago for Luke Kornda, the driver from just on the outskirts of Cologne in the northwest of Germany, home circuit of Kirpen, the legendary Kirpen circuit. Great work also by his mechanic Andy Potter, who's worked brilliantly, world-class mechanic for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, as we see James Anagnostiatis fighting with Noah Baglin. Purple sector from Luke Kornda that time. The gap 1.45 seconds. Still KZ2 fastest on circuit. The Australian now inside the top 10 behind the Mexican Emiliano Hernandez. And Sala just ahead.
Lap 8 of 12, and Luke Hornder still firmly in control. The gap stabilised between himself and Yenrik Peschel, side by side between a couple of cars as they cross the line. That could have been Felipe Sala and Hernandez battling for 8th and 9th position. Felipe Sala, of course, taking the swap in teams, now racing with the CR Racing team in 2026.
Sorry, Zach, sorry to interrupt you, but Endo Arata has just rolled to a stop on the side of the circuit off screen. Endo Arata, the Japanese driver, P2 in the opening stages of the race. Arata is out.
Yeah, starting 4th position, was dropping down a little bit, but now completely out of the race, which is a huge shame for the Japanese driver, who was looking, I've been saying, incredibly strong so far this weekend. Nonetheless, there's our race leader, the 224, Luke Hornder for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Just a handful of laps left to run in this race, and we'll be able to secure victory. However, Yenrik Peschel is keeping tabs with him, 1.2 seconds. The last time the timer screen is 0.9, the last time our commentary timer screen updated. Let's see what it is as they come across the line. It's now 3/4 of a second between Luke Hornder and Yenrik Peschel. New fastest lap of the race from Dean Hugendorn as well, though the Dutchman a bit further back. But if the 204 can close into the 224, that's Yenrik Peschel onto the back of Luke Hornder. Maybe Hugendorn has got a chance. Really impressed with Menach, really impressed with Anagnostiatis. At the 211, James has had a fantastic drive, up 11 positions from P16 to P5. Was, of course, stripped of the race victory 2 weeks ago. And that's not let him, he's not let it demotivate him one bit. He's up to 5th. Noah Baglan, of course, the 2025 OK Junior World Champion. And Ferrari Junior, of course, the 201 in 6th position, running quite nicely. Of course, his first few weekends in senior machinery. Same to Dean Hugendorn, he's up there in 3rd. Luke Hornder, a couple more laps left to run, but Yenrik Peschel now is starting to apply that pressure. The grip has come back to the Tony Kart, which is now closing in on the Lando Norris just in front of Luke Hornder.
The gap down to 0.6 of a second. Coming on to the straight, there's Benjamin Menach, who's been brilliant. Anagnostiatis. Baglan has just been hounded. He's been passed by 4 drivers on that lap. Hernandez making the move. KZ2 going on through, as did Sala. And Baglan from P5 back into position 8. Dean the Dutchman, P3, fastest on circuit with a 58.586. But JP is catching the back of Luke Hornder. As it stands, 2.5 laps remaining. It will be Drummond versus Hornder on the front row of the grid for the final. That may well change, though, because Yenrik Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team is coming strong. Hugendorn in the background for Paralympic Motorsport. The Williams Junior, fastest on circuit. Luke looks back behind over his left shoulder into the final corner to complete the 10th lap. Peschel on the outside. Peschel's got the speed. It's OTK versus OTK. TM leading Vortex. Down into turn 1, 134.7 kilometers an hour. The newly homologated Vortex VMS engine. That's what's driving into the Peschel, the GFR-tuned TM engine on the Lando Norris kart of the German race leader, who makes a slight correction out of turn 6, straight over the ripple strip. Hugendorn, P3 catching the both of them. The Dutchman too far back unless something happens now. Into the old back straight, the old hairpin. Peschel on the inside, now on the outside. Wheel to wheel between the German, but it's checkmate. And Yenrik Peschel drives on through to take P1. Here comes Dean the Dutchman. Hugendorn has cut the gap from 1.2 seconds. He's now right on the tail of the German, who's dominated Pre-final B. As Yenrik Peschel, the fastest qualifier for the Tony Kart Racing team, starts the last lap of the race, and with that he would start outside front row of the grid. Luke's off the road. Hornder goes rallycross. Superb skill to bring him back on track. Hugendorn into 2nd. So Luke Hornder to start inside 2nd row of the grid. The driver on your screen, Yenrik Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team. Grid 2, outside front row for the final, alongside the Scotsman, Zach Drummond. Down the old back straight for the final time. Yenrik Peschel, P1. Dean Hugendorn in 2nd place. It's not a disaster, though, for Hornder. In fact, it may be an advantage inside 2nd row of the grid. Zach, it's not a bad place to be. But it looks as though Jindrik Peschel will join Zach Drummond on the front row of the grid for the final.
And this is going to be a very spicy final indeed. Of course, Dean Hugendorn trying his best to close the gap, but it's all come wrapped together quite nicely for Jindrik Peschel. He put in the work and he reaps the reward. Checker flag flies, and the Czech will take victory here at SARNO for Pre-final B of OK Senior. Dean Hugendorn and Luke Kornder will join him on the podium and again secure their places on the grid. Provisionally, as it stands, it'll be Zach Drummond that takes pole position. Jindrik Peschel, Lucas Sell, the top three, from Luke Kornder lining up on the inside of the second row. From Schaufler, Dean Hugendorn inside of row 3, and Zach Green in P7 despite that disastrous final couple of laps of his pre-final a few moments ago. Still plenty to play for in OK Senior and looking incredibly spicy indeed. For a moment at the beginning, it did seem like Luke Kornder was going to run away with things, but Jindrik Peschel was able to find his way forwards fairly efficiently, it must be said, over the course of the rest of the race. But it got underway, and a good launch from Luke Kornder from pole position. Jindrik Peschel would drop behind a couple of karts into turn number 1 as Endo Arata in the opening phases would be showing some pretty decent speed. Benjamin Manak would send the move to the inside, of course, of Endo Arata. And then towards the end of the race, the battle brewed between Jindrik Peschel and Luke Kornder, inside-outside. Peschel didn't really know where to go, opted for the outside to take a late switch back, get the move done and dusted. Dean Hugendorn ascends to the inside of turn number 1, would run Luke Kornder wide of completely his own volition, allowing the Dutchman to go through into second. Checker flag would fly, and Jindrik Peschel would take the victory for the second OK Pre-final in Pre-final B. Of course, there you can see the podium that some of these drivers will be taken to a bit later on in the finals for the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series. 2 more pre-finals before we get the finals underway. 8 more races left of round number 2.
Vesuvius in the background. Peschel takes the victory from Dean Hugendorn. Luke Kornder in position 3. Benjamin Manach, the 2 Australians, James and Will, 5 and 6. Sala Baglin, Nunez and Drew Waltz in P10. Emiliano Hernandez, Karar Fiernan, Purcell, Ivanikov. Vladimir finishes in P14. A musha lekker race for Will Marshall from Cape Town. He has blixemed the timing screens. Fastest lap of the race for the South African, Will Marshall, a purple 58.461. Marshall, fastest lap of the race to come home P15 from Schwarzer. Lillian Scarborough, Thomas Pradilla, recovering from that big accident in his first heat on Friday. Galan, Owen, Baguti, Frigg, Solovov, and the final finisher, Matias Gonzalez. We did lose Endo Arata, Bussato, Van der Kerkhove, Loris Clerici, and Fernando Visway Cruz. Zach Drummond, pole position for the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series here at SARNO this afternoon. 2 pre-finals remaining here this morning. KZ2 on track for Pre-final A in just a moment. But firstly, this is what has taken place over the past few days here at SARNO in the shifter kart category. Senna van Wolstein will start from pole position for Pre-final A for KZ2, the reigning WSK Supermaster Series champion and the reigning world champion as well. 58 drivers in the shifter kart category. Of course, the FIA European Championships taking place here in a few months' time here in SARNO, into spring, almost the summertime, when the Euro champs are back here at SARNO. Senna van Wolstein, Dion van Verven, 2 piloten van de Netherlands in de eerste posities. 2 drivers from the Netherlands to start on the front row of the grid. Senna van Walstein, reigning world champion, and Dion van Verven. He was actually telling us this morning he was looking forward to the rain continuing on. He liked the wet conditions. He starts out at grid 2. Pre-final A, the carts coming out onto the circuit. This is the grid. Senna and Dion on the front row of the grid, both for CPB Sports Sodi Karts. Angelo Lombardo, rating KZ2 Masters World Cup champion. Victor Gustafsson, Pedro Hilbrand, the former world champions. Jean Louillet, the fastest qualifier out of 6. Sam Nopiez, Corentin Russo, Marcus Kayak, and the Tuscan, third in the World Championships last year, Danilo Albanese. Chevry Taloff, Jaden Tien, Kimitani, Alois Girardet, Alessandro Zarloco, Zvaric, Mark on the 8th row of the grid. Emilian Danner back on 17, Leonardo Liuzzi, Roman Cherepov, and the German Manuel Castell out of grid 20. Grid 21. Welcome back, Suleiman Zanfari from El Jadida, the west coast of Morocco, the west coast of Africa, alongside Yeti Skulinov, Pirovano, Bognar, Tom Spiergel, Alexander Osnim, Enrikas Klepikas, Michal Secic from Croatia, and Samuel Louillet back on grid 29. His brother, Jean Louillet, the Louillet brothers back with Team CRG. It was Jean who took pole position in time qualifying on a wet circuit on Friday morning, a 69.873. The track far from gripped up, but thankfully, Zach, it is still dry as we get ready for our penultimate pre-final of the morning.
Indeed so, 12 laps of racing ahead of us with the KZ2s, and Senna van Walstein, understandably, being the reigning world champion and winning as much as he has won over the last few years, we'll be starting this one on pole position. Dion van Verven, of course, was the poleman 2 weeks ago at La Conca, was running quite well. Of course, a very tight battle with the likes of Max Orlov and Jaden Tien. Sees him third place in the championship currently as things run, but still plenty of races to go, and like I was alluding to earlier, each round the championship points ramp up. So, for example, last week a final victory was 50 points. This week it's 60. It'll be 70 in 2 weeks' time. It'll be then 80 for the final 2 rounds at Lonato and Franciacorta. So the stakes rise throughout the entirety of the series, keeping things alive, keeping things spicy. And as we saw towards the tail end of 2025 with the Final Cup, it was incredibly close as 2 championships were decided by a singular point. Over the course of last year. I think it was OKJ and OKNJ that were separated by 1 point. Of course, KZ2 still can be just as competitive. There you can see the 2 CPB Sports, Senna van Walstein and Dion van Verven lining up on the front row of the grid, awaiting the arrival of the rest of the field, some of which are about halfway around the circuit as it stands. Senna van Walstein lining up on the right-hand side of your screen, the left-hand side of the circuit, probably exactly where you want to be, because probably, I'd imagine, the right-hand side a little bit more damp. And a little bit less grip relative to the left.
Certainly the left side of the circuit, sort of reminiscent of the Red Bull Ring in Austria, with the racing on the left side of the circuit, which is where, well, officially grid 2 is, but that's where the pole sitter, Senna van Walstein, has elected to start. Pirovano in the Maranello car. There's Tom Spiergel, Klipikas, and Samuel Louillet. Michal Secic from Croatia in the 165 DR car lines up on grid 28. Senna to the right, Dion van Verven to the left. Pre-final A for KZ2. 12 laps here at SARNO. We race, a wheel spin off the line from Dion van Verven, and Senna rockets into the lead. Great start. Also by the Kart Republic, it looked to be Albanese, who's rocketed up into 3rd place. Indeed he has, from grid 10. What a start from the Tuscan to be in position 3, but it's Senna van Walstein, the reigning world champion, reigning WSK Super Masters Series champion, who's gone through to take the lead as the field cleanly raced through down the back straight for the first time. Senna van Walstein, Albanese, what a start, gets by Dion van Verven, who had too much wheel spin. So the inside of the circuit, too much debris, too much dampness. And Dion van Verven just sat there going nowhere. Victor, one of 4 world champions in the field, races up into second place. It's world champions 1 and 2. Albanese on your screen from grid 10. The Tuscans in third place.
A remarkable start, it must be said, from Albanese, up 7 positions in the opening lap alone, making the most of it as one of the Graz go rallycross on the exit of turn number 1. Not a tremendous amount of runoff despite the speed that you carry through it, and of course in these testing grip conditions, still going to be a lot better than when these guys are out for a warm-up a couple of hours ago, but still cold and of course still getting rubbed in. Senna van Volstein though, clear of Gustafsson. 1.2 seconds is the gap. Albanese now trying to put some pressure on. You can see in that Blue Cut Republic looking to the right hand side, doesn't quite have the space, the 145 on that occasion. It does Danilo Albanese, but he's definitely applying that pressure. Meanwhile, Van Volstein continues to run away with things for CPB Sport. Bit of a train behind in the fight for second though. Gustafsson, the Swede, has been looking strong this weekend. Let's see if he can hang on for the next 10 laps of racing with Albanese, Dion van Verven, Rousseau, Hiltbrand, Kayak, Lombardo, Jaden Tien and Kimitani. The top 10 just in behind him, all queued up, wanting a go. Now in the slipstream onto the back stretch, or sorry, the pit stretch for Albanese. Not quite close enough then to go for the move, but the space opens up to turn 2. He thinks about a late dive, does not phase Gustafsson one bit. Bit of wheel spin from each of them as a train of 6 carts now nose to tail on that run to turn number 5. Van Volstein able to increase the gap to 1.3, nearly 1.4 seconds through turn number 7. Albanese needs a good launch here in the slipstream. Has he got the measure to go for the move? Look over the shoulder from the 145. The space opens up. He's late on the brakes. He finds it nicely. Dion van Verven, a bit of a hip check there as the 155 of Rousseau tries to find a space as well. We've got a lot of cars all vying for the same bit of tarmac as backwards over the grass there. Goodness me. Lucky not to collect anyone else in that exchange. Albanese, though, nonetheless, a sensational move to turn number 8. Finds his way now in a second position.
Marcus Kayak, who took pole position at the World Championships at Franciacorta last year, where we race the 4th round of the Super Masters Series, well inside the top 10. He was, but he's going to come across the line way down the pack. See where the Estonian is. Marcus Kayak, a disaster. Senna van Volstein continues to lead. We take a look at this just a few moments ago. Albanese on the inside of Victor Gustafsson. Dion van Verven there as well. Position 13 for Marcus Kayak as we lose one of the Soddycart drivers in the background. It's Senna! Senna van Volstein has rolled to a stop off screen while we were watching the battle for second place. Senna van Volstein, who just hit the fastest lap of the race, has rolled to a stop. Danilo Albanese from grid 10 takes the race lead. Senna is out. Van Volstein walks back. Absolutely distraught. He was dominating. Reigning Super Masters Series champion, reigning world champion. We'll get a glimpse of the Dutchman in just a moment. From pole position, from the race lead, Senna van Volstein is out. Now his teammate Dion van Verven. Now he's the top driver van the Netherlands. He's now the top Soddycart driver. He goes by and takes the 2022 world champion, Victor Gustafsson. So maybe not so much of a disaster for Marcus Kayak. He was turned around, but he did rejoin in position 13. Dion van Verven, now the top Dutchman, now the top Soddycart driver on the inside of Gustafsson. And Corentin Rousseau, who's had a super weekend, follows him through. Hiltbrand, P5, Lombardo, que bravo. Il Siciliano, Team Maranello kart. Fastest lap of the race, Kimitani, 57.675. Senna van Volstein rolling to a stop from the race lead, just off screen. The reigning world champion is out. Albanese with the race lead. 1 second clear from Dion van Verven. And this ferocious fight for third place. Corentin Rousseau. This is how he went through to P3 on the inside of Victor Gustafsson. Hiltbrand, Lombardo, Kimitani. JT in P8, that's Jaden T and the Dutchman. Rotax Winter Cup champion at Campios back in 2024. Louye, Girardet. Denner's now working his way up through the field into P11 after a tough weekend, ahead of his Formula K SRP teammate, who was turned around a few laps ago, Marcus Kayak, who's put in a 57.277. Speaking of Dutchman, Sam Nopjes, position 20. Rotax Max Grand Finals champion of the world at this very circuit just a couple of months ago. The Dubai-based Dutch driver, Sam Nopjes, head of Shadabov, Bognar, Kastel, Klepicus, Le Petit, Spiegel, Tom, and Suleiman Zanfari on his return. Great to see Suleiman back after racing in Euro Cup Formula 3 last year. His first race back with us in WSK after racing in the Dubai O Plate a couple of weeks ago. Great to see Suleiman with us. His father Adil, younger sister Sofia, she'll be racing in French F4 this year again. And Michal Stecic rounds out the field. Albanese on lap 8 leads from Dion van Verven. And the driver on your screen, the 2022 world champion, the Swede, Victor Gustafsson.
Handful of laps left to go. Victor Gustafsson in P3. Heading a bit of a train as the space opens up to the inside for Hilbrand. The Birolart chassis driver goes through to the inside. Nicely done there. As the space opened up, of course, a bit of a kink just before the hairpin. You want to get as tight as you possibly can to minimize the distance, then open it up. And as soon as you open it up, that is when the driver behind will strike. And that is the case now with the 133 of Pedro Hilbrand for Birolart Racing. Goes through. Good move from the Spaniard. Now into third position. Albanese, Dion van Verven, the two of them chasing each other. There you can see the CPB Sodica. Let's take another look as to how the move changed for third. Space opened up and, well, a simple move like that. The 133 goes down the inside and Hilbrand will inherit third position. Onto lap 9 of 12, or just over halfway through it. Albanese, Van Verven, half a second between the two of them, 145 from the 105. Van Verven can still win this race yet as a move to the inside there from one of the Paralins. That's the 119 of Kimitani, who's made some good progress forward, up 7 positions from 13th now at the Finn into 6th, eyeing up a top 5 potentially in the closing stages of this race. Gustafsson drops to 4th. There's our race leader, Albanese. He's looking pretty good, but look at how close that Sodica is behind him. Dion van Verven chipping away at that gap with 3 laps left to go.
Zach, we're still reeling from the retirement of Sander van Walstein. It looked as though he had pole position for the final, bolted down. That won't be the case. Dion van Verven, he's looking pretty good to start potentially on the front row of the grid, maybe even pole position. Albanese hoping to finish this strong. He's had a tough weekend, Danilo, but what a start. 10th to 3rd on the first lap, and now he leads Dion van Verven, who's currently P3 overall. We're about to start the penultimate lap of our penultimate pre-final here this morning. There is Sander van Walstein's kart abandoned on the infield. The Dutchman won't be starting from pole position for this afternoon's final. Has just been joined by Corentin Rousseau, Jedi Skulinov, and I can tell you Marcus Kayak, who did set the fastest lap of the race, but it's not a happy pre-final for the Estonian. He has also joined the list of retirements as his teammate Emilian Denner flashes by in P9 from grid 17, but Marcus Kayak, MK, is out. 2 stars that we were expecting to fight for the victory. They may well still do it, but it will be from further back on the grid they would have liked. Sander van Walstein out, Marcus Kayak out. Reigning world champion, reigning Super Master Series champion, and the driver who took pole position at last year's World Championships, the Estonian Marcus Kayak. There's his teammate, Emilian Denner, on this, the penultimate lap of the race. Albanese, Van Verven, and Pedro from Barcelona in Spain in P3.
1 lap left to go at the line, and the 145 of Albanese is looking pretty tidy. It was a mistake in that corner a lap ago from Dion van Verven. Cost him about 0.4 of a second. Just washed wide a little bit. Still showing that grip is limited out there on circuit. Has allowed Pedro Hilbrand to close in the gap in the 133 Birolart Racing. But we're just under a mile left of circuit to run in Pre-final A for KZ2, our penultimate pre-final of round number 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series. It's looking unlikely that much could change in and amongst the top 3. Albanese from Van Verven, Hiltbrand the top 3 as they run. There's the Cut Republic and the Sodi Cut from the Birla. 3 different chassis inside the top 3. And now out of turn 12, less than half a lap left to run for Albanese. What a drive it's been from 10th to 3rd in the opening lap. The DNF from Senna van Volstein and the overtake on Dion van Verven has allowed them now to be in a position to take victory. Albanese comes out of the final corner, the checker flag flies, Van Verven did his best, but Albanese will take victory in Pre-final A in KZ2. And the 145 will be doing himself a lot of favours in terms of his starting position later on this afternoon. Van Verven, Hiltbrand, Gustafsson and Kimitani, a good little race there, up 8 positions into what was P11. In fact, actually, no, the time screen refreshed. Kimitani finishes P11. Jaden Tiem was the one that finished P4. Sorry about that. Jean Louet at P5. So, a bit of an issue there for Kimitani right at the end. He's still tumbling down the order, is the Finn. So, not the fabled race to beat. The one that was, well, Albanese was able to have his control over, despite Dion van Verven's best efforts. Let's take a look at the highlights. It was a good initial launch from Senna van Volstein. A lot of wheel spin from Van Verven. He'd lose a few places right at the get-go, as Albanese would make quick work of carving his way through the field. And dropping further back, the 158 Victor Gustafsson losing places left, right and centre in a very tight battle for what was 3rd, 4th, 5th. The 133 was making some good headway. Of course, Pedro Hiltbrand, the Spaniard, carving his way forward. This was the move, the 3rd position for the Birla cart. And then as his eyes on chasing down the leaders, Van Verven would do his best, but a couple of mistakes would eventually cost him the chance of victory, as Albanese, the 145, would take it in the end.
Albanese wins at Pre-final A. Dion van Verven P2, Hiltbrand, Jaden Tien, Jean Louet. Good recovery from Emilian Denner, from Gustafsson, Samuel Louet. From White on the back of the grid, 29th to 8th. That was outstanding from Samuel, head of Alois Girardet Zvaric. Yadislav Shevritalov in the Drago course cart, Alexander Usnem, Nopies, the Dubai-based Dutch driver who won the Rotax Grand Finals here. Pirovano, Liuzzi, Zaloko, Klepigas, Shadapov, Spirgel, Suleiman, Zanfati in P20, Castel, Sejic and Bognar, the final finisher. We lost, Tani, we lost the KZ2 Masters World Cup champion, Angelo Lombardo 40. Marcus Kayak out. Russo also after running in P3. Senna from pole. And Jetty Skulinov not even classified. Pre-final B for KZ2. Our final pre-final of the morning. So Senna van Wallstein will not start from pole position after retiring, after leading from pole position in Pre-final A. You are watching us live on WSK.IT and Motorsport TV around the world. Round 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Matteo Spirgel will start from pole position for Pre-final B, our final pre-final of the morning. Don't forget, in 6 days' time, next Saturday, we go to Leopard International Circuit, Viterbo, for the first round of the WSK Euro Series. And then we stay at Viterbo the following week for round 3 of this, the WSK Supermaster Series. Next Saturday, the first round of the WSK Euro Series. We go back to the fabulous, newly renovated Leopard International Circuit, just north of Rome. A Saturday race, of course, you can catch that live on WSK.IT and Motorsport TV as well. Pre-final B for KZ2, Matteo Spirgel. A potential pole position coming up. He will start. Well, he will start on pole position for the pre-final. If he wins it, it's pole for the Frenchman for CPB Sports Sodi Kart. There are 23 Sodi Karts racing here this weekend. Out of the 311 drivers, 23 have elected the French manufactured Sodi Kart. There is some debate if they are the biggest kart manufacturer in the world. In the northwest of France, where it's always grey and cloudy. I shouldn't say that. World-class team. They've won the World Championships the last 2 years in a row. They won last year's KZ2 World Cup with Max Orloff, who starts out of grid 6. Senna Van Wallstein, who just retired. He's the reigning WSK Supermasters Series champion. The Sodi Kart Sigma, powered by the TM. Matteo Spiegel, team manager. Monsieur Florent Bizalion, watching his driver, who will start from pole in just a moment. This is SARNO, round 2 of the Supermasters Series. We welcome Define as main sponsor, official partner of WSK Promotion for 2026. Final pre-final of the morning. Pre-final B for KZ2. Yes, Matteo Spiegel, CPB Sport, Sodi Kart. Three-time World Championship winning manufacturer, Giuseppe Palomba. In Portugal in 24. He's on the second row of the grid. He's now driving a Maranello. Last year with Senna Van Wallstein. We go back to 1993, Laval in France. The great David Terrien, number 144, the legendary and now very rare Sodi Kart Futura, powered by a Rotax, running rocket fuel basically as they were back in the early 1990s on open tyres as well. Gee, they were the days in Formula A. First World Championship for Sodi Kart in 1993. Sodi Kart, pole position for Matteo Spiegel for Pre-final B here at SARNO. Just a few moments away from the start, our final pre-final of the morning. And then the first of our finals, 460 Mini Group 3, followed by Mini Under 10. We'll go straight through at the conclusion of this final pre-final here this morning. Just waiting from race control, our official race director, Mr. Marco Carolino, assisted by Mr. Philip Trombeck, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, Signora Rosa Santulli on the start-finish line. And a special thanks to, ringraziamo tutto lo staff qui al Circuito Internazionale Napoli e tutto lo staff WSK Promotion. The green flag, Matteo Spiegel leads KZ2 out onto the circuit for our final pre-final here this morning. This is the grid. Spiegel on pole position for CPB Sports Sodi Kart. Michael Papadol, 16 Supermaster Series champion. Il Napolitanissimo Giuseppe Palomba on the second row of the grid alongside Marek Sklivan, Christian Cannibal, and the World Cup champion who won at Le Conca, Maxim Orlov. Ivan Pidgev, two-time race winner in the SMP Russian F4 Championship. Jean Nomblot, Max Schleimer, and Daniel Vasile, first race for the Romanian, now in a Maranello kart. Eric Vess out of grid 11 alongside Yankov, Noah Lupol, that's Noah Wolf. Kian Fardin has had a great run, the young Swiss driver this weekend. Il Bresciano, Michael Ida, Martti Rittinen, Daniel Mathia, LMP3 Le Mans driver and Euro Cup Formula 3 racer, joins us this weekend alongside Jensen Graham, Kamen Shimasvada, the Ukrainian Mark Brovko, Darren Zheng, Radek Vavra, Jaden Kushikin, Karl Lukashevsky, Simas Bachuska, younger brother of World Rallycross racer Rokas Bachuska, Martin Sormet, Andrei Stishov, also racing in the Russian SMP Formula 4 Series, and Hugo Besson, who, to be perfectly frank, has had a rough weekend, and that's putting it mildly. Yet to see the checkered flag, starts at a grid 29. Zach, if Matteo Spiegel wins this quite simply, the Frenchman will start on pole position for this afternoon's final.
Yeah, exactly that, of course. He's been looking quick all weekend, been there or thereabouts, consistent as Spiegel, so could be all right, could be looking quite good to go all the way. It's got a very tough grid to fend off, though. Paparo, Palomba, Scriven, Christian Batuka off the back of a very dominant Final Cup KZ2 championship victory just a few months ago. The Italian will line up in what is P5. So it's not going to be by any means easy for Spiegel. If he finishes P1, P2, I think at a stretch P3, provided Paparo doesn't win, I think Spiegel could be able to take pole position. It all depends as to where Paparo finishes. Nonetheless, the bottom line is if he finishes first or second, he'll take pole position for later on, but he's going to be focused firmly on what he can do to take the victory nonetheless in Pre-final B for KZ2. 12 laps of racing and our final pre-final of the weekend before we head into the all-important finals this afternoon. Of course, KZ2 standing start, so they'll be rolling their way to the grid, trying to generate as much temperature into the tyres as possible. Now, which row is he going to be lining up in? I think it is going to be the left-hand side. Understandably so, I think it's more advantageous. We saw the difference in starts between Senna van Volsteen and Dion van Verven before. Obviously, van Verven getting a whole heap of wheel spin on the left-hand side of your screen, the right-hand side of the circuit, whereas van Volsteen was able to, at the very least, get some grip, get some bite, and get some acceleration towards the opening corner. So, understandably, that's where we're seeing Spiegel go to start this one. All lining them up. 29 carts ahead of the start of KZ2 Pre-final B. At the back end of the field, Hugo Besson in 29th. At the front end of the field, Matteo Spiegel, P1 on the left-hand side of the circuit. It'll be the right-hand side of your screen as they run. Now we're getting ready. 12 laps of racing. Matteo Spiegel and Michael Paparo alongside on the front row. The Sodi kart, the CPB Sport on the right-hand side of your screen as we go racing for the final pre-final of the day. And a great launch there from the left-hand side of the grid. Marek Scriven already up in a second position, getting the jump as they make their way towards turn number 2. Nice little start from Matteo Spiegel, who needs to win this race in order to secure that pole position. Right now, though, it's looking pretty good. I think Sodi karts 1, 2, and 3 as they make their way in towards turn number 5 for the opening time of 12. Now towards turn 6 and 7, where, of course, the exit is all important. It seems that Marek Scriven has got some momentum here, though. He's got to be quick if he wants to maybe go for the lead. Also under a bit of pressure from the CPB Sport teammate as they go through turn number 8. A golden overtaking opportunity. Right now locked in, though, the top 3. Dropping back behind, though, Michael Paparo. Through into turn number 12 and ascend down the inside there. The two CPB Sports come together ever so slightly. Bit of side-to-side contact between the pair as they negotiate their way through now into the final sector for the opening time. Spiegel comfortably in the lead, but for how much longer through the final couple of corners for the first time? It is the 126 that leads across the line, but who is behind him? It's Max Orlov, the 101, our race winner from Le Conquer, our championship leader so far in the Supermaster Series, that tails now the CPB Sport teammate of Matteo Spiegel. Behind that, though, a bit of a gap beginning to form as Max Orlov tries to apply some pressure for the race lead.
CPB Sport Sodi kart 1, 2 and 3. It's Spiegel from Orlov, the reigning World Cup champion. Marek Scriven, we just saw Giuseppe Palomba take his countryman. He's now the top Italian. Il Napolitanissimo gioca in casa questo weekend. The driver from here in Naples. Up into P4, he just takes Michael Paparo, Jean Nomblot, Vasile. First race for with his new Maranello team. Ahead of his former teammate, Bertuca. Great start from Kian Fardin, who's come rocketing up into P9. As the two teammates, Maxim Orlov and Spiegel, they go wheel to wheel at 143 kilometers an hour. But it's the Russian who takes the Frenchman, Maxim Orlov, KZ2 World Cup champion. The Le Conquer race winner, Maxim Orlov, has now got the race lead. Marek Scriven, Palomba in P4. Paparo, Vasile. Clean start for this final pre-final this morning, with the exception of Ilyan Yankov. The Bulgarian was turned around in the S's on the first lap, as we see Kian Fardin fighting with Jean Nomblot ahead, and Max Schleimer. Seemingly yesterday, Kian Fardin was racing with his in60 Mini in WSK, but the driver from north of the border in Switzerland now well inside the top 10 ahead of Schleimer. And Ivan Pidgeev, two-time race winner in last year's SMP Formula 4 Russian Championship, was running in the top 6 consistently at Le Conquer. He's ahead of Daniel Marthia. There's the Spaniard from Eric Vess. Ida. Good start from the Scottish Englishman. Let's just call him the Brit. Jensen Graham, Noah Lupo, Wolf, Shimasvara, Rittinen, Mark Brovko, and Andrei Shishov ahead of Darren Cheng, rounding out the top 20. Olaf with the purple sector pulling away from his teammate, CPB Sport. 1, 2 and 3 back to Giuseppe Palomba, the 2024 world champion.
Was a little bit worried over the last couple of days of Max Orlov. Obviously, we saw the pace and the domination that he put on display at Le Conca, taking, of course, the overall heat standings, put him on pole for the pre-final. He won the pre-final. He then went on to win the final very dominantly. It wasn't even a contest. It was a race for second, largely. Now coming into this one, on the back foot ever so slightly, but I think in the opening phase of this race, the 101 has showcased just how good he really is. As it stands, he'll be guaranteeing himself a P5 start for the final later on, which of course is the more advantageous side of the grid. Exactly where he wants to be going into what will be the final later on this afternoon. A couple of big movers through the field. Of course, Max Orlov, the biggest of those inside the top 10, up 5 positions from P6, now into the lead of the race. Further back in the field, Jensen Graham up 6 positions from P18, now into P12 for the Scotsman. Smashing down the gears in towards the heaviest braking zone. They're probably one of the slowest corners on the circuit here at turn number 8 as we approach half distance in this race. Max Orlov from Spiegel, from Marek Scriven, 1, 2 and 3 so far for CPB Sport. Of course, those Sodi carts looking very, very good. I know they're very voluminous in this pre-final relative to pre-final A, so probability would say that maybe they probably are. That you're going to have a couple of them towards the sharp end of the field. Speaking to sort of Jensen Graham, who's moved to CPB Sport this year and just absolutely loves the way the team gels, the atmosphere within the team, and I think that showcases on track just with how strong they are currently running this race 1, 2 and 3.
Exactly right, Zach. Jensen Graham telling us this morning he's so thrilled to be with his world-class team CPB Sport. There were 9 Sodi carts on the grid at Le Conca. There's even 1 or 2 more than that this weekend for the second round of the series at SARNO. 23 Sodi carts in total in all categories. And they're running 1, 2 and 3 here in the KZ2 Pre-final B. Jensen knocking on the door of the top 10, driving the TM-powered Sodi Kart Sigma. That was him in the background. Max Schleimer as well. And Jean Nomblot also, of course, for CPB Sports Sodi Kart.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good, aren't they? I mean, Max Orlov, Spergel, Scriven, 1, 2, 3, looking pretty decent. Palomba is up there, though. And you have to say, Michael Papper on the outside, the inside of the front row as it was. The Pullman opting to start on the left-hand side of the grid, dropping back ever so slightly into the pack. Under pressure from Daniel Vasile, Christian Batuka there as well, the 132, the 2025 Final Cup champion. Just a couple of months ago, the Italian wrapped it up in the pre-final before the final round of Lonato a couple of months ago, had it mathematically sealed, which when the final points on offer was 80 going into that last round. He had a pretty decent job over the course of French Quarter and Cremona to build up such a big gap, and over the duration of Lonato as well. So Christian Batuka there in 7th position. Will be looking for a little bit more than that as he's got Daniel Vasile and Michael Paparo in his sights. Following along though, Max Orlov as he takes his way on to lap 8 of 12. 5 left to go in KZ2 Pre-final B before we start the all illustrious finals this afternoon for round number 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. Of course, here at SARNO. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be going to Viterbo. Well, in a week's time, the majority of them will be going to Viterbo anyway for the Euro Series. The week after that, it'll be the Supermaster Series. 2 weeks after that, we'll be going to Lonato for round number 4. And then 2 weeks after that, we'll be heading to Franciacorta for the 5th and final round of the Supermaster Series in 2026. So make sure you are following along all the way through the season. I've seen a number of you chatting away and staying in contact in the YouTube chats of WSK Karting, and wherever you're watching from, let us know who you're cheering for, where you're watching from, and what maybe your favourite race so far this weekend has been, what you're most looking forward to for the season coming ahead. Max Orlov, though, giving everyone a demonstration as to how to drive a KZ2 up in front.
As it stands, it would be Matteo Spiegel on pole position for the final. There's the Frenchman across the line in P2. Now there's Christian Bertuca, P7 for the 2-time WSK Supermaster Series champion. He just clocked 146.9 kilometers an hour. And that's on the start-finish line. So going down into turn one, just over 150 kilometres an hour, around 94 miles an hour. That is frighteningly quick here at SARNO. Fastest on circuit, his former teammate, there's Daniel Vasile. 56.866 for the six-time Romanian champion. Now joining the Maranello kart team, his teammate Giuseppe Palomba. World champion in Portimao, Portugal. Former WSK Euro Series champion as well, Giuseppe Palomba. Olaf in P1 to start inside. Third row of the grid for the final as it stands, as we see Vasile on the inside of Michael Papadol, the Romanian, with the two Italians just behind. Michael Papadol for the Monster K Factory team. Christian Cannibal is there as well. Jean Nomblot, Schleimer, great run from Kian Fardin. And Jensen Graham now one position outside the top 10. Pijev, Vess, Daniel Marthia, Euro Cup Formula 3 driver, Le Mans LMP3 driver as well. The Spaniard back with us in WSK. Fabulous to have Daniel on the grid with us. He's ahead of the two Finns, Martti Rittinen, Alvar Shimasvara. As you look at the Lekonka race winner, Maxim Orlov, just lets the kart float. That's his style. Doesn't fight the wheel. Does not panic. Very cool. Glances back over the shoulder. Never panics behind the wheel. Just lets the kart drift over the curves, over the bumps. Uses the power. Very good corner speed from Maxim Orlov, particularly on the exit of high-speed corners. As we see his teammates trade positions. Marek Scriven from the Czech Republic going by and take Mateusz Biegel. So that puts Dion on pole position for the final. So as it stands now, Dion van Verven, 21 points. Provisional pole for the final. Mateusz Biegel, 22 points. Grid 2 for the final. Papadol, 31 points. Palomba, 33. Marek Scriven, 36. So the Italians would share the second row of the grid. Marek Scriven now in second place. That would put the Czech on row 3 for the final.
Last lap of the race, Max Orlov. He's got just about half a lap left to run. There he is, the 101, the championship leader that will most certainly be extending that gap. He came into it with a 31-point advantage over Jaden Tien. I'm sure when it all works out, he'll be leaving with a little bit more than that. Of course, still got the final this afternoon to go, but it's looking bright for Max Orlov, who's going to guarantee himself a 6th position start. Marek Scriven getting through on Mateusz Bergel is going to do the Slovakian a lot of favours in terms of the starting position and tipping Max Orlov down a position, but nonetheless it's not going to matter too much. Max Orlov comes across the line, the checker flag flies, and CPB Sport bring it home 1, 2 and 3 in the KZ2 Pre-final B. Fantastic drive from the 101. Marek Scriven P2, Mateusz Bergel, Palomba, Daniel Vasile in P5. We'll run you through the results and highlights in a moment. That's going to wrap it up for the pre-finals. Next up, of course, first of our 6 finals. Mini Group 3 up first. And well, after 12 laps of racing, Max Orlov takes the victory from Marek Scriven and Mateusz Bergel. CPB 1, 2, 3. Then comes the 2 Maranello karts of Palomba and Daniel Vasile, the Romanian, rounding out the top 5. Then comes Paparo, Christian Batuka just in behind that from Nomblot, Schleimler and Faradin, the top 10. Pijev from Eric Vess, Maciej Rittinen and Simsvara, the top 15. Zhang, Noah Wolf from Provoco, Besson, up 10 places from Bachuska. Then comes Sizov, Kamen, Lukashevsky, Favre, Ormater, Yanikov and Graham, who fell back towards the end of that race. I think DNF, Ida and Jushiken, the third and final DNF. 29 starters, 26 finishes to the 12 laps of KZ2 Pre-final B. Coming up very shortly, of course, will be the first of our 6 finals in the form of the mini Group 3s, where Alfie Mayer will be starting it from pole position alongside Wyn Godschalk on that front row. Still a very all right day here at SARNO, to be honest. It's not overly sunny, but the track completely different from what we saw a few hours ago, where it was pouring of rain this morning and maybe a little bit of concern over the track conditions, but it stopped, the sun came out, it dried it up, and we're able to continue on with the day at some good speed. It has meant for some testing conditions at times with the changeover with the slicks and the wets earlier on in the day. Now, of course, firmly on slicks, but a very slick and green circuit the drivers have had to face over the last couple of hours. I think for the finals, though, the grip conditions should be there, should be well, and well, should make for some very spicy racing out on circuit. You can see the grid cars making their way onto the grid ahead of the first of 6 finals. Mini Group 3, of course, 8 laps of racing for these guys to see who comes out on top. Quick reminder to the championship standings. Now, this is before the pre-final points have come through. But coming into this weekend, Neo El Gahoudi, who took the final victory at Lonato for the WSK Final Cup, carried that momentum into 2026 with a victory and a sweep, actually pre-final and final at La Conca 2 weeks ago. Filippo Frigerio, Wyn Godschalk, the top 3, despite Wyn Godschalk's poor luck, scoring 0 points in the final, dropping back quite tremendously. His efforts through the weekend have given him an opportunity to be still in contention in the championship, of course, after doing the sweep in the WSK Final Cup in 25. Daniel Ferguson saying paced the top 5 in the championship. Again, pre-final points being applied. We'll confirm that when the time screen refreshes to see as to who's where in the championship on the second round of 5. Again, a reminder of the calendar. We spoke about it a couple of moments ago, but we're, of course, here at the Napoli International Circuit, of course, better known as SARNO, for round number 2 of the Supermaster Series. In a week's time, we'll kickstart the Euro Series at Viterbo. The week after that, we'll stay at Viterbo, just north of Rome, for round number 3 of the Supermaster Series. Then we'll go to Lonato and Franciacorta to round out the Supermaster Series before looking forward to Lonato and Cremona for the Euro Series, before looking forward to the Final Cup, which is a lot less condensed this year. We start in August, we finish in November for the WSK 3-round championship at the end of the year. I'm very much looking forward to getting this one underway. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Salvation alongside me in the comment box. And looking forward to the start of the first final of 6 coming up shortly.
That will be for Mini Group 3. The cars down in Parc Ferme, they'll come out onto the circuit. The first of our 6 finals here this afternoon. The WSK Supermaster Series here at SARNO, thankfully on a dry track, although dare I say a little bit more cloud cover. We did have sunshine this morning. That's not the case at the moment. For the moment, the track is dry. The first of our 6 finals, 60 Mini Group 3. Alfie will start on pole position for the Tony Kart Racing Team. In fact, the Tony Kart Racing Team 1-3 on the grid. 60 Mini Group 3 final, round 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series here at SARNO. In the year 79 AD, that Mount Vesuvius, an active volcano, erupted with catastrophic consequences. Forgive the cliche, but the action on track is about to erupt here this afternoon. Good morning and welcome to the ancient city of Naples, round 2. The WSK Supermasters Series here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli, the circuit simply known as SARNO. 311 drivers from 55 nations around the world for the second round of the championship, which includes such champions as our former winners, Antonelli, Norris, Lindblad, Ardigo and De Conto. We're about to decide the 2026 championships. The first of our 6 finals, Mini Group 3. The carts are on the grid before we race the first 8-lap final. Let's check out some of the highlights from Mini Group 3 this week here at SARNO. In fact, they were the highlights from the first round of the championship at La Conca 2 weeks ago. A fabulous start to the 2026 season. Nail Al-Gahaldi winning Mini Group 3 from Filippo Frigerio and Zane Pace in Mini Group 3. The carts are on the grid, ready to race the first of our finals here this afternoon on a slightly overcast afternoon here at SARNO. Alfie Mayer for the Tony Kart Racing team, joined by Win Gottschalk on the front row of the grid. You just saw the highlights from the series opener at La Conca. Before we do race the final this time, let's check out the highlights from Mini Group 3 this week here at SARNO. Alfie, the Englishman, has been in brilliant form this weekend. The Tony Kart Racing team driver will start on pole position. He's down on the grid. We'll get a look at the 34 cuts in just a moment. Ian Sylvestrin with you, delighted to be joined once again. Your second time at SARNO, Zach Sweeney.
Yeah, indeed so. Like I said earlier, the weather was a little bit better last time I was here, but, well, at least we've got a dry circuit. That's the most important thing. Wasn't the case a couple of hours ago as the Mini Group 3s get themselves rolling on their formation lap. We'll run you through the full grid, of course, in a few moments' time. But Alfie Mayer has done a brilliant job over the course of this weekend to seal that pole position alongside, of course, Win Gottschalk on that front row. Let's run you through the grid, though, in full. Alfie Mare for Tony Kart Racing starts alongside Win Godchalk on the front row from Zane Pace and Eunice Tam on row 2. Devon Titz and Riley DiMuno on row 3. Then comes Andreas Papagiorgio, Mick Klinkers, Alfie Garrett and David Shitov, the top 10 starting this race. Behind that, you'll have Al Magdad, Philip Stets, Padavani, Neil El Gahoudi, our championship leader, and Leconca race winner from row 7. Then comes Shelvis, Arthur Ferrer, Dan Ferguson, who had a couple of issues earlier on in the pre-final from Says Moyes, Joe Buffo and Pantoli, the driver. Then comes Teo Steindl in P21, Leo Kralev in P22 from Chang Matzo, Ebegenyi, Medeiros. Then comes Garcia, Filippo Frigerio, P2 in the championship, P28 on the grid. Tuzner and Van der Kotele, the 30th driver to take to the start of this one. Behind that, on row 16, P31 goes the way of Machak. Then comes Adam Purvu on the 16th row. Kosei, of course, the pole sitter 2 weeks ago. Behind that comes Jan Wozniak, Pedro Cueto and Antonio Mirachi share the 18th and final row of the grid ahead of what will be 8 laps of racing action here in Mini Group 3. The Red Bull Junior Win Godchalk, you can see on the right-hand side, the far side of the screen, will be lining up alongside the 546 of Alfie Mare, the Tony Kart Racing Team driver, the Brit, warming up those tyres frantically, trying to get some temperature going, choosing to line up on what will be the inside going in towards turn number 1 for the first final of the day. 8 laps ahead of us, Alfie Mare, Win Godchalk, the front row.
Alfie the Englishman, Win as the left arm. The Red Bull Junior up to the line, the Mini Group 3 final here in Naples. For the first time today here at SARNO, we race. You ride on board with Leo Kralev down into turn 1, tries the outside, does the Bulgarian. The Englishman fights with the Red Bull Junior. It's Alfie who goes P1, Zane in second place. That's pace. It's a Tony Kart Racing Team 1-2 in the opening stages of the Mini Group 3 final. Yeah, good initial launch there from Alfie Mare, getting the jump. Win Godchalk stuck on the outside of the circuit, drops back to 4th, immediately trying to fire one back down the inside with the likes of Eunice Tam and Zane Pace. The point forward there, you can see, trying to focus and get the attention in towards turn number 8. Not really too many moves happening towards the front 4 is, oh my goodness me, contact, and one of them goes spearing off into the runoff area. Probably a tap of the wall, I'd imagine, as well. With that one, we'll confirm as to who that is as soon as we can, because they will be absolutely plumb last after the first lap of running. The 540, there you can see that same pace, trailing with the 506 of Devon Titz, who's just over his shoulder. Devon Titz able to work his way up in a P3. Nice little job there from the Kidix Driver Performance Kart Republic. Trailing now the 546. That, of course, Alfie Mare, our race leader. You can see ducked down. There's the Union Jack in its full glory on the top of the helmet, on board with Leo Kralev. He's making some good progress forward. On to lap 2 of 8. And the top 3, nose to tail, the 546 from the 540, then the 506 just in behind that. It's Alfie Mare behind that, Zane Pace and Devon Titz. Of course, those that started, the front 3 that started on the inside of the grid, they've been able to work themselves up into the top 3. Those that are on the left definitely have struggled, and Win Godchalk getting left for dust by the top 3, as there you can see the 506, Devon Titz now through and up in a second place. Zach, was actually the Brazilian Alvaro Medeiros who was sent into the hairpin at the end of the old back straight. He's rejoined. He's only just coming across the start-finish line now, but his Tony Kart teammates, they're at the top of the field. Alfie Mare, Zane Pace back to 3, split by Devon. That's the German. Titz in second place. Godchalk, Ryan Timuno, Andreas Papagiorgio, the CRG driver from Cyprus, ahead of the Leconca race winner, Neil El Gahoudi. Eunice Tam, Abraham Shelvis, the Dutch Colombian from Spain. And Mick Klinkers down in P10, ahead of 3 more Brits, Garrett Farrow and Daniel Ferguson. Mare leads the way. Win drives on through. Puts Zane Pace back to 4th place. Now, Devon, Godchalk. P5 is Ryan Timuno for the MP Motorsport Team Gamoto. Win Godchalk, obviously on a bit of a recovery drive, just over his shoulder. He's got Zane Pace, Riley DiMuno trying to find some space to the inside of turn number 8. Very aggressive move there, very late to find the gap in towards turn number 8. Nicely done there from DiMuno, through now on the Maltese driver of Zane Pace. The top 3 now, Win Godchalk joins them. The 506 of Devon Titz, and of course our race leader Alfie Mare, who's been lighting up the time machines as it stands. Alfie Mare would take the lead of the championship. El Gahoudi
match with Win Godschalk. Of course, now not having the best of days today. Win Godschalk down the inside though and up in a second position, and swings his favour. He's gone and climbed his way up into second place in the championship as it stands. I know there's a long way to go in the season, but every point will matter. Tucked behind the steering wheel from Alfie Mehr, he'll be under pressure in the near future as on board with Leo Kralev. He can see in front of him a queue of karts that he wants to go, catch and get involved with as we find our way nearly half distance through this race already. Win Godschalk not the best of exits through turn 1 or 2, and that has put Devon Titz onto his rear end again. Alfie Mehr, in the not too distant future, I'm sure will probably be under a bit of pressure from Win Godschalk, who through the heats and the pre-final has showcased the pace, not had the best of starts, but has been able to claw his way back forwards. Now tucked in behind Alfie Mehr, the space opens up to the inside of turn number 8, late on the brakes from the Red Bull Junior. The 506 fancies his chances as well. Devon Titz nearly trying to find the groove to go alongside Alfie Mehr there. Nonetheless, Win Godschalk through up into the race lead on lap number 4.
Approaching half race distance, and the driver from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curaçao, Godschalk, the Red Bull Junior, has taken the lead away from Alfie Mehr. Raced with us at this circuit in 2025 in the Rotax Max Euro Mini Trophy. He's back into second place. Godschalk, the WSK Final Cup champion, officially racing for the United States of America. But on a weekend when the Winter Olympic Games kick off in the north of Italy, his father, Marshall Godschalk, Olympic rower for the Netherlands back in the 2008 Beijing Olympic Games. Well, what a momentous victory this is potentially for the Grotte Godschalk win, who's in position 1. Still the second half of this mini Group 3 final. Godschalk down the back straight, Mehr. Devon dives down the inside into the hairpin at the end of the old back straight. The German through to P2. This is all going wrong for Alfie Mehr, who's had a brilliant weekend. Here on the outskirts of the Bay of Naples, the Englishman at risk of falling off the podium, Papa Giorgio from Cyprus, the Mediterranean island, in a straight line not too far from here as we see Alfie down the inside of Devon. The German closes the door, and look at Godschalk racing away. The gap was just a kart length as they come across the line. 101 kilometres an hour, 104 for Papa Giorgio. Fastest on circuit, Mick Linkers with a 67.451. The Dutchman in P9 for the Energy Course team behind Ryan de Muno. Lap 6 of 8, Godschalk. The gap still just half a second. There's Mehr on the back of Devon. Papa Giorgio. In fact, it's Zane in P3. Mehr's a position behind. You can see the Union Jack proudly displayed on Alfie's helmet, dominating the weekend, but he's falling off the podium. He's falling back to P5, Andreas Papa Giorgio. The Cypriot drives on through as Devon goes rallycross. The left rear Vega into the grass. The German with great skill to bring it back on track. Godschalk, the gap is out to 0.6 of a second. The Grotte Godschalk in the erste Position for the Kiddix driver performance team. Penultimate lap of the race about to start. Godschalk will check the gap. Remember, fixed gearing, a minimum 1070 sprocket. We've watched about 14 kilometres an hour top speed off these mini karts compared to last year when they were topping 117 k's an hour. 1:01 for Godschalk. The gap comes down 0.3 of a second. Zane, certainly on the pace, is the Maltese driver who finished on the podium at La Conca. He's closing in on the back of Godschalk. Will it be Win who takes the win, or will we see a Maltese victory for the first time in WSK?
The swing this can have as well could be championship deciding. Of course, same pace and his consistency would be really rewarding in the overarching story of this championship. As it stands, Win Godschalk, despite not scoring in La Conca's final because of an incident in the opening phase, dropping him all the way to the back, would actually inherit the lead of the championship. Just goes to show how volatile these championships can be and how rewarded you are for those race victories. A bump draft there from Zane Pace to the rear end of Win Godschalk as the Dutch driver goes ever so slightly defensive into the third to final corner at turn 15. On to what will be the final lap of racing. Win Gottschalk from Zane Pace, also Devon Titz. 3 carts, 1 lap here at SARNO. Outside line there from Zane Pace. He tries to get the up and under, but Win Gottschalk covers it off in towards turn number 2. Holding him to the inside is Zane Pace, the Maltese driver trying to get the exit speed. The 501 has got it covered. He won the championship in 2025. He won the final cup at the back end of last year. He knows what it takes to fight at this level. He's desperate to prove himself in 2026. Zane Pace, the 540, now into the golden overtaking opportunity. Win Gottschalk, a look over his shoulder, not once but twice. He knows he's under pressure. Outside line from Devon Titz. He's going to try and get the up and under now on Zane Pace. Drawing alongside is the 508. Side by side between the chicane, up onto 2 wheels there almost from Zane Pace. And that's going to hand the victory to Gottschalk. It's all gone wrong for Zane Pace as the 532 goes through as well. That's Shelvis who's gone sideways through the grass. Shelvis goes round. Now the 527 of Papa Giorgio is putting some pressure onto Devon Titz into the final few corners and a send round the outside there from Mick Klinkers. He's asked way too much of it. The checker flag will fly at the front end of the field and Win Gottschalk will return to the top step here at SARNO. Win takes victory in Mini Group 3. What an end. What a final mile of racing that was. Win Gottschalk, Devon Titz, Andreas Papa Giorgio, the top 3 after 8 laps of racing.
We can break out the famous line. It is Win who takes the win. Gottschalk takes the victory. Incredible action on the final lap of the race. Devon across the line in second. Andreas Papagiorgiou from Cyprus on the podium in third place. Heartbreak for the Tony Kart team drivers. There is the correct graphic. Yes, the KZ2 driver performance team pilot from Curacao has taken victory at SARNO. Zane Pace for Alfie Maurer. You have to feel for the Englishman. P5, head of Case Muiz, who came charging through from 18th to finish 6th. Gottschalk, the Red Bull Junior. As we say, we'll get back to that in a moment. Fabulous start. On-board pictures from Leo Kralev, who ultimately finished in 27th behind Alexander Marchat. Alfie Maurer controlling the pace not only in the early part of the final but all weekend, but Win Gottschalk driving up the inside. Devon also for the KZ2 driver performance team. Zane Pace, for a moment it looked as though we'd have a Maltese victory for the first time in WSK. Great skill from Devon to bring it back on track. But watch this, the final lap of the race. Wheel to wheel, Zane, Devon come to grief. Gottschalk races away, would you believe, to win by over 2 seconds. Gottschalk for the KZ2 driver performance team has won again in WSK. Devon Titz from Germany in second. Andreas Papagiorgiou on the podium in third place. Zane and Alfie. Heartbreak for the Tony Kart team drivers. Case Muiz from 18th to 6th. Ryan Dimunot, Tom Klinkers, and Garrett home in P10. Well, yes, just getting back to this weekend, it is the start of the 2026 Winter Olympic Games in the north of Italy. Here in the south of Italy, Win Gottschalk, whose father represented the Netherlands in Olympic rowing in Beijing in the 2008 Olympic Games. What a weekend. Win takes the win. Gottschalk for the KZ2 driver performance team will be joined by the German Devon Titz. Andreas Papagiorgiou from Cyprus will join them on the grid. The first final for round 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series. The podium presentation we wait for. Andreas, Devon and Win to make their way up to the podium. Zach, fabulous start to the afternoon. It all came down to the final lap. Was that too predictable? Win Gottschalk, 3 from 3 in the WSK Final Cup. He's won again.
I mean, after Le Conca, he had the pace to go and win. He got caught up, of course, in that incident on the opening lap 2 weeks ago for those that joined us for that one. And I think since then he's had he's been itching to get himself back to the top. Of course, taking a step up from under 10s last year, now into the Group 3 this year. To sort of prove himself I guess it's not a largely different category, but it's still a new grid of drivers and new competition, something else to go and win. and he's gone and done exactly that. It wasn't easy by any means, and of course, Devon Tits and Zane Pace having those bits of contact right at the end, a very aggressive move through the chicane, the contact between the pair of them, again, just allow Win Gottschalk to run away with it, especially when the likes of Papa Giorgio and Mick Klinkers got involved. Of course, Klinkers trying to go the long way around of turn 15, way too ambitious there, and in the end cost the young Dutch driver falling down to P9. A very chaotic race. Says Moyes, though, big shout out to the Flying Dutchman, up 12 positions from P18 to P6. Fantastic driving, it must be said. To finish that high up from that far back on the grid. Again, in only 8 laps of racing. That's the first final done and dusted. Of course, we'll head over to Ian in a few moments' time for the podium ceremony. When we're ready, there you can see the American, German and Cypriot flag ready to fly for Win Gottschalk, Devon Tits and Andreas Papa Giorgio for the second podium in WSK competition in 2026. It's been an amazing weekend. The sun's kind of creeping up behind the clouds. It's still very overcast here. We can see some the beautiful landscape just in the background. I have to say, one of the best views from the commentary box I've ever had here at Sarno. You can just about see Mount Vesuvius in the background as well. What a weekend that it has proven to be. Round number 2, of course, of the WSK Supermaster Series. Hope everyone is enjoying when they're watching along at home. Been seeing a lot of you very active in the YouTube chat. Let us know who you're supporting for, where you're watching from, and maybe what has surprised you most about that last Mini Group 3 final. A very explosive end to the end of that one. We get to do it all over again, of course, with the Mini Under-10s. 8 laps of their race coming up very shortly, just after the podium ceremony. And then after that, 4 more finals. OKJ, OKJ, OK, and KZ2 to round off the weekend. Always good to come to Sarno. My second time here after the finale of the Euro Trophy at the back end of 2025. I said the back end, it was September of 2025. Admittedly, the weather was a little bit nicer there. It was quite warm, quite sunny at the back end of summer. Towards the tail end of winter, still a little bit chilly, but still a bit windy. Of course, the rain has definitely not been holding off by any means. We've got away with it yesterday. We had a full dry day. We were meant to have rain from early in the morning until late in the afternoon. That wasn't the case, and I think that sort of luck, I guess, transferred into this morning, where it did absolutely pour it down. Thankfully, that dried up very, very quickly. We had a big discussion over the pre-finals as to when are they going to go back onto slicks. Is the track dry enough? A couple of people trying it at certain points of the day. And now, eventually, of course, the track, while green and maybe quite slick, definitely is going to be slick tyres as opposed to the wets. Which, of course, was nicely in time. A couple of pre-finals prior to the all-important finals. Of course, the drivers will be making their way over to the podium very shortly, and we'll head down to Ian, of course, in a few moments' time to give out some of those fantastic trophies to each of our winning drivers. Quick update is to the championship, by the way, because I think it's very interesting, of course, like I say, with the ramping up of the points as we go through the season. For example, 2 weeks ago at Le Concours, a win in the final was worth 50 points. This weekend at Sarno, it's worth 60. 2 weeks' time at Viterbo, it'll be 70. And then the final 2 rounds, it'll be worth 80 championship points. It ramps up as we go through. Of course, really rewarding those that finish highly at the end of the season, but also those that are very consistent throughout the entirety of it. Win Gottschalk came into this weekend with a 50-point deficit. He leads with a 50-point advantage over Nail El Kahoudi, who failed to score in that final. From Devon Tits, Zane Pace. Devon Tits able to promote himself up into P3 in the championship. Alfie Mayer up into P5 after his efforts this weekend. Andreas Papa Giorgio, Federico Filippo and Eunice Tam, the top 8 in the championship. But Win Gottschalk looking to go for 2 championships. Of course, off the back of the Mini Under-10 Final Cup in 25. Maybe to go for the 26 Group 3 Supermaster Series as well. Still a long way to go, and again, that point swing and that volatility, if it happens from one round to the next, it can very quickly happen from this round to Viterbo and so on and so forth. You know, it's motorsport, it's unpredictable. Anything at any point can happen, especially with how competitive and close each of our fields are. So very much looking forward to the coming weeks as to deciding the Supermasters Series Championship, which of course has been won by a pretty prestigious lot of people. Those that have won at this level, have raced at this level. Very familiar names. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, of course, Arvid Lindblad, Lando Norris, all coming through the ranks. Max Verstappen, all coming through the ranks of WSK, just to name a few. There we can see Win Gottschalk sprinting his way to the podium to collect a very well-deserved trophy after a very intense race, it must be said. Only 8 laps for the minis. They are mini, but goodness me, are they mighty when they give us the action on circuit. And we get to do all over again with the Mini Under-10s just coming up very shortly, and in fact even younger. And these guys earlier on in the testing conditions was interesting to see just how many of them were, going off, and of course not got a ton of experience, in those sorts of conditions, having to guess, and that experience invaluable for their journey going forwards. But it does mean that we get very raw, very passionate racing. Hopefully shouldn't be too much longer until we can head down to the podium, just making sure results are confirmed and everything's ready to go before we can head down to Ian at the podium. But a good start to the finals. Of course, I was about to say good start to the day, but it's not. We've had a few hours beforehand doing all the pre-finals. But a good start to the first final of 6. Let's head down to the podium for the presentation.
Thank you, Zach. The first podium of the afternoon. What a thrilling race coming down to the very final lap. 60-minute Group 3 Round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series from Cyprus. Team CRG in third place, Andreas Papageorgiou. Second place from Germany, Devon Titz. Once again, it is Win who takes the win. The winner of Round 2, the WSK Supermasters Series from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curaçao, officially from the United States of America. For the Kiddix Driver Performance Team, Win Gottschalk. And representing the winning team, Kiddix Driver Performance, Gianni Vigorito. Third place from Cyprus for Team CRG, Andreas Papageorgiou. Second place from Germany, Devon Titz. The winner of Round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series for the Kiddix Driver Performance Team, Win Gottschalk. And Gianni Vigorito representing the winning Kiddix Driver Performance Team. The national anthem of the United States of America. The podium for Round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series, third place, Andreas Papageorgiou, second, Devon Titz, and the winner here at SARNO, Win Gottschalk. Zach, a fantastic start to the first of our afternoon's finals. Win Gottschalk for the Kiddix Driver Performance Team has won Round 2 here in SARNO. We continue racing with the mini category. It's the mini under 10 drivers. They're on the grid. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian, and very much anticipating the start of this next final. Of course, we've completed one. We've got 5 more to go. Mini under 10 coming up shortly. We'll run you through the full grid, obviously, when we probably introduce the race itself. But Denver Boss, alongside Zane Burgess on the front row, is looking pretty spicy coming into 8 laps of racing. There you can see them lined up on the grid, ready to go. The Parallel Motorsport of Zane Burgess on the right-hand side of your screen. He'll be starting from 2nd position, alongside Denver Boss, who's been looking very strong for Kiddix Driver Performance on that pole position. Our poleman of Friday, the one that started on pole position for each of the heats, Jaden Francisco, will line up in P5 alongside Sasha Miras, who was looking very quick over the course of Le Conca 2 weeks ago. He was able to finish P3 and on the podium back then. Comes into this 2nd place in the championship, but our championship leader, of course, Zane Burgess, who'll be looking to hang on to that. There's only 18 points in it as it stands, and still plenty of racing still to come from now until the final checker flag at Franciacorta in about 5 or 6 weeks' time, when we do that towards the end of March. Looking forward to, of course, the mini under 10 final. Like I say, 8 laps of racing, same as the Group 3s that we've just seen. That came down to the final lap And in very explosive fashion, as Ian, I'm sure, will probably allude to, Matt Vesuvius just to our right-hand side, and the action very much erupted towards the end of the Group 3s. I'm sure it's probably going to do the same in the under-10s. Since it erupted, 44. Oh, 79.
There we go. Well done.
I listened.
History.
Yeah, I did. I did actually. I got an A star. So I do love my history. We don't actually learn about Vesuvius in the UK, to be honest. Maybe we should. But yeah, always good to check up on the history and the beautiful landscape that is this part of the world. And well, SARNO always gives us a treat.
It certainly will in a moment. We continue racing with a mini under 10 their final. Firstly, the highlights from what has happened this week here at SARNO. Denver Boss will start from pole position for the mini under 10 final. The Dutchman on pole position for the Giddings driver performance team. Zane Burgess, the Jamaican American who won at LaConca, the Andretti junior driver, will be attempting to fly in the final to his second victory in a row. Starting on the outside front row of the grid, not such a disadvantage with the conditions, the greasy circuit. It is dry here this weekend. We'll check the grid for you in just a moment. All 34 of the youngest drivers racing here this weekend on this 1 mile circuit. 1,670 metres of Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as SARNO. Nice to have your company wherever you join us live around the world. On the outskirts of the historic city of Naples. A city once ruled by the ancient Greeks. As you look at the Dutchman, Denver Boss to the left of your screen. There's the Zane train to the right. Burgess, who won at LaConca 1 fortnight ago. 8 laps of this 1,670 metre circuit, easily the longest and one of the fastest circuits on the calendar. This is round 2 of 5, the WSK Supermaster Series for 2026. Last year it was Josh Bergman from the United States of America who took the Supermaster Series title. There is Vesuvius. Active volcano, yes, rumbling and causing, well, a little bit of concern in the late 1970s, erupting in 1944, right when things were kicking off at the end of World War II here in Italy, just days after the American liberation, just up the road, up the coast, in the town of Anzio on the outskirts of Rome. Incidentally, we go to Viterbo next Saturday for round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. This is SARNO, round 2 of the Supermaster Series, the 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport, the mini under 10 final. Denver Boss van de Netherlands in de eerste positie. Zane, the Jamaican American, to the right of your screen, the Andretti junior driver. The green flag flies. The karts fire into life and we take a look at the grid. Denver Boss on pole position for the mini under 10 final for the Giddings driver performance team, who are attempting to take their second mini race win here this afternoon. Zane Burgess out of 2. Blake Schwer, the Californian, out of grid 3. Torquia out of 4. Jaden Francisco, the Canadian, who qualified on pole on Friday. Sasha Miras on the podium at LaConca out of 6, as was Oliver Vatens from Tenerife, alongside Giovanni Venturino, Hugo Heinar for the Monster K Factory team. And from Thailand, it is Max Vadic who won at Macau at the end of 2025. And then it's the kleine Gottschalk, Zev Gottschalk, alongside the second-generation racer, the Scottish-Austrian Jack Lupo, Jack Wolf. Leo Simone is next, Alexander Dubyanin, JJ Mikalev, who was on pole at Le Conca, Markitian Bronikowski, who was in the grass in the pre-final this morning, Fero El Houti, and Giuliano, one of 11 Romanians racing here this weekend at SARNO. Aidan Moreira from north of the border in Switzerland in the 530 CRG. Diacono, Miguel Spinner, Brody Brown from Texas. Staciones, Bortov, Johan Berger, JB. Starts ahead of Luigi Annunziata. Balzano from here in SARNO, Ticianelli. Schubert, Gonzalez, Todran, and Gordiganea from Moldova on grid 34. The mini under-10 final, Denver Boss from the Netherlands on pole position as Zane Burgess rides up over the ripple strip up to the line. Here at SARNO, we don't race. Another formation lap. Zach, that was reminiscent of the BMX World Championships there. Zane Burgess squeezed onto the ripple strip coming up to the line. All four wheels off the ground. He was lucky not to drop a chain. We get another formation lap.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially a driver in Zane Burgess' position, right? You're coming into this as the championship leader. The last thing you want to be doing is dropping a chain when you've got 60 points on offer for this final victory, which ultimately could very much be the deciding factor in whether or not you win or lose this Mini Under-10 Championship, the Supermaster Series in 2026. Denver Boss, though, of course, will control the pace and you would imagine have the advantage going in towards turn number one. Zane Burgess, like we saw with Wyn Gottschalk on the outside of the front row, might struggle a little bit. He needs to make sure that should he, fall back a little bit, he doesn't, lose his composure or lose his temper really and fight back through with too much temperament with how aggressive he is, or let it completely demotivate him. Nonetheless, though, we'll have to wait and find out as to what unfolds over the opening couple of corners. The 504, nonetheless, for Kiddick Stride Performance, looking to make it 2 wins from 2 finals.
Blake pushing Denver up to the line, the American behind the Dutchman. 5-4-2 for the Tony Kart Racing Team inside second row of the grid. Burgess, we'll see if he stays off the ripple strip. He gets the better run this time. Again, he rides over the top of it. We accelerate up to the line. Denver Boss on pole. We race the Mini Under-10 final here at SARNO. Blake dives down the inside. Super start, and the American launches into second place. Gets by Zane Burgess. But it's Denver Boss for the Kiddick Driver Performance Team from pole position, who's got the early race leader, Zane Burgess. Runs wide out of turn 2. The Le Conca race winner loses at least 8 kart lengths. Stays on track. He's still in P3, but under enormous attack. The first driver to chase the Jamaican-American is the Canadian who took pole position on Friday, Jaden Francisco. Jaden down the inside. Zane falls off the podium. Jaden Francisco, first race in Europe at the end of 2025. He took victory in the Rock Cup International Final. United States Pro Kart Series champion, Florida Winter Tour champion. Can he take victory for the first time in WSK here this afternoon? He's in P3. Blake from the United States of America in second place, but it's Denver van the Netherlands in the eerste positie. The end of lap 1. It's the Dutchman in position 1.
Yeah, good initial start there from the Kiddick Driver Performance driver, of course, of Denver Boss. He's looking very strong as the two baby racers go side by side towards the opening corner. That was very quickly settled before the apex. Lap 2 of 8. And tracking them through the opening corner. Denver Boss from Blake Sui, from Jaden Francisco. Then comes Zane Burgess, who's dropped down as the Andretti Jr. Of course, trying to get onto tabs at the top 3. There's a huge send to the inside from Jaden Francisco. The move for second place. Turn number 5, you don't often see it. But Francisco showcasing his brilliance up into second. Now the chase is on. Can they get back after the race lead? Zane Burgess on the back end of Sue as well as they work their way in towards turn number 8. Side by side, an absolute melee. That is was Varek trying to get the up and under on Sasha Miras and Oliver Vagans in the battle for a 7th down to 10th in that particular train. Zane Burgess, the 563 on the back of Blake Sui, of course our race leader, the Kart Republic of Denver Boss from Jaden Francisco. Now these three really need to start working together, but Zane Burgess, the minute an opportunity arises down the inside and towards turn 15 to retake a podium position.
We start lap 3, Denver in P1. That was a fantastic pass into turn 5 by the Canadian Jaden Francisco. The first North American, Jaden, and then 3 drivers from the United States of America, Zane Burgess, Blake Schuer, and Zev Godshall. Speaking of Canada, good drive also from Leo Simone, younger brother of Rocco, in the Pantano kart. Up into P11, behind Turquia, Oliver Vatens, who was on the podium at La Conca, and Sasha Miras, as was the Frenchman. He's in P8 behind Hugo. But you can see the order has already changed. Well, this is good for Zane Burgess. Remember, he went wide in turn 2 on lap 1. Fell a good 30 or 40 metres off the race lead. But now he's right on the back of Denver Boss. Jaden Francisco was in position 2. Team Baby race for the Canadian in 5.25. Denver runs wide. Zane Burgess will get a run on the back of the Dutchman as they come across the line. Remember fixed gearing, 1070 teeth maximum, or minimum in fact, at 99.1 kilometres an hour. Down into turn 2. Fastest lap of the race, Zane Burgess. The slipstream not so much of an advantage because they're on the rev limit coming out of the chicane. The leading duo pull away. Denver Boss in P1. The Kiddix driver performance team of Alessandro Levrati in the Kart Republic looking for their second mini victory here this afternoon.
Yeah, they're running very strong. And look at how much Denver Boss is looking over his shoulder. I noticed it on the pit straight. Really big look over. And all it's doing is allowing Zane Burgess, I guess, to sort of get in his head. Yeah, fair enough. Denver Boss needs to sort of assess some information as the 5.36. There's a huge pirouette there. A bit further back. Could that have been Hugo Hejnar, maybe the 5.56?
It was Vatens. It was Oliver Vatens. He won't get another podium here this afternoon.
Yeah, no, that's unfortunate. Yeah, the 5.36, Oliver Vatens going around a big pirouette there as the change for the lead. Zane Burgess down the inside of Denver Boss. He's gone in too deep, though. The up and under is there from the Kiddix driver performance. And now the 5.04 of Denver Boss, as soon as he lost it, straight back into the lead, onto that 5.08. Like I say, big looks over his shoulder, assessing the information. The Zane Burgess is there. He's now applying the pressure. Denver Boss now knows the minute Burgess has an opportunity, he's going for a move. Blake Schuer back into the mix as well. This could well still be a 3-4 kart battle for the lead with 3.5 laps left to go.
Blake in 3rd place for the Tony Kart Racing team. The Los Angeles-born American driver for the Tony Kart Racing team, remember, powered by the Vortex. Zane, TM-powered Paralin, and of course Denver, Miami-powered Kart Republic. 3 different manufacturers, engine and kart, 1, 2 and 3. The second half of the Mini Under 10 final. Incidentally, not only was it Vatens who had that moment, the driver he came together with was actually Sasha Miras, so 2nd and 3rd on the podium from La Conca. That won't be a repeat today. We may get a repeat winner, though, because Zane on the back of Blake into the final corner does not attempt to pass. Knows that they need to work together to some degree. Jaden Francisco still searching for his maiden WSK podium. 4-time national champion. There's his teammate in the background, Zvadic. Godshall as well. Hugo as Hejnar ahead of Turquia. Leo Simone, Aiden Moreira. What a drive from Aiden up into 10th place from grid 21. Outstanding from the Swiss driver. His mother nervously watching on back home in Switzerland. His father Duarte here at the circuit. Aiden Moreira is rocketing around the 1 mile SARNO circuit. He's just got by Ferro, Dubyanin and Balzano from the back of the grid into 16th place as we see a change for the lead. Blake puts the stars and stripes back in position 1. Fabulous pass at the hairpin at the end of the old back straight.
And it's straight back down the inside there from Denver Boss to retake the lead of the race. The 5.04 goes through. Now we've got 5 karts, nose to tail, all involved in this conversation for the lead. Sent to the inside from Francisco. Zane Burgess forces the gap open as well. The Paralin will go through. Up now in a 2nd place, but Jaden Francisco for Baby Race will take the lead. 2 laps left to go at the line. And it's the 5.25 of Jaden Francisco that's gone from 4th to the lead in just the single lap that was lap number 6. So now it's Jaden Francisco, Zane Burgess, Varek now up into P3 from Sue. Denver Boss dropping to P5 in just half of a lap. That's how quickly the momentum can swing. And now, if the top two can work together for about half a lap, they might well be able to have an all-out brawl for the final mile of racing.
Jaden Francisco, could this be a fairy tale victory for the Canadian? Unacceptable views has the Canadian got as where he should be on the podium. Yes, pun intended. If you know, you know. The Canadian just keeps on trucking. He's in position 1. He took pole position in qualifying on Friday. Zane dives down the inside, and the Zane train goes steaming on by to take the race lead. The Jamaican-American back in P1. Jaden for Team Baby Race, now in second place. Zane staring over his left shoulder. Goes wide. Francisco gets the run. Blake still in third place as we start the last lap of the race.
We do indeed. 1 mile of racing to decide the mini under 10 final. Defensive, Zane Burgess. Up and under is there though from the 525 of Jaden Francisco in towards turn number 2. Burgess has it covered. The black helmet of Blake Sway trying to get involved as best he can. Can't quite find the space. Actually overtaken by Svarik, who's climbed his way up in that podium contention. Half a lap left to go. Zane Burgess. Over his shoulder, he's got Jaden Francisco. He's got a queue of karts that all want that position, that all want that gold trophy at the end of this one. Down the backstretch towards turn number 8 for the final time. Look over the shoulder from both Burgess and Francisco. No chances taken at all. There goes Blake Sue trying to get the up and under to find his way onto the podium. Draws alongside both karts in towards the chicane for the final time towards turn number 12. Zane Burgess under a bit of pressure. Also the fight for the podium comes down because Zev Godchuk, I think it was, sending the move. Now just a couple of corners left to go. Opportunities wearing out for Jaden Francisco. Zane Burgess, has he done the job? He has, into that final overtaking opportunity, unless he can keep it clean. I don't think he's quite the exit that Hidder wanted, but it should still be enough. Checker flag will fly, a drag race to the line. Zane Burgess will take victory here at SARNO. Jaden Francisco and Zev Godchuk, what a drive. After his brother's victory a few moments ago to take the final place on the podium. The 502 climbed 8 positions over the 8 laps and crucially nailed the 8th one. Torchia Svarik, the top 5. Denver Boss finishing P6. That could have gone any which way at any which point. Just look at Blake Sui. Came into that lap P3, left it P11.
Wagwan Jamaica, Zane Burgess goes 2 from 2. Bombaclat. Burgess wins at SARNO. Jaden Francisco. A brilliant weekend for the Canadian. We've got a North American 1, 2, 3. Declared Godchuk in third place. We check the highlights of a fabulous mini under 10 final. Denver Boss from pole position, leading in the early stages. Had a nice lead as Zane Burgess, the ultimate race winner, ran wide in turn 2. Jaden Francisco passed, going on to the back straight. Boss trying to defend. Zane driving down the inside, but going wide. Blake up into second. It looked as though the American, he was in P1, would take the victory. Fell back off the podium as Jaden Francisco put the baby race Paralyn back into P1. Zane Burgess, a defense. Unbelievable in the final stages. Jaden Francisco trying to attack, but it's Zane who goes 2 from 2 here at SARNO. Burgess with the victory by just 1/10 of a second over the Canadian Jaden Francisco. Zev declining Godchuk on the podium again. We've got a Godchuk brother here at SARNO. Torquia, che bravissimo che gara. Chiude in quarta posizione. Max Varic, Denver Boss, heartbreak for the Dutchman who started from pole to finish in 6th. Then it was Hugo Leo. Aidan Moreira, what a drive to finish in P9 from grid 22. And Ferro, likewise, up into 10th place. Blake Schuer, the American, just outside the top 10. He was the race leader with 1.5 laps remaining. But it's Zane Burgess. He won at La Conca. Zane Burgess wins at SARNO and takes a nice lead going into the 3rd round of the championship at Viterbo in 2 weeks' time. It will be again the most famous national anthem in the world, the Star Spangled Banner, which will sound out here at the foot of that active volcano, Mount Vesuvius. The American, Jamaican, Andretti Junior driver Zane Burgess wins the mini under 10 final, round 2 of the WSK Super Masters Series. Jaden Francisco What a brilliant performance. The Canadian will be back after a fabulous performance this weekend. Remember, he did take pole position on Friday. Finishes P2. And Zev, the second Gottschalk podium here this afternoon in third place.
Yeah, what a way to conclude the mini-finals. 2 of 6 done and dusted, just 4 more left to go. Next up, of course, will be OKJ once we've done the podium presentations in a few moments' time. That was, well, a very electric final lap of both the Group 3s and the Under-10s. Zane Burgess, like Ian was alluding to, now leads 107 points from Denver Boss in the championship from Jaden Francisco. Sasha Miras, who came into this one just 18 points off the championship lead, will leave this round 117 off the championship lead. Zev Gottschalk's podium puts him up into the top 5 from Oliver Vaitian's Torchia, the top 7. Just looking incredibly close. Zane Burgess, 2 victories from 2. That's exactly the recipe for a champion. Still 3 rounds left to go. And still plenty more to decide in the coming weeks as to who's going to take the overall crown in the Supermaster Series. Nothing can be taken away from Zane Burgess in that one, though. Absolutely clinical, exactly when he needed to be. Same to Jaden Francisco and Zev Gottschalk. I mean, what a final lap that was from the Kleiner Gottschalk to carve his way through the middle sector. More importantly, when everyone bunched back up in that fight for the podium, he was able to capitalize. Of course, just waiting for the drivers to make their way to the podium from Parc Ferme. It's a little bit of a walk at SARNO. Hope everyone is enjoying the coverage. Of course, watching along at home on all the WSK channels. I've seen a lot of you active, of course, in the YouTube chats. Thank you for your company. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Silvestrin, alongside in the commentary box, bringing you the action for the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series, the 21st season in 2026. Of course, probably the highest level of karting that you can get. Some of the world's best and of the present, and some of the world's best of the past have made their way through the WSK ranks. Plenty of them will be lining up on the Formula 1 grid in the WEC, Formula E. Every high-level international racing series at some point. Some of the drivers have come through the WSK promotion ranks in their career. And the stars of the future are on the grid right here, right now. Some of them, of course, have already gone off to do some wondrous things in recent times. Dries van Langendonk just taking a recent victory in the Formula Winter Series. And doing some fantastic things in the world of sim racing as well. The youngest winner of the iRacing Daytona 24 with Jago Racing, for those that are inclined into the world of sim racing. Dries van Langendonk doing pretty decent, both virtual and real life as well. Hopefully shouldn't be too much longer until we can head down to the podium. Zane Burgess taking the victory from Jaden Francisco, Zev Gottschalk, Torchia, Varek, the top 5. Denver Boss after pole position and definitely having the pace to go for the win. In the end, not much separated at all. And he finished at P6. It was just a melee, that final lap. And if you get ever so slightly offset in terms of the positioning of your car, it can very much throw the rest of the race out of sync. And that's that. Doesn't matter how quick you are, doesn't matter how quick you've been all weekend long. Anything at any point can throw a spanner into the works. Big thank you to, of course, all of the staff at WSK Promotion for their efforts, all of the staff at SARNO, the marshals, medical crew, and a big thank you to all of the teams and drivers, parents, supporters, you guys watching at home as well. All of your support, greatly appreciated. Some of the unsung heroes, of course, of the motorsport world. Like I say, after the podium ceremony, it'll be OKJ that will be making their way to the grid, and a very wet and wild pre-final for those that joined us earlier on in the day, where Carrera was able to sort of run away with things at the sharp end of the field. Carrera, who will line up in this race in P3. Nicola Pedico will start this one from pole position. But before we get into the OKJ, let's head over to Ian for the presentation of the Mini Under-10s.
Thank you, Zach. The podium for Mini Under-10 as they cross the line. That is not the order. As they stand on the podium, we don't get a second Gottschalk podium. Unfortunately, Zev Gottschalk crosses the line in P3. The front spoiler was down. And unfortunately, the Kleiner Gottschalk falls off the podium. It does elevate into third place for Team Birla, the Italian Ferdinando Torchia. A fabulous performance all weekend. He took pole position on Friday. He finishes in second place. 14 baby race from Canada, Jaden Francisco. He won at Lukonga. He wins again. Welcome to the top step of the podium. The winner of round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series in Mini Under 10. The Jamaican-American for Team Andretti, Zane Burgess. And representing the winning team, Paralin Motorsport, Francesco Mollo. Third place to the Italian team Berolat, Ferdinando Torchia. Second place to the Canadian 14 baby race, Jaden Francisco. He flew to victory at Lukonga. He was flying again here at SARNO. The winner of round 2, the Supermaster Series, Zane Burgess. And Francesco Mollo representing the winning team, Paralin Motorsport. For the second time this afternoon, the national anthem of the United States of America. The podium for the Mini Under 10 final. In third place, Ferdinando Torchia. Second, the Canadian Jaden Francisco. 2 from 2 for the Jamaican-American Zane Burgess. Zach, we've raced our 2 mini finals here this afternoon. We are 1/3 of the way through the afternoon. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian, and very much looking forward to the upcoming OKJ Final, our 3rd of 6 coming up very, very shortly. Of course, it'll be Nicola Pedico that will start this one on pole position. Has won all but 2 races thus far this year. Of course, he got a penalty earlier on in the weekend for a not so controversial collision with Elton Headforce earlier on in the weekend, of course. Also lost the pre-final to Giulio Carriere, of course, in the testing conditions. Maybe a lack of experience for Pedico in junior machinery in those sorts of conditions handed the advantage to Carriere, who was able to carve his way to a very dominant victory. In the end, able to finish second, but still secure that pole position for Nicola Pedico. He'll start alongside Leo Lattinen, who's been looking absolutely rapid for Paralin Finland. Did a similar drive to Carriere in the in Pre-final B, did the Finn, so he'll start on the front row alongside Nicola Pedico. Of course, the Mini Group 3 Final Cup champion of 2025, won the Supermaster Series in both mini categories across 24 and then into 2025, and we'll be looking to do the same in junior machinery in 2026. He definitely looks fast enough to do it, and now the track has returned to a dry state. This is where Pedico could well be in his happy hunting ground, potentially starting on pole position. Should be a good race.
Nick Dangerous go 2 from 2. He will start from pole position, but the Finn, Leo Lattinen, has been super quick. Of course he's been quick. He is from Finland. He starts on the outside front row of the grid. Watch for GC out of grid 3, Giulio Carriere as well. The 36 cars down on the grid. But firstly, the highlights of OKJ, what has taken place thus far this week here at SARNO. It's been a mixed weekend weather-wise here at SARNO. It is cloudy again here this afternoon, but for the moment, the track is just dry. There is very little rubber on the circuit. Set up kart-wise, it has been, well, interesting to say the least. There is barely a kart here this weekend, certainly in the OK categories, with the third bearing attached, and if it is running loose. Quite a degree of caster front end put into these karts, 1400 rear track. Tyre pressures, well, depending on who you talk to, or whose mechanic's shoulder you can stare over. Maybe sort of 9 pound, 9 PSI, 10 PSI, particularly with the cooler conditions. Somewhere around 0.6, 0.7 of a bar, approximately. But that's been a big talking point this weekend, the setup of these karts. There are 75 kart republics here this weekend. 52 Paralins, 28 Tony karts, 27 Birrell Arts, 23 Soddy karts, 16 CRGs, 11 Hensers, 10 Lenzo karts, and of course the 5 different engine manufacturers, TM, IAME, Vortex, LKE and Modena. It is an IAME-powered kart republic on pole position. Nick Dangerous trying to go 2 from 2. Nicolo Pedico and Leo Latinen watch GC out of 3. In the EKS kart, he took a fabulous win in the pre-final this morning. Antonio Chepa, Colton Snickerberg, Alessandro Nani in 7-11. Jeff Verbeke, Mark Green. It's Marco Verde out of 8. Victor out of P9. And Eduardo Colucci in the Pantano kart out of 10. O Menino do Brasil, Pedro Faria out of 11 alongside Augustin Felegione. The 2 Tony guards, then Federico Mirabella, Kolovos, Nekmush, Torrichiano, Platon. Back on 17 is Kovtunenko, Noviello, Luigi Diascoli and Max Piatek out of grid 20. Grid 21 has one of multiple Romanians in the field. Radu Băsescu Pricop alongside Elton. Then we go to Serban Vasiciu, Patrick Christensen, Valentino is alongside Daniel Verba, Siginior, Matis Brajul, fastest qualifier at La Conca. Way down ahead of Vasquez, Citarella, Sen Lindemann, Artika Mir, who's been quick but unlucky, Tommaso Corsi with a DNF this morning. Shaka, Bruno Full, Macau Grand Finals, or I should say Grand Prix race winner in December. The American at the end of 2025, starting alongside the younger of the 2 Skulinoff brothers, Genric. Out of grid 36, Nick Dangerous on pole position, Il Bergamaschino, Nicolo Pedico.
We have 11 laps of racing ahead of us for the third final of the day. OK and Junior, Nicolo Pedico looking to extend his margin at the top of the standings and go 2 from 2 in finals in the Supermaster Series. Alongside him, Leo Latinen and plenty more drivers who want to stop him from achieving that. Foot to the floor, and for 11 laps, we go racing. The race towards turn number 1 is won by Nicolo Pedico. Straight down the inside comes Giro Carrera from third, now into second from the inside of the second row of the grid, in towards turn number 2. And that's nicely done from the Italian, of course, Emi Racing. Carrera goes through, now trying to chase down his countryman of Nicolo Pedico, who now the track is dry, is right in his element. Missed out ever so slightly in terms of pace a bit earlier on, was able to get within about half a second of Carrera's lap times, and nothing more than that. Now in the dry, maybe it's a bit more level pegging. The 701 ducking behind his steering wheel. He's very tiny in that car, like if he needs any more aerodynamic assistance than that. Defensive in the fight for P2 from Carrera, though he's not quite able, feeling secure enough to fully commit to the charge towards the lead. Closely followed, of course, by the Paralin Finland of Leo Latinen, who's been looking very quick all weekend long. There's the 701. Nicolo Pedico, our race leader, chased down by the 727. Also look out for the 717 Novolux of Anthony Chepa. The blue, the white and the yellow Novolux chasing down the Paralin Finland. Now, do they work together? Do they battle? They've got a small bit of a gap back to, I believe that's Benjamin Manach just in behind that. On lap 2 of 11, it's Perico from Carrera, Latinen, Chepa, Colton Schniegenberg, the 702 that's chasing them down. Then comes Nani, Jeff Verbeke, Victor Garin, Mirabella, and Nick Moosh, the top 10. So a pretty tame opening couple of laps, in all honesty. Carrera got through, of course, on Leo Latinen, but since then we've not really seen too much movement at the front. The gap between P1 and P2, about half a second. Send down the inside there. The 702 of Colton Schniegenberg losing out to the 711 of Nani, and a change in the battle for P5 halfway through lap number 2, though, and Pedico looks unfazed up in front.
You are right, Zach. It is relatively tame by OKNJ. WSK Supermasters Series standards. But it is also ominous because the Leconca race winner, Nicolò Pericol, has pulled out a perfect lead, 7/10 of a second at the end of the first of 11 laps. The driver to watch surely in P2, GC. Joelle Carder loses a 10th. Here comes Leo in P3 from Ott Schepper. Marty Snickenberg, Verbeke, Mirabella, Mark Green, ahead of Colucci. Nekmush, Victor in P12. Feligione, Pedro Faria. Turchiano, Noviello, Kolovos, and Elton from grid 22. He won't win here this afternoon unless a miracle happens. Last year's WSK Euro Series mini champion sent out of 2 heats unceremoniously. Let's say it straight. He was sent into the grass. Has put him back on the grid. He's into P18. The driver who he came to grief with in the first heat is leading the way. It is Nicolò Pericol on your screen, 701. This is Joelle Carder in the EKS. The Condor chassis powered by the Modena engine. A brilliant pre-final for the Italian this morning. There's Latinen from Finland, Antonio Ceppa. The LKE powered Lenzo kart, the Iami powered Kart Republic in P1. Carder, Modena powered in second place. The gap, 7/10 of a second. Latinen again fastest on the circuit. The Finns starting to get frustrated by Joelle Carder, who had super speed this morning. That kart has grip. You can see the inside rear just dancing off the circuit. Here comes Ocheppa, Nani, and Colton Spickenberg. The aero helmet of Nicolò Pericol. He glances over his shoulder as Latinen down the inside puts Joelle Carder back to P3, and the Italian, the second Italian, now at risk of falling off the podium. The gap out to almost 1 second. Okay, here we go. Latinen has got by Carder. Ocheppa almost seemingly about to do the same. Ocheppa down the inside, the pole through to P3. The chase is on. Nick Dangerous. Here goes Leo Latinen, the Finn, in second place.
Yeah, the chase is on now. The Parallel Finland machine needs to get after Nicolò Pericol. Of course, the Car Republic 701 that's leading the race and has done so quite comfortably. Ocheppa, a nice little move on the inside of Carrera, whose initial momentum in the dry is starting to wear out a little bit. You can see sitting quite high and quite big in the kart relative to the 3 in front. That, of course, going to have a slight effect in terms of his top-end speed, but should it also give him the advantage through the corners, maybe as to why he was so quick in the wet a bit earlier on. Ocheppa in the slipstream, finds the space, thinks about a dive to the inside of turn number 8, but the pole thinks better of it. 1.1 seconds is the gap between Pericol and Latinen. The best they can do is match the pace. They need I'd probably say about a good half a second before they can, start really feeling the effect of the slipstream and then get latched onto the rear end of Pericol. Right now, they're only able to do about half a 10th of a second per lap, and if you do the maths, they've got nowhere near enough time in order to surmount that sort of a gap with that sort of a margin. Across the line, we'll start to see if they're able to close the gap, but it just seems that Pericol is so comfortable as the 3 behind him, nose to tail. Across the line, 1.1 is the gap. I don't think Ocheppa really wants to be hanging around with Carrera over his shoulder for too much longer.
Zach, you can visibly see that the Lenzo kart in third place, it rides the bumps, and there's a lot of bumps on this 1 mile SARNO circuit. It rides the bumps nicely. Still got grips, it gets loose, but he doesn't lose the back end nor the front end. It's still turning in. It's riding the bumps beautifully. Antonio Ocheppa in third place. Make that second because Ocheppa down the inside puts Latinen back to P3. Carrera off the podium. The gap, this is ominous. 1.2 seconds between Nick Dangerous, Il Bergamaschino, Nicolò Pericol, and now the pole, Antonio Ocheppa.
Over half distance in this race and ascend to the inside there from Carrera. Also down the inside, the 711. Nani getting way too ambitious there. Was there a gap? I think Leo Latinen wanted to turn into the corner there. In the end, the 711 got sent up onto 2 wheels. Momentarily sent up into the air, I'd imagine, and Leo Latinen able to stay in front. Carrera has to go defensive. Ocheppa through into second position. Carrera wanted to use that momentum, and Nani just kind of saw an open gap, really getting aggressive, getting punchy the minute they've been able to enter this battle. So Carrera, the final place on the podium. Leo Latinen can see it right in front of him. Just in behind, he's got a fellow Paralin over his shoulder onto the back stretch towards turn number 8. Carrera having to go defensive, doesn't quite have the straight line speed, parks it on the white line nicely. Gets it stopped on the apex. Nani tries to get the switch back on Leo Latinen. Colton Schniegenberg is there in the 702 as well. Let's not forget, through the long right-hander in towards turn number 12. Not an opportunity opening up for these guys just yet on lap 7 of 11.
Zach, they're coming into the final corner. There is a yellow flag because we've just had a big crash off screen on the start-finish straight. Neil Nekmush and Matteo Torchiano have come to grief. It is still green for the moment as we see that move just in time from Leo Lahtinen. The drivers are fine. Nicolo Pedico extends the lead out just slightly, 1.2 seconds. Otjepa, Lahtinen and Carrera. We're back green.
No major dramas then in the effect of the front lot. Leo Lahtinen, as soon as he was able to, found a way through. As the rest of the field very aggressive through turn number one. Definitely hear the tyres squealing as they lose a little bit of grip. Definitely was not the case. They weren't going anywhere near quick enough to be hearing the tyres squeal at this time this morning. Leo Lahtinen defensive in towards turn number 8. There you can see Nani trying to go up and under the 7-11, gets the drive on lap 8 of 11. Now draws alongside the Italian. Carrera loses 3 spaces just like that. Leo Lahtinen defending that position, cost Carrera to both Nani and to Schniekenberg, who's been able to sneak his way through. Now in contention for the podium. Meanwhile, Nicolo Pedico, Anthony Otjepa get away. There's the send to the inside, maybe of 2 carts there from Schniekenberg. Leo Lahtinen just about able to give him the space. Probably a bit of a shock to the system, I would imagine. 3 laps left to go. Here comes Schniekenberg with the run, nearly drawing 3 wide on that run towards turn number 1. The up and under is there from Nani. Schniekenberg has to go kind of on the defence as he's washed out wide there. Just like that, was contending for 3rd position, drops back into 6th as Carrera finds a way back into the top 5. These 4 are going at it, Helmer and Tung, leaving absolutely nothing on the table. 2.5 laps left to go. Leo Lahtinen just able to hang on for a podium.
Fantastic fight for 2nd place. Otjepa, Lahtinen, Carrera and Alessandro Nani in 7-11. On the outside of the other parallel, you just got a glimpse of Patrick Christensen. He came together, did the Norwegian with Pedro Faria, the Brazilian, a few moments ago. They're both out. Pedico is walking away with this. We're about to start the penultimate lap of the race. Otjepa puts in a purple lap, 59.801. There's the pole in 2nd place. Then we wait the fight for the final step of the podium. Pedico still 1.1 seconds. Colton down the inside of Schniekenberg. Lahtinen and Nani, both the parallel teammates, go wheel to wheel for position 3. The penultimate lap of the race, Pedico, Otjepa. And then this fight for 3rd between the 2 parallels. Colton for Ward Racing and Joella Carrera, who took a brilliant pre-final victory this morning. Here comes Mark Green. Marco Verde, the team driver, home circuit here in Sarno, is absolutely rocketing around the circuit. Mark Green is flying. Marco Verde has caught up to this battle. Can the Italian get up onto the podium? We are about to start the last lap of the race. Nick Dangerous being caught by Antonio Otjepa. Last lap, Pedico trying to go 2 from 2. He's 1 mile away from his 2nd victory in a row.
Nicolo Pedico didn't quite have the pace in the wet, but now the circuit's dried up. He's returned to his element, and the dominant form from the Italian is there. Anthony Otjepa, though, has been chipping away at the gap the last few laps. Now under a second. The fight for what is P3 continues on. Leo Lahtinen hanging on from Nani, hanging on from Colton Schniekenberg. This battle at any point could have gone any way. Leo Lahtinen, though, the one with the defensive metal, the one that has kept his composure thus far. Still half a lap left to run to decide the OKJ Final. 10.5 laps completed, half a lap to go. Bit of a bump there from Colton Schniekenberg. He tries to go to the outside of Nani. Absolutely none of it. So the American driver dropping back into the clutches of Carrera and Verde. So a podium slipping out from Schniekenberg's ambitions there. I think Nani might be a bit too far back from Leo Lahtinen as well. We'll keep an eye on our race leader, Nicolo Pedico, through the final couple of corners. The checker flag will fly. And after taking victory in everything in Mini, his first campaign in Junior, Nicolo Pedico goes 2 from 2 in the Supermasters Series and takes victory here at Sarno. The 701, just 0.8 of a second ahead of Anthony Otjepa. Leo Lahtinen joining him on the podium. And Pedico's advantage in the championship grows to 42 points ahead of Leo Lahtinen, whose podium here keeps him in contention going into Viterbo in 2 weeks' time.
Vince il Bergamaschino. Nicolo Pedico, Nick Dangerous, takes his 2nd victory. He's absolutely thrilled. He won at La Conca. He wins here at Sarno. He now leads the Supermaster Series. Going into round 3 at Viterbo, Antonio Otjepa the pole on the podium in second place, and Leo Lahtinen in position 3. From pole position, Pedico being attacked by Joelle Cartier could not repeat his form from the pre-final this morning. Otschepper, a perfect drive from the pole. Initially going by Leo Lahtinen, racing away, setting off after Pedico. He was actually catching Pedico, was Anthony Otschepper, as we watched the battle for third place. Cartier running into the back of the fin, Leo Lahtinen, Colton around the outside, while these 4 fought. Mark Green, Marco Verde was catching all 4 of them. Lahtinen on the inside, but then Nani in 7-11. That was convenient. Colton on the outside, runs out of road into the marbles. Out front, Nicolo Pedico wins the second round of the Supermaster Series here at the foot of the active volcano Mount Vesuvius. Circuito Internazionale Napoli. He won at La Conca. He wins here at SARNO to lead after the second round of the Supermaster Series. Otschepper home in second place, and Lahtinen from Finland in P3. Nani just misses the podium. Snickenberg, Colton in P5 from Mark Green. Que bravissimo! Marco Verde ahead of Mirabella, Cartier, Kolobos, and Platon Kovtunenko now starting to get to grips with OKNJ. Finishes just ahead of Victor Gurun outside the top 10. Elton Headforce, it was not his weekend, but last year's WSK Euro Series champion storming through from the 12th row of the grid to finish in P12. Vince di nuovo il bergamaschino. Nicolo Pedico wins for the second race in a row. The DNFs, including Patrick Christensen, Pedro Faria, they make the long trip back from the other side of the circuit at the bottom of your screen. Turciano and Neil Nekmush, they had a big crash coming onto the straight. They are fine, but their race ended halfway through. So the championship sees Pedico on 191 points from Leo Lahtinen 149. Second place here today for Anthony Otschepper, but third in the series on 90 points. Alessandro Nani on 55 points. Joelle Cartier at 54. From Colton Snickenberg on 53 points. Victor on 52 points. And Sebastian Rydell on 44 points. The third round of the Supermaster Series at Viterbo in 2 weeks' time. Of course, next Saturday, we go to Leopard International Circuit, Viterbo, to race the first round of the WSK Euro Series, not to be confused with this, the Supermaster Series. We stay at Viterbo, that magnificently newly rebuilt circuit north of the eternal city of Rome, for 2 weeks in a row. Next Saturday, the first round of the Euro Series, and then the Supermaster Series from here at SARNO. We go to Viterbo in 2 weeks' time. Italy, Poland, Finland, 1, 2, and 3 here this afternoon in OKNJ. Nicolo Pedico wins for the second week in a row. He'll stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
Well, 11 laps of racing have concluded the OKN Junior Final and ticked us over the halfway mark in terms of this afternoon's racing action. Just OKJ, OK, and KZ2 to go to decide, of course, the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. My name's actually Ian Salvestrin in the commentary box, bringing you the action circuit side here at SARNO. Hope everyone is enjoying the coverage, watching along at home. Nicolo Pedico in usual form, of course, after what has been a very fast and rampant weekend for Pedico. Takes his second win of the weekend, of course, one heat, and of course now the final. Very consistent over the course of the weekend and extends the gap in the championship back to Leo Lahtinen. Anthony Otschepper carves his way up into P3 in the championship as well, ahead of Sebastian Rydell off the back of Otschepper's consistency over round 1 and now his pace and round 2. Otschepper finished within a second of the race victory as well. A couple more laps, or maybe getting through the carnage a bit sooner. Could have been a different story, and Pedico could have been under a little bit of pressure, but you can't live in the shoulda, coulda, woulda. We only do absolutes around here, and it's absolutely certain that Pedico will be able to take to the stop step of that podium. Fast up of the race went to Dascoli a little bit further down in the field, finishing P17 with a 59.619. Tikama, the biggest gainer of that race, up 16 from P32. She ended up finishing P16 Also the likes of Verba up 13. Elton Headforce from P22 to P12. The Swede has had an uphill battle to climb over this weekend at SARNO. The pace absolutely is there. The opportunities not so much. The Swede still able though to finish just shy of a top 10 finish. Looking forward to the podium presentation as always. Of course, Perico unofficially the Mercedes Junior for 2026 and has been driving excellently in those colours. Of course, stepping up into juniors after winning the Supermaster Series in 24 and 25 in under 10 and in Group 3 last year. And of course, off the back of the Group 3 victory, his last campaign in a mini, victorious in the 2025 WSK Final Cup. He's coming to the Supermaster Series in OKJ and he's done all right, to put it bluntly. He's of course did the sweep 2 weeks ago at La Conca. Didn't quite get the sweep here at SARNO. It's been a much more competitive field. He really has been put through his paces, and that experience now in the faster machinery showing him a lot of lessons, I'm sure. But a second win for Nicola Perico. Let's head down to the podium to give out some trophies.
Thank you, Zach. The drivers are down here, and with that, we go straight into the podium presentation for the OKN Junior Final here at SARNO. Round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series from Finland. In third place, Leo Lahtinen. Second place in OKNJ from Poland for Team Lenzokart, Antoni Ociepa. He won at La Conca. He goes 2 in a row. Welcome to the top step of the podium. The winner of round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series for Team Kart Republic, Nick Dangerous, Nicolo Perico. And representing the winning team, Kart Republic Motorsport, Guillermo Francescon. Third place for Team Paralin Finland, Leo Lahtinen. From Poland, Team Lenzokart in second place, Antoni Ociepa. Vince di nuovo il bergamaschino, Nicolo Perico. Guillermo Francescon representing the winning team, Kart Republic Motorsport. The national anthem of Italia. The podium for round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series in OKNJ. Third place from Finland, Leo Lahtinen. Second place from Poland, Antoni Ociepa. And the Italian, Nicolo Perico, wins again here at SARNO. Kiitos, Leo. Cinquoia, Antoni. Grazie e bravo, Nicolo Perico. The podium here at SARNO for round 2 of the Supermasters Series. Zach, we are halfway through the afternoon's finals. I can tell you it is getting a little bit cooler. The sunshine from this morning has disappeared. The clouds are rolling in. Please tell me the track is still dry as we get ready to race the OK Junior Final. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian. And yeah, confirm the track is still dry. For now, the wind, I can see the flags around the circuit really flailing around quite a lot. So the wind absolutely is prevalent. I can't see too many dark clouds though, so I think we should be okay in terms of the rain for the final 3 finals. So that 5 times fast. OKJ coming up next, of course, for their final will be Again, another 11-lap bout all the way to the checkered flag. Daniel Miro Lorente will start this one from pole position alongside Zdenek Babacek on the front row, with the two Williams juniors of Lucas Palacio and Will Green on row 2. We'll run through the full grid in a few moments' time, of course, naturally, but this is a stacked grid and one I am very looking forward to seeing, as I always am with each of our finals. Of course, off the back of Le Conque, it's actually Antonio Pizzonia who has been struggling a little bit this weekend. Has the Brazilian to come to pace, leading the championship. We'll be starting this one for water racing down in P34 with the championship leader, so a big uphill climb yet to come from the Brazilian. Of course, Lucas Palacio, Manny Nuvolini, the two that are in sort of chase. Will Green as well there, and starting towards the sharp end of the field for the championship. So we'll have to see how the life points chop and change over the course of the next 11 laps.
The OK Junior Final, Daniel Miron Lorente to start on pole position alongside Zdenek Babacek. These are the highlights of what has happened thus far in OKJ this week here at SARNO. There is the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain to the left of your screen, Daniel Miron Lorente for the English Fusion Motorsport team. Zdenek, it is an IAME-powered Tony kart for Babacek on grid 2, an unusual combination. Second row of the grid, it's an all Williams second row of the grid, the two Williams junior drivers. Williams Formula One Grand Prix junior drivers, that is Lucas Palacio from Washington, D.C. in the United States of America. WG 321, it's Will for Williams out of grid 4. 36 karts on the grid out of the original 65 entries. Fastest qualifier 48 hours ago in quite wet conditions was Will Green. He finished P3 at Le Conque, just obscured there behind the check, Zdenek Babacek. So there's DML to the left of your screen for Fusion Motorsport on pole position. Hoping to take the trophy back on the Ryanair flight to Alicante tonight. I'll see you there, mate. Oh no, we're going straight to Viterbo, aren't we? Daniel Miron Lorente to the left of your screen. He starts on pole position, 36 drivers to race over 11 laps in OKJ. The second round of the Supermaster Series, Daniel Miron Lorente on pole position. Step to the right, just ahead of WG in 321. This is the grid for the OK Junior Final, the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series. Daniel Miron Lorente, Fusion Motorsport on pole position alongside Zdenek, Lucas and Will, the Williams Junior Academy drivers on the second row. Julian Frasnelli, Jackie Justo, Leo Gorski and Jalal Sayer, who's been lightning quick this weekend. Out of grid 8, Joelle Gypsy and Mark Pilipenko for Ward Racing out of grid 10. 11th on the grid, Manny Nuvolini, who was on the podium at Le Conque. Henri Kumpen alongside Rodriguez, that's Remix Samchik, Martin Bertolocini, Cini, Lazarus, Benjamin Westwood, and Jano Pujol, the former WSK champion out of 18, head of Wifei Xiao, and the two-time Finnish champion, Oscar Valle. 21st on the grid, Alexander Legenki Błażej Koszeva, last year's final cup champion for ward racing, over Vetan Ranta, Bobrashov, Albertin, Marcus Ara, Felipe Sanchez, do Brasil, Rost, Shalice, and Zach Xu for DPK Racing. 31st, Achille Ria, Alessandro Trujillo, Seva, and the Leconca race winner, Pitsonia back on 34. Roland Nige, Tiberius Muller on the final roll of the grid. Antonio with a perfect weekend at Leconca. Pitsonia on the 17th roll of the grid. Daniel Miron Lorente on pole position, leads the field up to the line. We race down into turn one around the outside. Zdenek Babacek from grid 2 holds off WG in position 3. Green, 3-2-1 in third place behind Zdenek. But it's Daniel Miron Lorente from pole position who's got the race leaders. We lose 3 drivers down into turn 2. Their afternoon is already over. Martin Bertolacini, Lazarus, and Jean Pujol into the wall at turn 2. Their race is done. Miron Lorente leads as we see Julian Frasnelli down the inside. The top Italians made a good start. We're looking out for Jackie Giusto as well. Pitsonia from the back of the grid trying to carve his way through the field and get something out of this afternoon's 11-lap final. Fusion Motorsport in position 1. Zdenek on the back of the Dutch Spaniard. There's Green in position 3, the first of the 2 Williams F1 Academy junior drivers. As they come across the line for the first time, it is Miron Lorente, DML from Zdenek. Green, Frasnelli, Lucas. It's Palacio from Washington, D.C. in position 5.
Looking pretty good for Daniel Miron Lorente as it stands, but plenty of race still to run, and 3 cars starting to queue behind him now, all vying for that same spot. Will Green looking very strong on the exit of corners we saw there off turn 5. So Zdenek Babacek might well be under a bit of pressure here. The 3-2-1, can he climb from 3 now to 2 down the inside of turn number 8? That's the Williams junior Will Green up now in his second position, and eyes firmly set forward on getting after Miron Lorente for the race lead. Will Green, of course, fastest on Friday, put it on pole, did the Williams junior driver. And now in the final, the most important race of them all is vying for victory. Side by side a bit further back as well. But nonetheless, the 321 of Will Green, the Car Motorsport machine chasing after the Fusion of Daniel Miron Lorente. Both of them, of course, the Car Republic chassis. Look over the shoulder from Zdenek Babacek. He is just assessing, what the threat level from Julian Frasnelli is. Frasnelli looking remarkably aggressive in the pre-final earlier on today. So definitely a thing to watch out for is Frasnelli, a threat potentially to these podium sitters should they battle too harshly. Miron Lorente managing the pace very well, but Will Green, a good run out of turn 5. All he needs now is a good run out of turn 7. The 3-2-1 could have climbed himself all the way to the race lead. In this slipstream, is there space? Yes, there is. Will Green over the curve, finds the space to the inside, and the 321 has completed the job from P3 to P2, and now up into the lead of the race. Lap 3 of 11, still plenty more to run, but it's looking good for Will Green.
Will Verde back into the top spot as DML runs into the back of the Englishman. Zdenek around the outside retakes the lead. Incidentally, Antonio Pitsonia from the back of the grid up into 21st at the end of the first lap. But it gets much tougher for the Brazilian who won at Leconca. From here on, contact between Miron Lorente and Green. DML back to 4. Green in second, split by the Tony Kart Racing Team driver Julian Frasnelli. There's Justo. Gorski is catching as well, the British-based pole for the legendary Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. A chance of a podium here this afternoon. He's just put in a purple lap ahead of Jala Saya, Luvellini, Kumpen, Cini, and Lucas Palacio. There's Saya in the Energy Corsa in P7. So Green concentrates on attacking the race leader, as we said, Daniel down the inside, back into P3. Taking Julian Frasnelli off the podium for the moment. Gorski goes on through. Justo on the inside of the pole sitter. 3-4-3 shoots on through. Nicely done by Jackie Justo for the Paralympic Motorsport team. Babacek just ahead of Green, who did not panic when he made contact with Miron Lorente, or when Miron Lorente made contact with Green. That's not for us to decide. Regardless, they came together. They're still on track. Green in second place. DML from pole position comes across the line at the end of lap 4. In 6th place, Sayer is catching the pole sitter. Green is catching the race leader, Zdeněk Babicek, who won the Rotax Max Grand Finals at this very circuit. In Mini Max a couple of seasons ago, he leads the race. Green down the inside, WG sends it. Will Verde back into the top spot. Will Green, the Englishman, leads here in the south of Italy. Zdeněk now being caught by Jackie Justo. Fabulous race here this afternoon. Green back in front for the second time. Watch the response from the Czech on the back of the Englishman. Down the inside, Will leaves in space. Jackie follows him on through. Green back to second. Zdeněk from the Czech Republic back in P1.
Yeah, nice little move there, nice little squabble, and just, I guess, showcasing what can come in the second half of this race. On to lap 6 of 11. And Will Green losing the lead to Zdeněk Babicek. Now we've got a train of 6 karts, all fight for the podium and maybe even the win as well. Gristo on the back of Will Green, trying to find a way through. The Paralin, of course, had a little bit of a look, but not really much more than a half-hearted kind of going for it through that penultimate corner. However, the drive off turn number 7 is there, and Will Green drops through the pack. This was his golden opportunity to make some moves earlier on, and it's now his demise. He's dropped to the back end of this train, desperately trying to stay inside the top 5. Meanwhile, Zdeněk Babicek reaping the rewards because of it, capitalizing with a nice healthy 2-kart length gap back to Gristo, the 343. Now the one leading the charge from Leo Gorski, Frasnelli, Mironarante, and of course Will Green at the back end of that train in towards turn 15 once again. Will Green probably feeling that he's been a little bit hard done by there. Not the best of exits off turn 6 and 7. Usually his happy hunting ground to go and get positions, and on this case, like I say, it caused him to drop back onto lap 7 of 11. Zdeněk Babicek holds on for another lap, but a very tasty battle, I think, in our near future, because the 343 now all over the rear end. Bit of a tap there from Leo Gorski onto the rear end of the 343 of Gristo as well. So it is getting very, very close for comfort towards the front end of the field, and I'm interested to see when or if it boils over.
Green won't panic, he's in P6, but he's only half a second off the race lead. As they go down the back straight, here comes Manuel Orvolini. Gorski to the outside, and he's collected by Julian Frasnelli on the exit. Green from 6th, back into P4 in one corner. Nicely done, does not panic. Intelligent from the second generation racer. On the back of Leo Gorski for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, who glances over the shoulder. Justo in second place. Zdeněk white lines it into the final corner, thinks about it. Green down the inside. WG back in P3. He was 6th. 1 lap ago. Can he win it? He's still got time. But Zdeněk Babicek says, not in my house. As we told you, he won the Rotax Max Grand Finals Championship Race of the World at this very circuit. He knows exactly which way the corners go on this 1 mile track, as does Jackie Justo on the podium multiple times in WSK 60 Mini. The problem is the fastest qualifier, Will Green, he was back to 6th, is flying around the circuit. He's up in P3, Frasnelli behind. White lines it, does Green. Miron Lorente, remember, he started from pole position. Wheel to wheel with Frasnelli. Julian takes him, but loses out on the exit. This is the fight for P1. This is the fight for the victory in the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series in OKJ. 3 laps to race.
Yeah, point forward there from Giacomo Gristo. Oh my goodness me, up into the air and spun round there. Was that Cine? I think it was. The 322 up into the air. A point forward from Giacomo Gristo, like I was saying, to say, let's get away from these two. Will Green, Daniel Mironarante, trying to get themselves back into contention for the lead. A monumental off in the fight, sort of for 5th down to the back end of the top 10 there. Unaffecting the leaders, of course, but unfortunate for Cine.
Yes, it was Cine, Frasnelli and Leo Gorski who came together. They have continued on, but way down at the bottom of the field. No, Gorski's out.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Gorski showcasing some really good pace, but that is the brutality of motorsport. Mironarante on the inside of Will Green there. Not really much the Williams Jr. can do to thwart that attack. The pole sitter through now into 3rd position. 2 laps left to go at the line, and 4 karts that are still firmly in the conversation for this race lead. Zdeněk Babicek has had the consistency, has had the mettle, has had the composure to lead this race for so long. But now the real challenge comes. He can lead the last 9 laps all he likes. It's the last 2, well, more importantly, the last 1 that really does start to matter. This is crunch time for this race, and OK Jr. across the line to start the penultimate lap of the race. Zdeněk Babicek, Giacomo Gristo, Daniel Mironarante, and Will Green fighting for the lead.
Zach, we can't discount Mani Novolini, who was on the podium at Le Conquer in 2nd. Sure, he's back in P5, but as these four fight, the French second-generation racer is catching and rapidly as well. Stanek down the back straight. It is Tony Kart, Paralin, and then three Kart Republics. Stanek, Justo. Daniel Miro Lorente from pole position. Green around the outside. Here comes Novellini. Green on the outside of DML. WG back to P3 again. Here we go. The last lap coming up at the end of this one. It is Danik Babacek, Jackie Justo in the Paralin. Green, Daniel Miro Lorente, and Mani Novellini is catching all four of them. Last lap, Stanik Babacek in P1. Across the line at 126 kilometres an hour. Novellini with the slipstream at 131 k's an hour. The last lap, round two, the WSK Supermaster Series. It is the Tony Kart, powered by the Iami in P1. Justo second, Green. He was P3 at La Conca. He's P3 on this. The last lap of the OK Junior Final. Miron Lorente. Mani Novellini can get on the podium here. They all white line it. Money around the outside's got the drive, has got the traction. The Frenchman goes wheel to wheel, can't do it. Stanek in P1 under incredible pressure. The Z in Teps Racing. His older sisters, Teresa, Elishka, Petra. They're watching on, they're cheering their little brother. He wins it. Stanek Babacek wins round two of the WSK Supermaster Series. Checkmate. Babacek wins here at SARNO in incredible race. Justo second, WG, it's Green third again for the second race in a row. Stanek Babacek, this is his circuit. He wins again here at SARNO. Daniel Miro Lorente just misses the podium. Mani Novellini home in P5. A defensive masterclass from Stanek Babacek. He wins round two of the WSK Supermaster Series. The Iami powered Tony Kart home in first place. Mani Novellini, just quickly, he's come home in P5, but he is now the championship leader, would you believe? 102 points to Zdenek over 100. The La Conca race winner, Antonio Pizzonia from the back of the grid, has finished in 13th place. We look at the highlights of a cracking OK Junior Final. Daniel Miron Lorente from pole position, leading the way from Green. It was the Englishman. Soon into the race lead. Contact between the Dutch Spaniard and the Englishman, and Zdenek back in P1. Jackie Justo, brilliant performance. Caught the two leaders. Leo Gorski was there to fight as well. Justo in the Paralin, going wheel to wheel with the Kart Republic of the Williams Formula One Junior as Gorski split the both of them. The British base pole for Ricky Flynn Motorsport up into P3, but his race would end when he came together with Julian Frasnelli. Green back to P6, did not panic. Intelligence to come back through to third place. Zdenek Babacek determined to win here this afternoon as we lost Gorski. Oliver Cini coming together with Julian Frasnelli. Julian did finish in 10th place, but the top Tony Kart comes from the Czech Republic, driven by the race winner, Zdenek Babacek. Justo home in second, Green, third place again for the Williams F1 Academy junior driver. DML from pole finishes 4. Great drive from the new championship leader, Mani Novellini, who finishes in 5. Saya, Joelle Gypsy, de Kleine Kumpen ahead of Benjamin Westwood. Visit Malta, he comes home in 9th place ahead of Julian Frasnelli. Great performance from Mark Casada from 26th to 11th. Bob Roshoff, similarly from 24th to 12th. Antonio Pizzonia does not win twice in a row. Outstanding, the Brazilian from grid 34 has come home in 13th place. There we see 32nd, 33rd. Cini, Gorski, they came together with Frasnelli. The Indonesian and Polish drivers retired as the Italian came home for the final position inside the top 10. Zdenek Babacek from the Czech Republic has won the second round of the Supermaster Series at the circuit where he won the Rotax Max Grand Finals a couple of years ago. He'll stand on the top step of the podium to be joined by the Italian Giusto and the Englishman Will Green. Two-thirds of the way through our afternoon, we wait for the drivers to come up to the podium. From Parc Ferme, it's quite a distance, this track. There is car racing which takes place here at the circuit used for club racing events, Formula 4 racing. Indeed, down the old back straight, Formula 4 cars reaching a top speed. The Techno Race team, who raced with us in the Italian F4 Championship, 184 kilometres an hour down the old back straight. Not to mention the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars, which do race here on occasions in smaller club events, topping almost 200 kilometres an hour. Quite seriously. The track started life as a 700-metre circuit. The full track, which disappears behind the back of the pits, more than 2 kilometres in length. Zdeněk Babicek has won on the 1.67-kilometre track, and Babicek will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
That's bizarre, to be honest. I'm taken aback as to what races around here, to be honest. It's quite a tight and technical circuit. Maybe on like a test day I could see it, but a race event, blimey. Nonetheless, that's going to do it for OK Junior and what was a very enthralling battle from start to finish. Zdeněk Babicek proving that SARNO is his happy hunting ground, of course, with a very mature and calculated drive to the end. Nuvolini's efforts, though, finishing P5 in the end. Of course, we'll see him take the championship lead from Antonio Pettonia. Zdeněk Babicek able to close the gap and be within 2 points. By the way, just a quick rundown. Nuvolini, 102. Babicek, 100. Pettonia and Green, 94. Palacio, 87. Virtually nothing in it, just 15 points, covering the top 5. Which is, when you think about, you know, there's next round at Viterbo, it's going to be 70 points for a final victory. You know, 15 points doesn't really all seem that many. Incredibly close championship in OK Junior. That could still go any which way. I have to say a big shout out to Antonio Pettonia, who's been struggling a little bit this weekend. Started at the back end of the grid, climbed 21 positions to finish inside the top 13 for the Brazilian and recovering something and limiting the damage in the fight for the championship. Be interesting to see what Pettonia can do just north of Rome in 2 weeks' time. Of course, just waiting for the drivers to make the trek down to Parc Ferme, and we'll head over to Ian for the podiums in a couple of moments' time. Big thank you to everyone that's still tuning in and following the action from home. Myself, Saxwini and Sylvestrin in the commentary booth to bring you the action. Hope everyone is enjoying the coverage. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from, what's maybe surprised you the most or maybe excited you the most over today's action, maybe what you're most looking forward to coming up in OK and KZ2. That was a race that very much could have gone any way at any point. Zdeněk Babicek had to be, was under pressure, had to have his wits about him. The gap at the end only a 10.5 between himself and Giacomo Guisto across the line. Will Green as well led for about a lap or two. And then the pack racing dynamic really started to settle in. As we always see in go-karting, of course, very intense. And the spatial awareness and racecraft really does come to fruition. And it was one that Zdeněk Babicek, having gotten into the lead, only had to worry about what was behind him. Didn't really have to worry about positioning the car to go for an overtake or be overtaken from behind or whatever. The likes of Guisto, Will Green, Miro Naronte having so many variables in them made their job just that little bit harder. But Zdeněk Babicek still had the composure and the consistency to take it all the way to the checkered flag and a sensational victory around the Napoli circuit here at SARNO. 4 finals done and dusted then. Mini Group 3, Mini Under 10, OKNJ and OKJ, just OK, and KZ2 left to run here for round number 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. Putting on a brilliant display of racecraft and talent to the stars of the future on the grid with us today. WSK, the place to be, of course, for the aspiring racing drivers working their way up through the ranks. Hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer until the podium presentation is ready to go. However, you can see the Dutch flag on the right-hand side, not the British, which tells me that something has happened to change the results, that Will Green is no longer on the podium, and instead Daniel Miro Naronte. I won't speculate too much. I'll let Ian confirm that when he's down there. There you can see Zdeněk Babicek walking his way to the podium, our race winner, and a fantastic driver across multiple different categories. There's Morante. I think, yeah, readying himself to get onto the podium. Fantastic drive and a nice little wave there from Zdeněk Babicek as well. Can't understate the quality of his driving so far this year. Of course, off the back of the Winter Cup victory at Campillos a few weekends ago in Spain. And now the success in the Supermaster Series, Zdeněk Babicek could be a force going forward and maybe a contender for the Supermaster Series Championship. Still a long way to go though. Still got over half the season left to run, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves with championship standings and things, but every little helps. And a final victory in round number 2 definitely is going to go a long way, I'm sure, in the overarching narrative of the championship. It's been a long week. I think a lot of them were testing here last week. Of course, it was only the week before that a lot of them were racing at La Conca. Week before that, there was the official test, the pre-season test at La Conca. And then in, of course, a week's time, they'll be there for the Euro Series at Viterbo. A nice little bit of practice and extra track time. Also the start of a new season in WSK as well, the Euro Series, so another championship. And of course, crucial practice, I suppose, for the Supermaster Series the week after. Very intense next couple of weeks for a lot of these drivers. But let's head down to the podium for the OK Junior Final.
The podium for a brilliant OK Junior Final here this afternoon. They cross the line 1, 2 and 3, but unfortunately that is not how they stand on the podium. Will Green comes into Parc Ferme. The front spoiler is down and the Englishman falls off the podium. With that, the pole sitter, the Dutchman from Spain for Team Fusion Motorsport, finishes in 3rd place. Welcome to the podium, Daniel Miron Lorente. Second place in the OK Junior Final, the Italian for Team Paralin Motorsport, Giacomino Giusto. What a performance, and the Czech driver wins at SARNO again. The winner of round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series from the Czech Republic for Teps Motorsport, Zdeněk Babicek. And representing the winning Teps racing team, Kees Cornelius Vos. Third place to the Dutchman, Daniel Miron Lorente. In seconda posizione il pilota italiano Giacomino Giusto. From the Czech Republic, the winner of round 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Let's hear a big round of applause for the race winner, Zdeněk Babicek. And Kees Cornelius Vos, representing the winning Teps racing team. The national anthem of the Czech Republic. The podium for round 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series. 3rd place, Daniel Miron Lorente. 2nd, the Italian Giacomino Giusto. And Zdeněk Babicek wins here at SARNO. Zach, we are 2/3 of the way through the afternoon. 1/3 of the afternoon remaining. Okay, there on the grid. If I'm not mistaken, your namesake, Zach Drummond. Zach is on pole position. You went wheel to wheel with him in iRacing the day after La Conca. How do you fare his chances are in the OK Final? Zach Drummond. Zach Sweeney, back to you in the studio. It's Zach on pole position.
I reckon he's going to do all right, to be honest. Yes, the iRacing story. A lot of these drivers obviously take part in a lot of sim racing. Zach Drummond, one of them. And if those that weren't following a bit earlier on, yeah, I did. I'd say I came to play with him a couple of weeks ago in a Legends race at Owen Park. Then we sort of made amends and went again from the back row of the grid in a Formula 4 race just after Le Conca. A fantastic little battle, and I was incredibly impressed with how quickly he was able to carve his way through the field at such a technical circuit. He's not going to have to do any carving today, though. He's starting on pole position for the OK Final. Is Zach Drummond alongside Yinrik Peschel, two fantastic drivers in their own right. And Zach Drummond, of course, having the advantageous starting position on the inside of the front row. Should be the one in control going forward. Of course, we're running through the full grid. We've got the likes of Lucas Sell, Luke Hornder that will be making up row number 2. Also look out for the likes of Zach Green starting this one from P7. Had a bit of an incident earlier on in the day, got tapped wide in what was a very aggressive move through turn 15 and had to fall back a little bit. That cost him ever so slightly in the overall starting position, but still plenty of opportunities to go in the OK Final coming up.
14 laps over this 1 mile circuit. Zach Drummond, the Glaswegian, on pole position. We'll take a look at the grid for you in just a moment. But firstly, the highlights from this week here at SARNO. Ian Silvestrin with you in commentary for round 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series, joined by Zach Sweeney, who's alongside me. Zach, I know that the pole sitter, Zach Drummond, he can hear me. You went wheel to wheel with him in iRacing. We don't have a flight tonight. There are rental carts here on the circuit. What's the chances of our co-commentator, Zach Sweeney, going wheel to wheel with Zach Drummond if he wins this OK Final? How do you think he'd go?
I would do awfully. I've never driven SARNO in my life. I'm going to try and get some excuses out here so I can protect my very fragile ego. I'm much better in the sim, let's put it that way, and Zach Drummond would eat me alive in a go-kart. So I'm just not even going to put myself into the space to be embarrassed by it. I'll stick to the sim racing world, which again we do talk about quite a lot, but it is a very useful training ground for these drivers. I was speaking to you yesterday about sort of the F4 car in iRacing being a very initial step or a very common place for a lot of these karting drivers to find themselves. I think it is because the way it handles very, very similar and very, very much complements the driving style that's needed in go-karting, and also the racing dynamic that you get. I spoke about Zach Drummond carving his way through a field from the back end of the grid, and it's because that is what the racing is like in the sim. So keeping him fresh, keeping him sharp, managing his sort of driver techniques and things, I think it's done him a lot of good, and you can see it on circuit. He's a very aggressive, very consistent, very quick driver, and one that I'm very grateful I get to commentate on and not race against.
To be fair, there are very few racing drivers on this earth who could beat the Glaswegian, who's to the left of your screen. This is a world-class field. Round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series. Drummond to the left of your screen on pole. Peschel to the right. That's JP, who took pole position again. Luca and Luke on the second row of the grid. That's Sell and Cornder. The green flag flies. Rosita Santulli flies the green flag. And the 36 OK 125cc engines are pushed into life. Endo Arata just a little bit slow to get away. He DNF'd the pre-final this morning, but the Japanese Tony Kart driver is now underway. As we take a look at the grid for you, the OK Final, round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series, the Glaswegian. Zach Drummond on pole alongside the fastest qualifier, Yinrik Peschel. It's Luca versus Luke on the second row of the grid. Welcome back, Nicholas Schaufler, his first race since 2024, and he won his first heat on Friday. Dean the Dutchman, Zach Green out of 7, Andrea Mani, Benjamin Menache, and the Le Conca race winner, Lev Krutogolov. Noah Baglan, the Ferrari Junior, the reigning junior world champion. He's alongside Il Trentino, Filippo Sala, Gianmatteo Russo, Giamma, alongside Endo Arata, Stelmack, Christian. It is Drew Waltz, Emiliano Hernandez, Michael McCoy, and Billy C., the driver from Melbourne, Australia, out of 20. Karar Firan, the Indonesian, Matthias van der Kerkhoven, Isaac Sear for JGR, Jamie Green Racing, James Anagnostiadis, who crossed the line in P1 at La Conca back on 24. Oscar Galan, Valerio Villapiana, Marquez, who's had a tough weekend. Then it's Devon, Aston Sharp, Evan Purcell, Nunez, El Peruviano, Mariano Lopez, Bosco Arias, Thomas Pradilla, as the field continue on a second formation lap. And the final row of the grid, Vladimir Ivanikov. From a sunny Florida in the United States of America, Asher Rockstein on the final grid position, the 243 CRG out of 36. Drummond for Fusion Motorsport. There's Jindrik Peschel, two-time WSK champion. We've already had one Czech victory here this afternoon, was Danik Babacek in the OK Junior category, also driving a Tony Cup. This is the factory entry, powered by the new homologation VMS Vortex engine. The legendary manufacturer owned by OTK, who first burst onto the world karting scene with a 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 at the Oceania Championships in Formula Super A in Raleigh, Australia, back in 1995. One of 5 engine manufacturers here this weekend, along with IAME, TM, LKE and Modena. We welcome you to the foot of the active volcano, which is Mount Vesuvius. Zach Drummond, the Glaswegian, the Scottish flag, proudly displayed on the top of his helmet. Luke Hornday, outside second row of the grid for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, pushing Jindrik Peschel on grid 2 up to the line. Zach, the Scotsman, on pole position. The OK Final here at SARNO. We race. Around the outside, he's gone through to take the lead. What a start from Jindrik Peschel. JP goes P1, gets the jump from grid 2. And Zach Drummond, this is a disastrous start for the Scotsman. He's back to third, he's back to 4. They go into turn 5. He may lose that position as well. It is Jindrik Peschel with a super start from Lucas L in second place. As the field race up the back straight for the first time, there is the German Luke Horner for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, who goes in so deep under brakes. He almost misses the apex. Zach Drummond from pole position. He's back in position 6. He's behind Zach Green for Jamie Green Racing. Dean Hugendorn also in the battle as well for Paralin Motorsport. Last year's WSK Supermaster Series Junior champion, as Luke, the German, dives down the inside and puts Luca back into third place. Zach, that was a sensational start from Jindrik Peschel. He took pole position on a wet track on Friday. He leads from grid 2 at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, what a move that was from Jindrik Peschel. The commitment to just throw the car in on the outside was sensational from the Czech. Luke Horner as well, a fantastic opening lap. Of course, Zach Drummond now behind Zach Green. The two of them were doing battle a bit earlier on in the pre-final, and now they've got the job of carving their way forwards. A nightmarish start for the Glaswegian of Drummond, but let's see what he can do for the rest of the race. A point forward from Luke Horner, and then very quickly dying to the inside to take the lead of the race. 2 by 2 as well as Lucas L and Schaffler go side by side. They continue that run through the chicane as well. Luke Horner was a point forward to say, let's work together. Then Jindrik Peschel kind of positioned the car in the middle, and Luke Horner just sort of said, you know what, nah, I'm just going to go for the lead anyway. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine now through up into the lead of the race. Jindrik Peschel assesses the threat from Lucas L behind, or in fact actually Schaffler behind, goes a little bit wide. Does Jindrik Peschel? That's going to allow Schaffler to draw alongside for the race lead momentarily. And now onto the pit straight, the run towards turn number 1, nose to tail the front 7 all the way back to Zach Drummond as we start lap 3 of 14.
Fantastic pass from Nicholas Schaffler. Welcome back to WSK for the Austrian from Linz. A tough season in Spanish Formula 4 last year, but this super talent now in position 2. He won his first race since 2024 on a wet track on Friday afternoon. He's in P2. Luke from Germany leads, looking potentially at his first ever WSK victory. He's been lightning quick, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver in P2, but the Austrian is absolutely flying. Formerly backed by Red Bull, what have they done, with all due respect, to let him go? Because the Austrian goes through to lead on his return to WSK. Unbelievable from Nicholas. What a talent. First race back since 2024 in his world-class field. Nicholas Schaufler, the Austrian, for DPK Racing, leads from Peschel, Luke Horner, Dean the Dutchman, and the pole sitter, Zach, back in P5.
Lap number 4, Nicholas Schaufler into the lead. Jindrik Peschel just behind that. Zach Drummond making some good headway, trying to carve his way through. A bit of a gap to the top 4. With how bunched up they are, I'm sure Drummond is going to close that gap and be back in the conversation. Dean Hugendorn, always been a bit of a dark horse this weekend, and he tries to go line up and move on the outside there. Jindrik Peschel down the inside of Nicholas Schaufler. That's in towards turn number 8. Schaufler able to get the up and under on that occasion. Meanwhile, Hugendorn was trying to set up a move on Luke Kornda, who pointed forward to those in front to sort of say, I don't want to be under attack from behind. That has allowed those Zach Drummond to get back into the conversation as the top 2 break away a little bit. A huge send to the inside, though, from Dean Hugendorn. What a move from the Williams Jr. there, catching Kornda off guard down the inside through turn 15. Could that have opened the door up for Drummond as well? It has. The Glaswegian back into P4 as we start lap 5.
Hugendorn clocking 134 kilometres an hour. Dean the Dutchman now up into P3. Fastest driver on circuit is Aston Sharp, who's way down in 27th position, ruining his decision to gamble on wet tyres on a drying track in this morning's pre-final. But Aston Sharp is the quickest on circuit at the moment, behind Matthias van der Kerkhove. Drummond settling into a rhythm. He's behind Luke Kornda, who did briefly lead, the driver from the outskirts of Cologne in Germany. Home circuit, the legendary, famous Kerpen track. Luke Kornda, though, in lightning form this week. Back in P4, ahead of Drummond. And it's Sel, Green, Krutogolov. Remember, the Ukrainian won at Lekonka, the driver who crossed the line in P1 at Lekonka. James Anagnostiadis down in P20. Lev Krutogolov in P8. Dean has a big look at the back of Peschel. The gap 0.3 of a second. Dean the Dutchman with a purple 57.736. Drives it down the inside. Dean the Dutchman. Janet de Banan. What a move from Hugendorn. Sends it to second place. Just brilliant from Hugendorn. There's Drummond fighting from Lucas Sell. Krutogolov, Green, and Sala. Schaufler leads by half a second. Dean Hugendorn, though, the fastest on circuit. Luke Kornda puts in a purple sector. That was a brilliant pass from Dean Hugendorn, last year's Super Master Series Junior Champion. We are approaching half race distance. DPK Racing, Diego Pablo Karting. The FA kart. Backed by 2-time Formula One World Champion and former Junior World Kart Racing Champion Fernando Alonso. With all due respect to Red Bull, what have you done? Letting go your Austrian superstar talent. These world-class fielders. Luke Kornda goes down the inside. Schaufler, his first WSK race. It is a world-class field. Schaufler, since 2024, he leads the final. Unbelievable comeback for the Austrian. As Lev Krutogolov closes in on the back of the pole sitter, Zach Drummond. Schaufler, spectacular from the Austrian. Under brakes. The driver from Linz, where it was minus 12 degrees and knee-high in snow just a few weeks ago. The team from the north of Spain, multiple world champions, including at this very circuit with the Brazilian Matias Morgato 3 years ago. Schaufler, though, he's been caught by the Williams F1 Academy junior driver Dean Hugendorn. 57.448 last time. We check the gap. We don't need to check the gap. He gets the slipstream at 134 kilometres an hour, 135 k's an hour from Jindrik Peschel. Dean the Dutchman dives down the inside. Schaufler just clips the back of the parallel. Dean into erste Position. Right at that corner there, 48 hours ago, Dean Hugendorn came off the circuit, was hit, reminiscent of Joe Turney in the World Championships at Franciacorta a couple of seasons ago. He was limping to the Marshall point. His right foot is blue, in agony. It is badly bruised. He is in pain. but Hugentorn leads from Nicholas Schaufler for DPK Racing on his return to WSK. Konda back in P3. Zach, what a race we've got here this afternoon in the OK Final.
Yeah, SARNO always treats us to some good action, and today is no exception. Dean Hugendorn on to lap number 9 of 14. There are 4 karts that are still in this conversation for the lead. Lucas Sal maybe the 5th, not too far behind. Lev Krutogulov, of course, coming into this round as the championship leader. That's not going to be the case as it stands. Jindřich Peschel will be 5 points clear of Dean Hugendorn, who himself a single point clear of Zach Drummond. Now, plenty more racing still to come. That can change. Drummond can find a way forward, and he'll be hoping that the circumstances allow the field to bunch back up again. But a look over the shoulder from Dean Hugendorn. The pace is lightning fast from the Williams Junior. Now he's looking to extend that gap, of course. Schaufler still with the slipstream, still in contention, still able to apply some pressure to the Dutchman. But the Austrian is not going to let this win go too easily. On to lap 10 of 14 very shortly. 5 laps left to go at the line. Hugendorn from Schaufler, from Kornda and Peschel, the top 4 as they run. There they are in your shot. It's the Paralin that leads the FA kart on to the 10th lap of racing. Dean Hugendorn has got this under control.
Puts in a purple lap as well, a 57.397. Krutogulov with a 57.2. Drummond back in P7. Well, again, not to be disrespectful, certainly not, because I've almost finished my second can of Red Bull for the day. But the former Red Bull driver, Nicholas Schaufler, it is magic stuff. He's in second place. Potentially a podium on his return to WSK. Dean Hugendorn, Paralin Motorsport. Schaufler in the Kart Republic for DPK Racing, and Luke Kornda, third in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy in juniors a couple of seasons ago, the DKM Junior Champion also. Ricky Flynn Motorsport, GFR tuned TM engines on the Lando Norris kart. The FA Alonso kart in second place, the Kart Republic. It's the Paralin in P1. Back to Peschel, the pole sitter. Still, there's Krutogulov, the Lekonka race winner. Still with a 57 dead, we're almost into the 56s. Still top speed, 134.9 kilometers an hour. Not quite reaching the speeds on a hot day. Rintaro Sato back in 2022, I want to say. In OK, 139 k's an hour. They're almost touching that as they go straight. Schaufler goes in very deep on the back of Dean Hugendorn. Those first 4 can fight for the victory. Lucas Sell for victory lane is not out of this either. Kornda down the inside of Schaufler. The Austrian does not give him space. Kornda back off the podium. Jindřich Peschel goes through to take the race lead. Sorry, I should say back into P3. The lead of that battle with Kornda. In the race lead is still Dean Hugendorn. It's costly. Schaufler, here comes Luke. Gets the slipstream. Krutogulov on the back of Lucas Sell. What a race here this afternoon at SARNO. Hugendorn leads by 1.2 seconds. Schaufler, Peschel, Kornda, Sell, and the Lekonka race winner, Lev Krutogulov.
In towards turn number 8, Lucas Sell finds the space on the inside. Krutogulov, the 279, gets the up and under, gets the drive, finds his way through, up now into 5th position. Nicely done there from the Ukrainian in the Energy Corsa. Now all eyes onto that podium, of course. Schaufler from Peschel. Krutogulov actually found himself up in a P4, and with 2 laps left to go, opportunities still to come. Dean Hugendorn running away with it. As long as he keeps it tidy, it's his race now to lose. It's a fight for second. The Austrian leading that train in the Alonso kart, being chased down by the Tony kart of Jindřich Peschel, who has been so quick. Now on to the penultimate lap of racing. It's Hugendorn, Schaufler, Peschel, Krutogulov and Lucas Sell, the top 5. Then comes Luke Kornda just in behind that. Filippo Sala has worked his way up into P7, the Italian for CR Racing team. Of course, new team for 2026, gelling quite well with them, it must be said. There we just saw a glimpse of the Birla as they ran through turn 6 and 7. Filippo Sala, maybe an opportunity to close in. A send to the inside there from Lucas Sell on left. Krutogulov forcing the Ukrainian wide. That is going to open the door for Luke Kornda to find a way through there. So Kornda goes through, up into what will be 5th position. That's the fight for second. Jindrik Peschel on the back of Schaffler. 1 lap left to go at the line. Outside line taken from the Czech, trying to prioritize the exit. Runs out of momentum as he meets the rear bumper of the Austrian, who's a little bit sideways off the final corner. Met a bit of a bump. Now in towards turn number 1 for the final time. Dean Hugendorn leads them. Who's going to join him on the podium? Jindrik Peschel ducks and dives in towards turn number 2. Schaffler's got it covered.
Dit is de laatste ronde. De piloot van de Netherlands in eerste positie. Dean Hugendorn will win round 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series. You are watching the fight for second, third, all the way back to Benjamin Menashe in 8th place. Schaffler on his return. Jindrik Peschel on the outside. Lucas Sell trying to take the both of them. He runs wide. Hugendorn on his way to victory. The gap is 2 seconds. The gap is almost 100 meters. Rides the rubber to Schaffler. Kart Republic versus Tony Kart. This battle rages on. He'll white line it. Peschel on the brakes. Can't do anything about it. Tries to get the drive. Hugendorn wins. Dean the Dutchman takes victory here at SARNO, the second round of the Supermasters Series. Nicholas Schaffler, what a return. As if he's never been away. He's returned to WSK, to DPK Racing on the podium in second place. And Jindrik Peschel tops a great weekend. Home in third place. Luca Sell, fastest lap of the race with a 57.09. Misses the podium by just 2/100ths of a second. Dean Nicholas, they went wheel to wheel in OK Junior in 2024. They finish 1-2. The Dutchman and the Austrian Jindrik Peschel from the Czech Republic. Lucas Sell just misses the podium. Some consolation with fastest lap of the race. Head of Krutogolov, Sala and Luke Kornda. Deserved better than 7th after starring here all weekend. A fantastic final. Dean the Dutchman, the Williams F1 Academy Junior. He won the Supermaster Series in 2025 in the OK Junior category. Now with the Paralin Motorsport team, remember, and he has just won a fantastic battle here at the foot of that. An active volcano, forgive the cliche, but the action has not erupted there, but on track here this afternoon. Peschel from grid 2 from the outside of the front row took the lead from Drummond as we take a look at the highlights of the OK Final. Luke Kornda drove him down the inside and the German through to lead briefly. Schaffler getting by Jindrik Peschel and then trying to take the race lead. Inside rear over the ripple strip and went through to P1. JP back in front. Kornda then under attack. Dean dives down the inside into the final hairpin at the far part of the circuit. Hugendorn then going by once again. Schaffler leading, but then Hugendorn says, this race is mine. Dean, now with Paralin Motorsport, raced away to take a victory by 2.5 seconds. That was potentially the move that cost Luke Kornda, trying to avoid the rest of them. Over the ripple strip, lost the momentum, and finishing in P7. Don wins round 2 of the WSK Supermasters Series here at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, outside the ancient city of Naples in the south of Italy. It will be the Dutch national anthem which rings out here at SARNO in a few moments' time. Schaffler, what can we say? Back in WSK and P2 on his return. Jindrik Peschel, pole position on Friday, but does get a podium here this afternoon. Sell, Krutogolov, Il Trentino, Luke Kornda 7, Benjamin Menashe, Andrea Mani, and Noah Baglin. The two Prema Racing drivers, 9 and 10, just ahead of Zach Green and Drew Waltz. Dean Hugendorn, second race with Paralin Motorsport, and he wins here at SARNO. He'll stand on the top step of the podium. Presentation in just a moment. Don't go too far away because the KZ2 Final will round out what has been a fabulous afternoon here at SARNO. 311 drivers from 55 nations around the world. We have raced 5 times, and we've just had a Dutch victory. The podium presentation for the OK Final in just a moment, and then we conclude the day here at SARNO with the KZ2 Final.
Well, the penultimate one done and dusted. Just one more to go. Interestingly, the top 10 made up of 10 different nations. Of course, it was Dean the Dutchman, and then it was Schaeffler for Austria, Jindřich Peschel, the Czech driver in P3. Then comes the French driver of Lucasel, Ukraine, Italy, Germany, Spain, and then, of course, Mani. And Noah Baglin, of course, rounding out the top 10. 10 different nations inside the top 10 places. 55 nations represented from 311 drivers here for the WSK Supermaster Series round number 2 here at SARNO. Hope everyone is enjoying the coverage. Of course, Andrea Mani, the Monegasque, got a bit tripped up with the flag because obviously there are so many red and white ones out there in the world. But yes, 10 different nations represented inside the top 10, from the Netherlands down to the UK of Noah Baglin inside the top 10, again in his second senior final in 2026. A big shame for Zach Jumpman, who finished P14 in the end. Not entirely sure as to what was happening to the Glaswegian over the course of the race. A shame indeed, because the pace has been there all weekend long, and I'm sure he'll be bouncing back and keen to bounce back in a couple of weeks at Viterbo. James Anagnostiatis up 9 positions for the Aussie. Again, proving that the pace was there. Again, just a bit of bad luck and misfortune over the course of the weekend. Sees him finish P15 at the end of the 14 laps. Of course, in terms of the championship, Jindřich Peschel now the one that leads. 135 to Lev Krutikolov's 121. The Ukrainian a point ahead of Dean Hugendorn, our eventual race winner. 112 Zach Jumpman, Lucas Sell, Nicholas Schaeffler, Filippo Seiler and Luke Honda, the top 8 in the Supermaster Series Championship. And there you can see the 3 flags represented on the podium. The Netherlands, Austria and the Czech Republic. Just 14 more laps of racing to come, with the KZ2s, of course, just after the podium ceremony, once we get to give out some fantastic trophies to each of our top 3 and, of course, the team representative as well. Hopefully it won't be too much longer until the drivers can make their way over from Parc Fermé to get that podium ceremony underway so we can start the KZ2s in some good fashion. My name's Zach Sweeney, Ian Sylvester alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you the action circuit side here at SARNO. Everyone's been enjoying the coverage, both online, of course, following along on the WSK YouTube channel, motorsport.com, and those around the paddock. I hope your weekend has been wonderful. The weather's been a little bit topsy-turvy, I know. Yesterday was an all right day. Today has been less than optimal. And I know the week leading up to the race weekend as well, the testing and the practice probably wasn't the most ideal weather either. Hope for better for worse, though. Everyone is having a good week and very much looking forward to the busy time ahead that is the start of the year in WSK. Very densely packed schedule that we've got. This week for Supermasters, in a week's time for the Euro Series, the week after that back at Viterbo for the Supermaster Series. And again, a reminder as to what's to come. 2 weeks after we conclude on the 22nd of February, on the 4th of March, we'll be heading to Lonato for round number 4 of the Supermaster Series. 2 weeks after that, at the end of March, we'll be heading to Franciacorta, where hopefully the end of March in the north of Italy, which should be okay weather, you would hope. Of course, the Euro Series kickstarts next week with Viterbo, and then the 15th to the 18th of April, we'll be going to Lonato, and then ending the season a few months after that in July at Cremona. After we conclude the Euro Series, we get to start the Final Cup, of course, at the end of August with Franciacorta, Lonato and Viterbo to round off the year. So a bit of a break after Lonato for the Euro Series. We get May and June off, and then kickstarting things off in July to round off the championship there. I'm sure the drivers in between are going to be very busy with other stuff in Europe, in North America, and otherwise. So we get a total of 11 race weekends for WSK promotion across the Supermaster Series, the Euro Series, and the Final Cup. Very much looking forward to that. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's wrap things up here. Round number 2, of course, the OK Final Podium Presentation.
Thank you, Zach. A brilliant OK Final, and the drivers are down here ready to stand on the podium. In third place from the Czech Republic, the fastest qualifier for the Tony Kart racing team, Jindřich Peschel. Second place, what a return to the Austrian for DPK Racing. Let's hear it, Nicholas Schaufler. He was hit, injured in qualifying on the side of the road 48 hours ago. He's fought back to take a brilliant victory. Second time out for the Paralympic Motorsport. The winner here at SARNO. Let's hear it for Dean, the Dutchman, Hugendorn. And representing the winning Paralympic Motorsport team, Fabio Matu. In third place from the Czech Republic, Jindřich Pešel. Second place, the Austrian, Nicholas Schaufler. The winner of round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series van the Netherlands, Dean Hugendorn. And Fabio Matu representing the winning Paralympic Motorsport team. The national anthem of the Netherlands. The podium for round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series in OK, third place, Jindřich Pešel, second, Nicholas Schaufler, and the winner, Paralympic Motorsport from the Netherlands, Dean Hugendorn. Zach, we've just had a Dutch victory. We've got one final remaining. If I'm not mistaken, we've also got a Dutchman on pole position for the KZ2 Final.
Thank you very much, Ian. And yes, KZ2 about to get itself underway in the final of the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. The track, well, still very much dry. The clouds have been able to sort of stay away and keep some of that precipitation away. It's been overcast. It's been, quite mild temperatures, about 14 degrees Celsius, so not too bad, but definitely not what you'd be wanting to go to the beach with. But the racing on track has been absolutely on fire, giving us plenty of action from start to finish of the day, all the way back to the first pre-final earlier on this morning with Mini Group 3, our first final with Mini Group 3 as well, about 1:30 this afternoon, and now we get to wrap up what has been a very long weekend with a hopefully very fruitful race in the form of the KZ2s with, of course, Dion van Verven starting this one from pole position after Senna van Volstein's DNF in the pre-final earlier on today from what seemed to be a near certain victory. The Dutchman will now line up in P8 and have all the work to do going forward, which of course will open the door for some opportunities for a good race. Dion van Verven, Matteo Spergel, of course, on the front row of the grid. We'll run you through the full running of things in a few moments' time, but Van Verven versus Spergel on the front row could be quite tasty over the course of the 14 laps.
Certainly that's the case, 14 laps of this 1,670-metre circuit. We've just had Dean the Dutchman take victory. Now we've got Dion the Dutchman, who will start on pole position for the KZ2 Final. Firstly, for the final time today, the highlights of what's taken place this week here at SARNO. Thank you for joining us live around the world. This is the KZ2 Final, round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series for 2016. Last year, it was Senna van Walstein, the Dutchman, who took the championship, then going on to win the World Championship as well. But Senna van Walstein, a DNF this morning, puts him back on the grid slightly. He starts out of grid 8. This is a world-class field. As the 1 minute board goes up, 4 world champions in the field, including the reigning world champion Senna van Walstein, Giuseppe Palomba on his home circuit, who won in Portimao in 2024, Victor Gustafsson from 22, and the race in the desert in Bahrain, the Spaniard Pedro Hilbrand, one of 4 world champions in this world-class field. 58 drivers for KZ2, but at the end of qualifying heats and the pre-final, we've got 2 CPB Soddy carts on the front row of the grid. It looks like this. Dion, Dutchman, on pole position, alongside his former European Championship winning teammate, Matteo Spiegel. This will be a slow formation lap as they're desperately trying to get temperature into the cold LeConte tyres. Somewhere up around 0.6, 0.7 bar. Dion the Dutchman on pole position. Matteo Spiegel, Michael Papador, and Giuseppe Palomba on his home circuit. Marek Skriven, Maxim Orlov, Victor is alongside Senna, the 2 world champions, the 3 world champions in fact, because Pedro Hilbrand lines up behind Van Walstein alongside Jean Louillet, who was fastest in qualifying on Friday. Christian Cannibal, 23 and 24 Supermaster Series champion Danilo Albanese, alongside the World Cup Masters champion Angelo Lombardo, Sam Nopies, Rotax Grand Finals champion Jean Nomblot, Ivan Pidgev, 2 victories in the SMP Formula 4 Russian Championship, Jaden Tian, first race for Daniel Vasile in the Maranello kart, Max Schleimer and Yarislav Shevritalov, starting out of grid 20. The 11th row of the grid, the German Eric Vess alongside Alois Girardet. Kian Fardins had a great run, makes it through to the final. 23rd in this 58-strong KZ2 field. Svatic, Emilian Danner back on 25. Corentin Rousseau. MK, that's Kayak, back on 27 after DNFing the pre-final this morning. Alessandro Zalocco, Noah Lupo, that's Noah Wolf, and Martti Rittinen out of grid 30. Grid 31 sees Daniel Marthia, the Eurocup Formula 3 driver and European Le Mans LMP3 driver, back with us. And CRG starting alongside Kimi Tani, Ilyan Yankov, Leonardo Liuzzi, Alva Simasvara, and Roman Shatapov out of grid 36. Round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series for 2026. Last year, the champion was Senna van Walstein. In 2024, Christian Bertucca, who won it 2 years in a row. Senna also taking the title in 2022. MK, it was Moraine Kramers in 21. We go back to Simo Puhaka, who took the title for Tony Kart in 2020. Bas Lemmers also for Soddy Kart in 2019, 2018. It was the great Marco Ardigo. Bas Lemmers again in 2017. Marco in 2016, 2015, 2014. Marco Ardigo winning the Supermaster Series 3 years in a row. Max Verstappen in 2013. Marco and Jordan Lennox Lamb, the 2 KZ champions in 2012. Marco Zanchetta, Paolo De Contra in 2011. And Betsky Vista, the first WSK Supermaster Series champion. She won it for the Netherlands in the Intrepid back in 2010. Angelo Lombardo, a glimpse of the Sicilian, 150 il Siciliano. Masters driver, but starts grid 13 outright. Our assistant race director, Senora Rosa Centuli, with the red flag, standing courageously in front of 36 KZ2 karts, almost 2,000 horsepower, about to be unleashed at the foot of the active volcano, which is Mount Vesuvius. Roman Sharapov pulls into position. Dion van Verven, 105. And to the right, Matteo Spiegel. Round 2 of the Supermaster Series. KZ2, we race. The Soddy karts go 1, 2, 3. down into the first corner. Michael Paparo in the Monster K factory cart. The Sicilian tries to break the French manufacturer's dominance, but look at this. CPB Sports Sodi cart, first, second, third, fifth and sixth, split by Michael Paparo in the Monster K factory cart. But it's the French manufacturer who go 1, 2, 3 up the back straight for the first time. Palomba has had an incident with Bertuca, can you believe, and Victor Gustafsson. They've come together off screen down in turn 2. Palomba has rejoined, but way down at the bottom of the field. Bertuca is out. And Zach, we've also lost the 2022 world champion and former Champions Cup champion, Victor Gustafsson.
Yeah, that's two big heavy hitters knocked out right as the race hadn't even started yet. I mean, Christian Bertuca off the back of the final cup victory in 2025 is going to be bitterly disappointed, I'm sure. Same too with Gustafsson, side by side a bit further back in the pack. But Dion van Verven will lead the opening lap from Mateusz Bergel. Marek Scriven, who got a good launch in the pre-final earlier on, makes an equally good start. The Czech driver now up to P3 from Paparo. Senna van Volstein from 8th, now into 5th position. Let's see what the Flying Dutchman can do with still plenty more racing to unfold over the next sort of 15 minutes or so. KZ2 Final, the last week and a half of work has all come boiling down to this. Now in towards turn number 8, defensive from the 131. That, of course, Marek Scriven trying to hold firm in 2nd position through on Mateusz Bergel. And now that's allowing Dion van Verven to get away. It's a bit of a CPB blockade, if you like, sandwiching in the 163, of course, of Paparo, who's there in the Monster K factory cart, the blue and the white, sort of sandwiched in. It's very thick CPB bread either side of him. He's the filling, getting quite close for comfort on the exit of turn 15 as well. We start lap number 3, Dion van Verven with a huge lead over the rest of the pack.
1.5 seconds clear is Dion van Verven over Mateusz Bergel. Well, he's now 1.5 seconds clear over Marek Scriven. And now Michael Paparo. He is surrounded by CPB Sports Sodi carts. 2016 in 60 Mini, Paparo, the Sicilian, won the Supermaster Series. There is the blue and white machine, the Monster K factory cart. And he's about to be monstered by the reigning world champion and Supermaster Series champion Senna van Volstein from grid 8. Senna is up into P4. Orlov, Leconca race winner in P5 from Spiegel. Lombardo, que bravo. Masters driver is 7th outright. There's Senna on the back of Michael Paparo. Dion van Verven, 1.6 seconds clear. Across the line, puts in a 57. Marek goes faster. Pedro Hilbrand with a 57.5. But fastest on circuit, Corentin Russo down in 24th. With a 57.112 at 146.9 kilometers an hour. That's a good 93 miles an hour here at SARNO. Paparo from Senna van Volstein, Maxim Orlov, Spiegel. Angelo Lombardo leads the attack for the Maranello car team from his new Romanian teammate, Daniel Vasile.
Up there in P8, currently the Romanian, the 151, has been running a pretty clean and consistent season and round thus far has the Romanian. So let's see what he can do as to get onto the back of Lombardo. Still very, very tight, very competitive towards the sharp end. Senna van Volstein up into the top 3. Now the question remains, can he catch after Marek Scriven? Can he catch after Dion van Verven? CPB Sport 1, 2 and 3. Split, of course, by the Monster factory car of Paparo. Max Orlov, our Leconca winner and championship leader, there or thereabouts. Dion van Verven, as it stands, though, we close the gap in the championship to just 8 points. 145 to 137 in favour of Max Orlov. You could probably bet the Dutchman, the Russian doesn't count on sticking around behind Paparo for too much longer. Orlov will probably be going up and move in the near future. Slightly defensive goes the Monster K kart to the inside of turn number 8. It's going to allow Max Orlov to close in. Look out for Daniel Vasile, who's up now into P6 ahead of Lombardo. Mateusz Spiegel has dropped down to P8 as well from Hilbrand and Piziev, the top 10. Jaden Tien, who was on the podium 2 weeks ago, down in P11 as well. The 104 maybe struggling for a bit of pace, but the level of competition here at SARNO and KZ2 is insurmountable. I mean, we have 58 drivers enter and well, we've named so many world champions thus far. It's an incredibly stacked grid with now half the race still to run.
But at almost the end of the weekend, Stack, we can't believe the performance from the Sodi Kart team. CPB Sport 1, 2, 3, and 5. Split by Michael Papadol. Absolute credit to team owner Paul Bizalion, his son Florent Bizalion, and his very proud but unaware few-month-old daughter. No idea of the incredible work that her new father has put in over the past, not just now, but past few seasons. Florent Bizalion. So much support coming in from France. Monsieur Pignolet aussi. What a performance. 1, 2, 3, the Study Kart Sigma. Senna van Walstein now in P3. Puts in a 56.436. We approach the half race distance. The KZ2 Final, round 2, the WSK Super Master Series. Another purple lap for Senna van Walstein at 56.305. Nice to have your company as you join us live around the world on WSK.it and Motorsport TV as well. For those of you waking up early in North America, keeping up to everything which is happening through Kart Chaser and our friends at on eKarting News, I should say. Nice to have your company joining us on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. You're just waking up to dominance from the French manufacturer in the shifter kart class. Good morning, Xander. Yes, time to bang gears, buddy. Look at this, Senna van Walstein on the back of Mark Scriven and Dion, the Dutchman, in P1. Now he goes into P1 himself. Does Mark Scriven. Senna, respect between the teammates. There's Michael Papadol, credit to the Sicilian. Still in P4, Daniel Vasile, a storming drive from grid 18 to be in P5 from Orlov. Ancora bravissimo Lombardo in settima posizione. Hiltbrand, Pedro up into P8 for the Euro champ. Spiegel and JT, it's Jaden Tian in P10, just off screen, I can tell you. Marcus Kayak has come from grid 27 to be in position 11. Move down the inside. Senna takes Dion. The Dutch drivers trade positions. Marek Scriven, we've already had one Czech victory here this afternoon with Stanek Babacek. In OK Junior, we've had Jindrik Peschel from the Czech Republic on the podium in OK. Marek Scriven, can it be a second checkmate here this afternoon? Sodi Kart, there are 311 drivers here this weekend. There are 75 Kart Republics in total across all classes, 52 Paralleans, 28 Tony Karts, 27 Birol Arts, 23 Sodi Karts have come to race at SARNO, and look at this. 3 Sodi Karts, first, second and third for CPB Sport as we go into the final stages of what has been a fabulous weekend here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli.
Senna van Walstein on the back of Marek Scriven, who's feeling the need to defend. Paparo versus Daniel Vasile. I think Vasile shot one down the inside of turn number 8. The 151 goes through, up in a 4th. The fight at the front, though, boiling down between the 3 teammates in the CPB karts. Marek Scriven leading the way for now. The Czech driver, Van Walstein, though, is probably one of the last people you want over your shoulder trying to stop you from winning a race. On to lap number 10. 5 laps left to go at the line. Scriven, Van Walstein, Van Verven, the top 3. Then comes Vasile. After the top 3 battle, maybe this train could be reeled back into contention. Orlov behind Paparo, Lombardo, Hiltbrand, Jaden Tian, and then Matteo Spergel, the top 10 as it stands. Into turn number 5, Marek Scriven able to keep it nice and tidy for now. Van Walstein, though, sort of analysing his opponent for the time being, seeing where he's quicker, where he's maybe losing a little bit of time. I think a slightly better exit off turn number 7. A look over the shoulder from Van Walstein and parking it nicely in the middle of the circuit there. Marek Scriven giving Van Walstein the choice. Do you want to go to the outside and get a switchback, or do you want to try and send it deep on the inside? Brilliant defensive driving, it must be said, from the Czech driver, because like I said, probably the last person you want over your shoulder is Van Walstein.
Like a monster is Senna van Walstein. And that's the comment, that's the adjective, quietly coming from other drivers in the field. Reigning Supermaster Series champion, reigning world champion. We go to La Conca, 1 fortnight to go. CPB Sports Sodi Kart 1, 2 and 3 with Orloff, Jaden Tian and Dion van Verven. Round 2, CPB Sports Sodi Kart 1, 2 and 3 with 3.5 laps to go. But they need to be careful because Daniel Vasile from Pitești in Romania, the former WSK Champions Cup champion, the 6-time Romanian Karting Masters champion, first race for the Maranello kart team. He's in P4. He's just got by Papadol. He's already passed Maxim Orlov. There is Vasily in the background. The gap 1.1 seconds between Dion and Daniel. The gap's 0.0 between Senna and Marek Skriven. Almost into the back of his teammate as they ride the bumps into the final corner. Grab 5th, 6th gear already by the time they come across the line. This time at 147.9 kilometers an hour. That is ferociously fast here at SARNO. Senna sends it from second place. A DNF in the pre-final this morning. But now Senna van Walstein van the Netherlands in the eerste positie. Well, do we get a second Dutch victory here this afternoon? Two drivers, van the Netherlands, first and third, split by their Czech teammate, Marek Skriven. Still Vasily in the background, Michael Papadol. Que bravo in quinta posizione, P5 for the Sicilian in the Monster K factory car. Lombardo KZ2 Masters, 58 KZ2 drivers here, including 4 world champions. He's the reigning Masters World Cup champion, the Sicilian P6 outright. 2 laps to race here this weekend in Naples.
2 miles left to race. Senna van Volstein, Marek Skriven, Dion van Verven, the top 3. Daniel Vasile has been doing his best to close them down. Have to say, Marek Skriven has kept on tabs with van Volstein. I was expecting the Dutch driver to pull away, and I think that is the case, but not as quickly as I was expecting. The slipstream is still there. There is still a chance for a Czech victory this afternoon. A lap and a half left to go. Maybe with the slipstream we could see Marek Skriven close that gap, get on to tabs with his teammate. Well, CPB, a very successful team in the world of KZ2s. 1, 2 and 3 lockout 2 rounds in a row, as it's looking to be. Definitely tells you volumes about that. The 1-1-2 Van Volstein, though, what hasn't he won in the world of karting? Now as he comes through the final sector to start the final lap of racing, Van Volstein just over a mile away, but a bit of a mistake there. That's going to close the gap. There's contact as it's caught Dion van Verven out. He's going to be hoping that's not a drop-down bumper. A point forward to his teammate to say, let's go and catch him. But an uncharacteristic mistake there from Van Volstein as we head on to the final lap of racing here at SARNO. Into turn number 2. Van Volstein has got it under wraps for now. Probably a little bit flustered, I would imagine, from that small mistake. Whether he locked the brakes, maybe missed a gear shift going into turn 15. That allowed Marek Skriven to close the gap. Look at Daniel Vasile as well. This could be close to the end. They are a little bit spaced out, though. So I'll be interested to see if we're going to see any more moves. Defensive there from Marek Skriven, in fact. So maybe cashing in and just saying, you know what, I'm going to hold second. Don't really feel like I can go for the lead. But Van Volstein keeping his composure. Now just half a lap left to go. He's won this championship before. He's the reigning champion, is Senna van Volstein. He wasn't here at Le Conca, but he's arrived here at SARNO, out through the final couple of corners. The Czech flag awaits the Dutchman's arrival. He has been flying here at SARNO. Victorious is Senna van Volstein for CPB Sport. 1, 2 and 3 with Van Volstein, Skriven and Van Verven. Your podium finishes. Daniel Vasile, a valiant effort from the Romanian to finish within a second of the race lead from Paparo Lombardo. Hilbrand or Kayak then Orlov, well, championship leader, but by only 31 points from Dion van Verven, who finished in 3rd. Jaden Tien rounds out the top 10. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time. What a race, and what a race to end off with as well. Van Volstein, that a sensation from PA all the way to victory there. What a drive it was from the Flying Dutchman.
Incroyable. L'équipe française a gagné encore ici en Italie. Incredible. The French team 1-2-3 at Le Conca and 1-2-3 again. As we look at the highlights, Dion van Verven and Matheus Pigel from pole position. Split by Michael Papadol. Great start from the young Sicilian, but he was soon passed from Senna. DNF, the pre-final this morning, came from grid 8. Passing his teammate. Respect between the Sodicar teammates. Senna van Walstein for the 2nd race in a row. CPB Sports Sodicar 1, 2 and 3 in the Super Masters Series. What a performance from the French team. Senna van Walstein, the reigning Super Masters Series and world champion, wins. Look at that. CPB Sport 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Skriven 2nd, and Dion the Dutchman a great weekend, comes home in third place. Facile, first time with the Maranello kart team, a brilliant drive from 18th to 4th. Head of Paparo, Lombardo, que bravo. He leads home Pedro Hilbrand off screen. Marcus Kaya came charging through from 27th to 8th. Head of Maxim Mordloff and Jaden Tian. There's too many Sodi karts to count inside the top 10. Then it was Spijel, Pijev, Nomblo, Danilo Albanese, who won his pre-final this morning. Schleif, Rittinen, Girardet. Good effort from Corentin Russo, Zaloko, Kian Fardin, Sharapov, Simoshvara, Yaroslav Shevritalov, Ilyan Yankov, who was turned around in the pre-final this morning. Sam Nopies, Eric Vess, and a disappointing weekend on his home circuit for Il Napolitano, Giuseppe Palomba. Félicitations à l'équipe CPB Sports Sodi Kart, Monsieur Paul Bizalion, aussi Florent Bizalion, et aussi c'est la victoire pour le petit Luna Bizalion. Luna, you have no idea what your father and grandfather have achieved here. Félicitations also aussi à Monsieur Pignolet. First, second and third at La Conca for the CPB Sports Sodi Kart team. First, second and third. This is virtually unprecedented. And the reigning Supermasters Series champion, Senna van Walstein, has led home a 1-2-3 for the French manufacturer here in the heart of Italy. First World Championship, David Terrien, 1993, and the legendary and now very rare Sodi Kart Futura, number 144 it was at Laval in France 3 decades ago. Incidentally, if you know of a Sodi Kart Futura up for sale, please let me know. They're as rare as, well, pick your cliche. They had to wait some time until Giuseppe Palomba won in 2024 and 25 with Senna van Walstein, who took the Supermasters Series last year. He also won in 2022, Bas Lammers for Sodi Kart in 2019. We go to Viterbo in 2 weeks' time. Maxim Orlov with the championship lead of 138 points. Dion van Verven, 107. Jaden Tian on 86. Scriven on 74. And Senna van Walstein, after his victory today, moves to 5th in the series after the second of 5 rounds of the Supermasters Series. It's been great to have your company this weekend here in Naples. Don't go too far away. We await for the Sodi Kart drivers to make their way up to that, the podium. The presentations for KZ2 in just a moment.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We've had 17 races over today for the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. My name's Zach Sweeney. Ian Salvestrin has been alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you the action. Of course, a big thank you to the production crew, the cameramen, and all of the WSK staff for their efforts this weekend. Big thank you, of course, to the circuit staff at SARNO, the medical crews, and the marshals. Of course, often the unsung heroes of motorsport. Big thank you, of course, to the teams, the drivers, the mechanics, the parents, the supporters of each and every single one of these young drivers. 311 from 55 nations, of course, all here racing to craft a career for themselves and do what they love. Fundamentally, it's a sport that we all absolutely love and are passionate about, and the racing on circuit today absolutely proved that. Of course, in the championship for KZ2, Max Orlov, after securing a P9 finish today, still is able to lead the championship after his domination in La Conca 2 weeks ago, but only 31 points clear of Dion van Verven in second position, 138 to 107 in that battle. There you can see the Dutch, the Czech, and the Romanian flag for what is going to be Van Volstein, Marek Scriven, and who I can assume then to be Daniel Vasile being promoted onto the podium following maybe a penalty for Van Verven. We'll have to wait and see as to how that one's going to play out in a couple of minutes' time when Ian's down there to confirm the results. But with the Romanian flag on the right-hand side, that is going to be my best guess as to who's going to be standing in that respective spot. Thank you to everyone that's been joining us for today's coverage. Of course, if you've been watching from the very first pre-final to now, that's fantastic. Of course, or if you've only just joined for 1 or 2 finals, your support has been very, very much appreciated over the course of today, supporting these young drivers' journeys all the way to the top. Of course, WSK, the place to be for any young aspiring racing driver to get to the top. It's been won by many successful drivers in the past and the stars of the future present on the grid today. Shouldn't be too much longer until we can get this podium ceremony underway. Once the results confirmed, there you can see in separation just that focus in the background of shot. 6 finals, 11 pre-finals to decide. Of course, our 6 winners, 18 podium sitters, and about a week and a half's worth of effort. We'll be back at it in a week's time for the start of the Euro Series, of course, at Viterbo. The week after that, we'll be back for the Supermaster Series again at Viterbo. 2 weeks after that to Lonato. 2 weeks after that to Franciacorta. And then it's all eyes onto the Euro Series at Lonato, at Cremona. Bit of a break before we start the WSK Final Cup with Franciacorta, Lonato and Viterbo over the course of August through October and November as well. The 3-round championship to round off the year. And 2025, the Final Cup there was absolutely spectacular. I'm sure 26 is going to be no different. Celebrations being prepared down at the podium, so hopefully it won't be too much longer until we can head over there and get this one wrapped up. Round number 2 of the WSK Supermaster Series. It's been fantastic. Again, an absolute pleasure to be in the commentary box, bringing you the action for it. The racing on circuit has made the miserable weather this weekend all that much more worth it. The racing that we saw through the minis, OKJ, OK, and now the KZ2 Final podium of the weekend.
Thank you, Zach. The final podium of the afternoon. 1, 2, 3 as they cross the line. It's a brilliant weekend for CPB Sodi Cup, but a slight change to the order. You can see the Romanian flag. Dion van Verven comes into pit lane. The front spoiler is down, and the Dutchman falls off the podium. And with that, elevating into 3rd place from Romania. First time out for the Maranello kart team. What a performance from grid 18. In 3rd, Daniel Vasile. Second from the Czech Republic for CPB Sports Sodi Kart, Marek Skrivan. What a performance again. The reigning world champion, the reigning WSK Supermaster Series champion, wins round 2 of the Supermaster Series here at SARNO. Let's hear a big round of applause for the Dutchman, Senna van Wolstein. And representing the winning team, CPB Sport, Thomas Sipers. Third place to the Romanian for Maranello kart team, Daniel Vasile. Second place to the Czech for CPB Sport, Marek Skrivan. The winner of round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series, is the reigning champion for CPB Sports Sodi Kart from the Netherlands, Senna van Wolstein. And Thomas Sipers representing the winning CPB Sports Sodi Kart team. For the second time today, the national anthem of the Netherlands. Podium for round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series. Third place, Daniel Vasile. Second, Marek Skrivan. And Senna wins here at SARNO. What a fantastic weekend here at SARNO, Circuito Internazionale Napoli, the second round of the WSK Supermaster Series. 311 drivers from 55 nations around the world at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, just outside the ancient city of Naples. Despite the weather, it's been a great weekend here at SARNO. Next Saturday, we go about 300 kilometres that way to Leopard International Circuit Viterbo for the first round of the WSK Euro Series. Of course, you can catch that live on WSK.it and Motorsport TV as well. The third round of the Supermaster Series also at Viterbo in 2 weeks' time. Ringraziamo Signor Beppe Sorrentino, tutto lo staff qui a Circuito Internazionale Napoli, tutto lo staff, Vuesa Cup Promotion, everyone who has joined the broadcast for a fabulous weekend of racing the Supermaster Series. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next Saturday at Viterbo for the WSK Euro Series.